the busos, the knowledge, the celestial markers that were left and have been left in the past in the cycles, so we can recycle and find from the past markers that were left on where are we in the prognosco, foreknowledge of the future markers that will come. So a documentation blog of the downfall of civilization, the secrets to what these governments are not telling the people. All your answers are in scripture. They're going by scripture as is above. They're doing 99% of this by the celestial markers above your head. They do it by these. There was a cooperation at one point in time where three, the Dipper, the Big Dipper, the handle, Orion, we find that same triplicate as they go after a transgender god. Just for documentation purposes, I will not answer questions on this blog. All comments that are not on the topic will either be not answered or deleted. An opportune moment in time to declare Psalms. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish, declare that evil, call it out, rebuke it. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. So it will not go down, as it's a protected right under the Constitution, the right that Congress, who now is a rogue government, beast, shall establish the Constitution. The people establish the Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish the Constitution. But the right of the people is the right of the land. It's organic, and this free Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of religion, or free press. So thank you, Father, for giving the busos to know that in the neuter gender, it is the governments. That is the beast. And anybody who participates is marked with that it, neuter gender, and generally goes after self, celebrates birth, and celebrates. And these are all old laws that were blotted out, that we're not under. So thank you, Father, for the knowledge. Kind of like Eve supped with the devil, these people sup with these governments, the beast, it, neuter gender, and they give their authority to the system, the it, the I, the pole, the north and south, and they are all, the whole world right now is on a whole nother time. 99% of the world worships self, it, and an orgy calendar, but they're too ignorant to understand, because the scripture, it's not in them. Although you wrote it on stone and blotted out those physical law, it's now spiritual, and only those that you chose, prognosco, will you reveal. Seek the busos, the knowledge of these, the alathea, the ruach hokadesh, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, and that truth is revealed. Ask, and you shall receive, not of the things of this world, but of the tree of knowledge that Eve ate of. He warned you. He says, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. Lack of. But you better have enough busos, knowledge, to understand what you are here to do and not do. Otherwise, you'll go to hell, the place of no knowledge, by definition. So thank you, Father, for the truth, for declaring me again, birthing me again on the line, so I can shofar sound the orderly cosmo arrangements of these markers that have been left celestially in historical record, and declare that they've happened again, so we know that we're not in this age of deception, so that we could be a living revelation of this aletheia, an understanding. So we know that we are that remnant, that last. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Not the messengers. A messenger is an angel, not something with wings, like the world thinks like wings, like should be given the wings of an angel. She will flee to the wilderness and given the safety. Gee, I wonder what those wings are. Like there's a daemonion, a distributor of forces of lies, the deception, the Satan, Apollyon, the one that's locked up. He's a king. There's two kings. Always declares two witnesses. It makes it a binding contract. But duality, if you will, good and evil, dark and light. That's right. Is it red devil and white angel on your shoulder? Those are both devils. Yes, Ouroboros, the serpent, Leviathan, time overlapping itself, eating its own tail. You think you see a hay low and that's an angel? Revelation 9 and 11. Oh, isn't that ironic? I told you, it's done by the stars. North and South God, pole, orgy. The world is a bunch of orgy worshipers and celebrate self and celebrate, and I rebuke the whole world for their vanity, their traditions of men. Revelation 11 and 9:11 says they have a king. That's why they did their stupid bug virus with Mr. Apollyon, sun god, Mr. Warp Speed. They were declaring the coming of the Antichrist. That's what that whole virus was about. Did you get that? They got to get the key. Do you have any idea what's locked? Ask and you shall be locked up in the pit. Busos, knowledge, abyss. They have a king over them. An angel. The angel of the abyss. How come my text doesn't say that? I know. You're watered down and you go after self. Your own agape. You got your own version, and God divorced his bride, Israel, for the same exact thing. Pornea. That pit God, pole God, transgender God, both hoof, horn, and beast, man, breast. Satan has breast? Yep. Baal. Satan. The one that Donald John Trump has his house decorated with. The same amount of Satan's story tower that Satan's tower was, which is called Apollyon. That triple cooperation, remember? Triangled up, triangled. Oh, is that Jew, or was it three triangles? Oh, is that pyramids? Or, oh, Orion. Oh, the sun god. Remember, they used to thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to Kronos, the time marker, Satan. And they had their orgy. Jesus, manger baby Jesus in birth. You don't celebrate birth, do you? Do you know anybody who celebrates birth? They're a Satanist. Yes, that is Satanism, the celebration of self, the birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter, and they say, his name is Jesus. Do you worship Jesus? Baby manger Jesus? See? Blasphemy, a bunch of heathens. The whole world is a bunch of Satanists. The adversary to the Hamashiach. Rip him down from the two witnesses, nailed top and bottom, made a covenant, divorced his old that day for the same thing, pornea, making up their own rules and cheating. It's all about a wedding. Ching, it's all about a key to them. Got to get the key to the pit. The cosmos, where's your head? In the clouds? Is it in heaven? Is heaven above your head? No, it's not. Heaven's not above your head. That's the problem with people. They make up their own version of the Word of God. 98 plus probably percent of this 9% of this current population of idiots thinks that heaven is above their head. We got a big problem here. Captain, Kirk, Luke, Picard, Nanu, Spock, Space Farce. Yeah, Donald Trump. How come he didn't say anything about transgenderism on his 1.0 term? We're about ready to see 2.0, right? How come he's talking about transgenderism now? How come he didn't make any mention of it? How come he didn't kick any people out then? There were people coming across this. I don't think he was talking about building a wall. You could see. I know exactly what kind of wall. He was talking about a millimeter wall in a millimeter bowl. Remember Revelation 9 and 11. The key. You came to seem to, as is above, so is below. The skies, cosmos, roll back, shofars. 7. Look at the number up there. Whew, thank you, Father. Blessings. Are you 7? Are you matured? So anyways, we'll not be answering questions during this documentary, The Fall of 99% of the Civilization Who Lives in the Age of Pisces, and they stink to high heaven like fish, like Pisces. Still in the age of deception. 2,600 plus years of deception brought over the masses. And they have no definition in them. I don't care who they say they are. It's not in them. It's written on their hearts. But it's not. It's ask and you shall receive. Knock and I will sup. They pumped 146 gigograms of the ocean, and what comes up must come down. And the whole world has seemed to world. Is that like round and round, or WHIRLED, or WORLD? Do you think you live on a planet? God didn't create one planet. God created the heavens and the earth, and that has nothing to do with over your head or below your feet. You got a big problem, world. You go by a transgender God, Satan, and you celebrate self. And I'm just here as his messenger, born on the line as I'm always birthed, as a revelation, as a testament, as a declaration of a time marker left, a cosmo in orderly arrangements, of a line, of a passing of an age and a passing of a time. You can't take this aletheia. It's fact. It's a marker, not a religion. They do it by the book. As is above, so is below. Heaven's not above your head, and earth's not below your feet. World, you got a big problem. You don't define. You go after mammon, and your ruler is the mente. Your mind, but government, your mind is controlled. You went to school and you got stung by the spelling bee, didn't you? When you went to school. It's poked at you since you were childish. 7 is the number of maturity, brothers and sisters. Whole wide world, north, south, east, and west. This documentation of the fall of civilization, these are the synagogues of Satan today. These brick and block and mortar and these temples, not even physical temples, it's not in them. They go after Satan. They go after self, and they celebrate. We always mess it up. That's why God said we're not doing any of that anymore. He blotted it out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. That's why I'm not a corporation, and they can't convict me under a corporation because I'm not a corporation. Are you a corporation? I'm speaking to these un-Americans. No states united, although very unique, always, and has been divided. Once blessed nation, no foreign entanglements. The banning of the orgy festival, Masse, M-A-S-S-E, the eating of human flesh. Christo, orgy, transgender, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Satan, Apollyon, the sun god, in warp speed, the bringer of the disease, the declaring of the coming of the crown. The one with the king, they got to get the king to come back. He's got the key, my Hamashiach, my love, the one, the mediator. Yes. The corona, the declaring of the coming of the Antichrist. His house is decorated with that. He is not the seventh king. But he declared, because in warp speed, he declared that. The creator of the sticker. Remember Mr. Pokemon himself? Mr. Rich Man, I'm going to invent a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. Mr. Transgender God lover himself, who lives in the same amount of stories as the Babylonian Satan Tower in Manhattan or Babylon, decorated with the same transgender God. Lunar, moon, and sun. Wait a minute, didn't they go to the went to the moon and called it Apollyon? Apollo? Isn't that the sun god? What are these people doing going to the moon, calling it the sun mission going to the moon? Oh, as is above, so and below. They've got stuck. They went to school. They got told that we went to the moon. So you'll go with the flow. You had lies. Tell-I. Did you go out watching the Black Mirror, the Tell-I vision? Are you staring into that same Black Mirror right now? Boom! Never forget what they can, as is above, Mr. Stinky Muskrat in his, wait, it was Reagan. They called it wars. Space farce or Star Wars? No, it's link. Soon it'll be interface. Life extension. The iron will not cleave with the watery clay, brothers and sisters. All they will try. Hadron Collider, the number one problem the mind controllers are not telling you is the positive and negative, push and pull, fusion. This was all created with this, correct? This is all spoken. They're colliders. They're not shoving things together to try to create some particle. They're protecting the magnetosphere, you idiots. How many of these machines do they have? Blend man with machine, huh? A war in heaven. The opening of the pit. Have you read it? Is it written on your heart? Knock and I will come sup with you. The skies, the orderly arrangements, cosmos, trumpets. 7. A series of seals. Sky will roll back like a scroll. The pit, the smoke arise from the... It's just a cycle. Only fear the Lord, brothers and sisters. Every knee shall bow. Push and pull. Positive and negative. Creation, all dialectic, spoken into existence. A dark and a light. A particle. A declaring of a king, coming of their Antichrist, Mr. Warp Speed himself, to declare the national emergency. Fraud. Lock up Donald. Lock up Mr. Moneybags. Statistical facts show that 99.8% survival rate when you 100% get the disease is not a national emergency. Lock him up! And his best buddy, Hillary and Barry. All of them. Governmente mine. You haven't given your authority over that have you? Red team, blue team? Oh, I thought it was black and white. Bush and... Oh, it's divide and divide. Isn't that fusion? No. Or is that fission? Energy. Oh, this is all spoken into... Are you understanding what they're doing here? How about green needle? Brainstorm. Poking at you since you were a child, playing visual voodoo with you. Careful what you speak into this time and space. You don't think that we went to the moon, do you? What happened to all our tech? I think Mr. Stinky Muskrat made a comment on that. Why is he wearing that stupid black MAGA hat? MAGA is the high priest of the Satan Church, and anybody who follows this idiot, all you have to do is go online and find out that the motto of the Satanist church is do as thou will. There's no such thing as free will, you idiot world. God created everything. I rest my case. There's no such thing as luck. You've done fallen under this transgender Satanist luck and fairy tale. Fairy is a Celtic demon. You want to come over here? Come here. Remember he said the eye is the lamp of the body. If it's filled with light, the whole vessel. If the eye is filled with darkness, the whole vessel, the whole lamp is filled. They don't mix. Come over here. You rub on my lamp. Let me tell you some fortunes. You know, they used to burn dead people and orgy, have sex with beast and man and women, and they would purge and gorge and suck and all these, and it was a marination process of a king. They thought the sun was dying. They burnt a dead, the man was alive, but they ate him. Everybody ate him after they barbecued a burnt offering and tried to communicate with their demons, their dead ancestors, for fortunes. This is Christmas, brothers and sisters. This is what Mr. Donald John Trump, his house is decorated with this Satan transgender god Apollyon. So anybody who has not taken the time to study, this is not the great falling away from the Busos, understanding anybody who participates in this red or blue or left or right paradigm is falling for another gospel mammon. You're serving a master who's taxing God with the living, you know what, out of the people selling doves. He doesn't like taxes, and he don't like big boy clubs like the Pharisees when they taxed all the people that used to be able to go and glean in the fields and their halakha and their haggadah and their perversion of the law. God doesn't like perversion. There's no constitutional republic in America anymore. It's not America. There were never states that were united. They've always been, and since the 1800s, after they took this country off of they've been destructing this company. It's corporation. It's a democracy. Red and blue, Democrat, Republican. Are you part of this corporation? I'm not. My name's not capital letters. That's the movie Wizard of Oz, you worldly idiots. That's your Tin Man. All those people looking outside, you want to see how foolish Americans are? God whipped the money changers, the people selling doves. He got physical. Oh, his covenant is let vengeance be mine. You want to see how stupid people are? Under this covenant 2,600 years ago, we're not supposed to strike anybody. We're not supposed to lash out. God used to require burnt offerings of flesh, war, celebrations, and rituals. All these things were part of the Agape, the 5 books, the Torah, the Jewish law. We're not under that anymore, not the laws of the flesh, but this is how much of a bunch of idiots the world is right now. First of all, they celebrate. That just rips Christ down from everything he did. You put it all and make it all vanity. Because the Hebrew word is froward, and that's twist, change, pervert, and screw up the law, the Agape. So we're not under that anymore, and yes, people love to be under, and it's so, here a bunch of idiots are in America. Trump wants to put this country back under the Noahide laws. People are just too stupid to figure it out. And ignorant. I think they're stupid because they have the ability now. You used to have to nearly a whole day on foot to hear a minister or pastor like myself, and they didn't even have a oligas of the busos that I'm giving you with the the interweb net. Are you keeping? You should probably write these things down. Maybe you can learn. Busos, he says, my people will perish for lack of busos. That is the word knowledge. Busos, bathos. Bathos, that is hell. Hell is the place of A negates Apollyon, like the sun god, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated, and he's the one who's declaring the coming of the Antichrist. He is not the Antichrist, because the 7th king is the Antichrist, but his house is decorated with that, and he's declaring, he's the one to declare the national emergency, which is fake. Emergency Authorization Use Act, I know this. You're not going to fool me. I'm a tyrant veteran, trained killer, woo, 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 one of these beast military, United States industrial complex. We got out and raped the world for how many years of their resources, killing and maiming people, using our military weapons, threatening people if they don't pay for the oil, when we have tech that we wouldn't even need to use oil. Well, Trump's uncle's the one who has that. So if you want anybody, highlight anybody responsible for the destruction of this whole green agenda, ask Mr. Thunberg. Never mind. Ask Trump. Him and Stinky Muskrat have the tech. They had a car that could go over 1,200 miles, an electric car in the 1800s. They have withheld this technology to try to hold back the magnetosphere and the coming of the Antichrist. They think when this pit opens up, I'm declaring this a blog. I'm only here for a short olegas. I'm eternal. I'll keep coming back on the line. I'll probably be birthed about 6,000 and a half or 12,000 years from now. I already know what I'm here to do. Blow the shofar, declare the coming of the King, spread the gospel. It would take you nearly a day on foot to hear a man even come close to give you some watered down milk, not even the true gospel. And by the glory of God, all glory to him. He's the one who's creator of all things, writes all things. That's why no man has authority over me, over some stupid corporation. But he writes all things. So nothing is happening that God does not want happen. It's all no push, pull, dark vessels of wrath, vessels of mercy. God created all things. There is no such thing as luck. There is no such thing as free will. God creates all things. So no man has dominion over me. I don't have to follow any law that's unconstitutional. I don't go by ordinances. That's blotted out in the book of Colossians. As a pastor and a teacher, what I can teach that 99% of any other men that cannot come across this and against this, no weapon formed against this gospel will prosper. I don't even know if there's any other man other than my brother, not above me, and I'm not above him, and teacher, Pastor Jim Brown, that's actually even teaching the gospel right now. When it comes to that, and I rebuke every religion, all of them are vanity, and he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, brothers and sisters. That's why I don't follow ordinances. I'm in America, and if I'm not mistaken, this was a constitutional republic and not a democracy. So I don't go by a corporation. I'm not a corporation. I'm not a company. I'm not engaged in commerce. When I'm traveling down the road, you can't tax me. That is called accosting a man. Christ whipped. He went outside the covenant of let vengeance be mine to whip the you-know-what out of people who were feeing. God hates fees. We are the money changers. We American citizens are the death, the war machine. MAGA, mega death for 50 flipping years, forcing. Ask Gaddafi. Go see Adapt 2030. We blew up the living snot out of a water infrastructure because Gaddafi was growing sorghum topped into the aquifer and was coming to pay with something other than the US dollar. Ask Saddam. They never did find any of those weapons of mass destruction, did they? I was involved in the military, a trained veteran. How's that honorable discharge? I have an honorable discharge, but how is that honorable to serve a beast system that's forced all the nations for 50 years to pay for oil, which was 100% unnecessary? Not one person should have ever died. And you can blame Donald John Trump because his uncle is the one who has this technology and he's holding it, trying to save it for the end of what it says in Scripture. So I don't go by ordinances because I'm not a corporation. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. That's why no other man on this earth can come against this gospel. They can't. Bring any biblical scholar to this test right here, and I'll show you that the aletheia, it does not rain. It does not. How are they not? Are they teaching daily cross? Are they declaring that only very few oligos, very few people go to heaven and heaven is not above your head? When God creates a new heaven and a new earth, it's not above your head and it's not below your feet. The gospel of Christ is to go out and suffer. Crucifixion, he said conform. Romans 8 and 29, it says conform. Matthew, follow that. He said we must endure to the end to be saved. These idiots are out there telling people they can be saved. Saving men. People think that you can't be saved. Blasphemy. You haven't studied the word salvation. You don't have any idea what repentance or baptism or any of these words are. You're a biblical idiot. Whoever's going to come against it, bring it. Go ahead, I'll take a comment because there's not one of you that can come against this truth. Not one religion. He don't dwell in temples made by hands. He blotted it out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. That's why I don't date men. I don't go on man dates. Why didn't Trump say anything about this transgenderism during his first presidency in chief? Mass murder in chief. Red mass murder in chief. Red blood the kin. In charge of under the uniform code of military, sending troops to your door to kill children in your countries if you don't pay for oil. How is this okay? How do we do this for 50 years and forcing you to pay? It's called the SWIFT. It's an international trade. It's a system to force every nation for 50. You can blame yourself for not speaking up. It only takes evil to flourish for good men to stand around and you paid. You're a mass murderer. America, the mass murder nation. You paid for mass murder. You've been doing it for 30 years. You just unalived a whole generation of Ukrainians with your tax dollars. God whipped the people selling doves, feeding people for exchanging the money from the old to this was what happened. The money changers. America is the money changers in scripture. And Donald McTrump, he already spent more money than any other president ever in history. Outspent his buddy Barry, his behind file in a pedophile buddy at the island. I'm sure his phone was pinged there and then back to his Nimrod Tower in Manhattan. So, gee, I wonder what they're up to with their Hadron Collider machines. Are you following any of this? You think this is by God is creating? If only fear the Lord. Don't live in fear, brothers and sisters. Only fear the Lord. Father created all things. You're not doing it. He said, if I didn't call out, nobody's being saved. If I didn't call out to their hearts, you can't become you're either a vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world, or a vessel of mercy. The ones that'll have their names called out in that Lamb's Book of Life. Trump knows this. Barry knows this. His buddy Joe, his buddy Hillary, his other buddy, what's that? Kamala Allah Akbar, whatever her heresy. They're all on the same team. Mass murder for 50 years. US dollars were paid to kill people for not paying with the US dollar. Remember when they came back, the French, all those ships, warships, came over here, big vessels wanting their gold back. The war machine, put all your gold over here in the Knox. You really think that's not a very strategic military? Just as a tyrant, the scum of the earth, veterans. All countries, you sick, disgusting veterans like me, I rebuke you, you swine. Under this covenant 2,600 years ago, we should have never had a military outside of our own borders with that. See, no weapon formed against this will prosper. That 100% proves that idiocracy going on in the middle of the desert where it used to be, Palestine, Palestinian, Gaza, all that, that's not where the last generation Israel he's talking about, his bride. It's a spiritual Israel, you idiocracy world. I said, blot it out. I don't go on dates with men. I don't follow mandates. That's not a law. I don't have to follow any law that's not constitutional. This was a constitutional republic on a bimetallic standard. That happened back in the 1800s. They started the destruction of this country. You can control one. Banksters, give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. Central banksters, they've been buying more gold than they ever have in the inception of the history, 1913. How much is your dollar? It's all about purchasing power. Really, truly what it will buy you. Yeah, that's called purchasing, not currency. They got the whole world on currency. I told you, you went to school. You go with the flow. You go to this maritime judge up there trying to give you his authority to the bar, the corporation trying to extort your bond, your straw man flying monkey law, Wizard of Oz, straw man, tin man, tax ID, killer. You're a killer, American. Yeah, you paid for your tax dollars. You fill out a W-2. Welcome to MAGA death. You did. You destroyed a whole generation of Ukrainian women, they're going to draft American women and send them to war. If that doesn't make you sick to your the war machine, just like Ukraine, your dollars. Did you fill out a W-2? Are you feeling sick to your stomach? You should. There's a reason why 22 veterans shoot themselves every day, kill themselves, because they figured out exactly what they did, an apostasy to the New Testament. We're never supposed to go outside our borders. 2,600 years. I told you no weapon formed against this will prosper. So Israel over there in the desert, those fake Jews over there during World War II, bring your money back over here. We'll put it in some bank. That's not very smart. Tell the whole world where it's all at. Remember, the French came over here wanting their gold back. Did they even get the same gold? Remember Henry Kissinger? Oh, crap. Another one of Thump's buddies, Nixon. Hey, wait, what? Richard, Tricky Dick? Yeah, they all love the sun god, the phallic god. That's why there's a phallic out in front of the Washington Monument, the same one as Christianity or Catholicism or baptism or Mormonism. Jesus, Paul Jesus, go around the circle like a halo, like Saturn Kronos, try to slow the sun, pray to the sun god, sun, Tammuz, the one who had sex with his mom. Yeah. Satan, Mithra, Jesus, baby manger Jesus, born in a this is all vanity, and this is what this whole worships. Everybody worships this. Everybody celebrates this. Traditions of this pole god. Everybody's on the calendar 2024. Who do you know right now that's celebrating? Well, they're Satanists. You're not supposed to say, you rip the Hamashiach, this covenant he made. We're not under that. You're not going to get in his grace by celebrating. Actually, we froward, screw, twist, pervert, and change his word every time that he said the last things he left us with is, if you add to this book, you will receive of all the written plagues. What do you mean, like 129-pound hailstones? Honga Tonga much? If you take anything out or add to the, I will blot your name out. You could have already been a goat. Well, you ain't getting your go to hell. You could have been a lamb, a vessel of mercy from the foundation, but you can have your name blotted out. Remember ordinances? I don't go by ordinances because I don't follow man laws. I follow the Father. Judge that shall be judged. You'll be judged by the law that you go by. That's why you're supposed to judge everybody righteously. Don't believe these Christian and religious and Baptist and Mormon and telling people don't judge. You're an idiot. Idiotosh. You're an unskilled, you're unlearned. I can't blame that against you. That's okay. You're just an idiot. Same word as ignorant. You just don't know. You're a simple man, unskilled, unlabored, uneducated. As a matter of fact, it's never even been in your eyes or your ears. So don't be mad at somebody for being an idiot. They probably didn't even know they're an idiot. Most idiots don't know they're idiots, and that's about 99% of the world is a bunch of idiots. They are. They celebrate. They stink to high heaven like fish. They think they live in the age of Pisces. Well, they don't know. They're idiots. They live in an age of deception. They don't even know that we're in a brand new celestial age, but Donald John Trump does. So does his buddy, Joe Biden. He knows. That's his best buddy. Joe, his actor buddy, Joe. Tripping over Joe? Or is that John Kerry, the other actor, playing tripping upstairs? You've been fooled. Actors, television. You've been schooled. You got stung by the spelling bee. I told you got poked. Did you get the sticker? The number one selling product in the history of mankind, the number one selling drug dealer on the planet ever, Donald John, the number one spending president, even Kamala Allah Akbar and her buddy Joe couldn't outspend Donald John, the one who has been stolen the technology, and we never needed to fight one single war. So you think about the biggest polluters on the planet, that would be the militaries. They get a free pass. How come Greta and how come nobody's talking about, boy, we got windmills and solar panels, but they're not talking about this military industrial complex that goes out into the waters of our oceans, destroys wildlife, and gets a free pass every day. Kills people all over the world. Let's go back to the military industrial complex. The American Eisenhower warned us. Now I'm telling you as his messenger, your tax dollars pay to kill people in other countries. Are you okay with that? You just killed a whole Ukrainian generation. They're gone. The average fighting age over there, now Putin's using hypersonic missiles. Yeah, it's like 40 plus. They'll take you right off the streets now. They're all gone. They've left the country. In fear, they'll be women thrown right into the meat grinder. Are you disgusted with this country? How come Donald McTrump, McNugget, McMoneybags hasn't mentioned that our women can be drafted? because he will send these people to war. He don't care. All he cares about is getting rich. The number one single selling product ever in the history of mankind, it was a drug. And Donald Trump was the maker of that and creator of that. He put his name on it, the creator of the warp speed jab, poker sticker. Remember, Pfizer jab? That's the number one selling product ever. So the number one drug dealer on the planet ever is Donald Trump. And in the Word of God, it says they will be fooled by pharmakeia. The big farm guy, hello, Moderna. You know, they haven't even produced a trial vaccine on humans. And he allowed this under his he's a creator of this. The bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed, Mr. Apollyon. He has his house decorated with this. Sun God, the seventh king. He's revealing the coming of that crown virus. That was the corona. What the hell you think that was? Whole thing was about declaring the coming of the Antichrist. That's why he has his house decorated. That's why he's the man responsible with his technology for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. That doesn't add up. Jet fuel, the combustion rate. I'm a Reconstructionist. I'm a prior tyrant, veteran, law enforcement, traffic crash. I'm much better at math than most. Not better. I have a higher, not a layman, not a simple. To do Reconstruction, you need to have a much higher education in math. Tangent, offset, coefficient of friction, all these things are equations. You have to input certain equations. Drag factor, all these things will produce striation, all these different calculations will produce your speed. I can tell what you're doing. I don't care what you tell me. The evidence speaks for itself. I don't need your opinion in the matter. You shouldn't have checked your brakes. You might want to take a brake check on this guy. He decorates his house with Satan. He's the one responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes that day. He said, I now have the tallest building in the world. Why were there dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower? Because he's the king of Israel. He doesn't believe in the Hamashiach. No, he doesn't. He's anti. Why would he call himself the king of Israel? Jews don't believe in the Hamashiach. They don't believe in somebody can redeem us. They go by the older Pharisees. They rip Christ down from the tree. They think they're Jews and special and above under this. That's the king coming, brothers and sisters, and declaring. They know this. They think they can beat this. They think they can escape this. Nobody's above anybody else on this. Not under this covenant. Nope. That's why God hates buildings. He destroyed the Babylonian tower. So if you try to rise above other, that's pride. That's Satan. That's when Donald Trump has his house decorated with the pride god. Why do you think? Why in the hell didn't he say anything his first presidency? Why didn't he say anything until I started saying something about it? That God created one race, the human race, man and woman, although we have different cultures and customs. That's an abomination. I'll see your pelvic bone. I'm a Reconstructionist. They can throw your body in the dirt. You can claim to bender this gender or whatever you put your head height, your shoulders, your hips, the digits on your fingers. Numbers add up. We're portioned completely. In America, I serve this military beast industrial complex. A woman has a different standard in physical training than a man because we're built differently. So don't sit there and tell me that a man, you're either born a man. Why is he just talking about, why didn't he say anything? We need to call and put Donald Trump in jail immediately because he's the one who declared the national emergency that we had 100%. If you got, we'll do math. Don't be political and don't say anything. And if you pervert the word of God, I rebuke you. And you pervert the actual facts, I rebuke you. If you got 100%, you got that disease. Supposed fake Bung Julio crap that it was all warp speed, create, remember? And it was called novel corona, which means it was made in a lab, you idiots. You can't come against this word. You can't come against historical record. You can't come with the fact that Donald is leading this charge. Although his bankster buddies, JP Chase, the one who took out Mr. Tesla. Who, Elon? No, that's his buddy who has this with their buddies. Why do you think he put him in charge of the whatever, if something's going on? No, we're not going to get any. Police yourself. Donald is policing himself with stinky muskrat. Mr. Glasshole, who glasses the inside, fission, takes the dirt and fuses it together so it can create an impenetrable water hole. Glass hole. So he can put his millimeter dome. I'm losing you, huh? No. I hope you understand. Remember, Tesla said I can build a dome over your city. a ray, a death ray, so no military can penetrate. That's the wall that Trump was talking about putting over your city, putting over you. It's called Hotel California. Well, you will check in. You can call him Mr. Re-Education Camp, and if you don't speak up about the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around, dude, you're going to be in that camp. They already interned Walmart, Americans, the Waltons, Sam, Mr. Smiley Face. People born right here in America were put to go re-educate and work. And I've warned you under Mr. Barry, his buddy from behind, Barry, Mr. 44, still couldn't outpace his spending. Remember what he passed? Executive order that I was warning you under this blog is Truth Viral Television. TV, the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. That's I warned you of the 923. Are you freaking serious? 923 executive orders? Executive Order 11004, where they can relocate YouTube, whole communities, and YouTube puts you in YouTube. They can put you in re-educate work. They already did that. Relocate whole communities and make you work. You think Trump's going to export these citizens? It's going to be you. America. It's going to be you. You're not getting paid. These people are getting their buildings for them. Trans-Alawa. You have any idea about that violent criminal gang? They like cutting people in pieces, just like Mr. Thump. Yeah, his sun god. They cut people pieces up and eat their flesh. Mr. Warp Speed himself. Remember Tesla technology? Stolen by Chase. JP took out that old man, and that John Trump has had that millimeter. What he was messing with that same wall, millimeter wall, dome. Hello, dome, 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 dome. Welcome to the city. 15-minute smart city, sanctuary city. Who's going to get in these camps? Executive Order 11004 allows the United States Federal Management. We're going to play a word soup. Emergency agency. Salad. Stirred it up, huh? We'll toss salad for you. To relocate whole communities and put you into work camps. Oh, that'll never happen here. It's already happened, you idiots. The Waltons, remember? Walmart, in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security, see something, say something. You just fall asleep at the job, don't you, America? That's why these women are going to end up being probably their orifice, because you're going to give up your Second Amendment to this pretendant fakery. Say something, Giannis, do something else. I'm going to not vote for that unless you take the LGR2BT. I thought they threw people off buildings for that in the other countries. Unless you take out the pork and the next day he votes for it. I'm going to put Billary in prison. How many hundreds of millions of dollars were put into his account for that scam? And then she sat 3 bodies away at the inaugural dinner. So you'll probably find that the most ignorant generation ever to come, they'll write probably thousands of years from history from now, was not the Biden supporters, was the Trump supporters who followed a man who decorates his house with Satan, Apollyon the sun god, because they don't know who that is. They don't know Apollyon is the sun god, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, who lived in a 58-story Babylonian tower, and God doesn't want us to be above anybody under this covenant. That's why I rebuke Donald Trump, because he wants to put you back under the Noahide laws and rip my love Shiloh, who will return down from the tree that they hung him from, making that covenant with his bride that he will call out, those that he's called out to their hearts, the ones that are given the wings of an angel that will not participate in this heresy called America, government, mind control, neuter gender, beast system, and all the lockstep. Everybody's waiting for a one world government, as you are all governed by a one world governance. Stand on the line. Yeah, how is America any better than we were supposed to be the example for other countries? We did exactly. That's why you American men are the weakest. They'll write that you men of America, many of you never missed a meal. You haven't. You haven't missed a meal. And you let the women, a man can overtake a woman. I know as a military veteran that us army men, we rape women in other countries and it gets shut up about. And we kill women and children. They don't shut up about that. But they do, man. Army, Marines, Air Force. This happens in we shouldn't even be outside our borders. So I rebuke America. And I rebuke everybody who thinks it's okay under this covenant. I'm the only teacher, one man on this earth teaching this right now. That God said, let vengeance God, although he used to require war, remember? Your enemy will come against you one way. I will make them flee seven ways. Israel, the heavens, the ruling class, annihilated that 7,000 man army, annihilated that 120,000 man army. No weapon formed against that nation because they followed in the commandments of the Father, Agape, those 613. But we're not under that. And nobody's teaching that. Not one. You name one other teacher, put it in. I'm not taking comments, but we'll look and see if you, in historical record, knew your tail, that backside hole, two cheeks to the same hole in the ground from what was coming out of your mouth. Name one man, one pastor, one teacher, one chaplain. I don't care what, I don't want to label. I minister the gospel. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. We're documenting the fall of civilization. What other man, definitely not no chaplain, is teaching that we're not supposed to have a military outside our borders? Although Mayflower nation, the blessed nation, it says in scripture, where the founding father, I rebuked George Washington, was a 33 fake stone, cornerstone, but at least the father had him, because the Father creates all things, ban Christmas. They came to America, and 99% more people outside America know this than inside the borders of America currently, that America was founded on Christmas. That's the whole reason everybody knows Christopher Columbus did not discover America. The Chinese were here in the 14th century. The Beaver Wars, everybody that was already this is idiocracy. It was God who allowed this nation to come and rape these pagans that were here, give them blankets and exterminate them because they were pagans. They worship a pole, more pole worship. Their pole, totem pole gods, they were Satanists, although they were very indigenous and symbiotic with the land, and I have a lot of respect for how they treated the land. God allowed the elimination. I never did understand that. It took me decades. You know, I'm millions of years old. I'll be around for millions and millions and trillions of billions and more. But in this time on the line, it took this flesh, this young flesh, to come into that understanding, because I guess maybe pride. I was a veteran, joined the military under the delayed entry program at 17, a minor child. Went off to war, the war machine, worked war for do the war machine, Megadeth, become a train killer, and nobody could shut me up because I would support their First Amendment right, and that's why you can't shut me up. And you can't even stomp a constitutional right out because it's a law of the land, natural, organic right that's been here since millennia. Like a man won't sup with these vipers. I won't abide by these ordinances, codes, or mandates. I have my life is in jeopardy right now. That I could have the federal government come to my door and shoot me because I stand up against this department of dipshits, the highest below the pretendency, with their low man on the Federal Bureau of Idiots, imbeciles, and the Department of Jackoffs and all these, whatever. I don't believe in corporations. I'm not some code. You'll never tell me that I'm some kind of business and my body is some kind of corporation. I'm not going to engage in commerce. I will not pay a tax dollar to this freaking corporation because it kills Ukrainian and women and children, and it funds Megadeth in other countries. You allow this corporation called America with its war machine, men like myself, women too. That's insane. Now, they're going to draft women to war and you're just going to sit around and shut up and be the silent majority? Yes, you are, you weak-ass men. In America, I called it, whatever. I called you out because you didn't even stand up. And this president, incoming, supposed selected, the selections, or whoever they decide who's related to the Queen, will be the pretendant to take away the Second Amendment rights of America, because he just says one thing and does something else. He didn't build any wall. He didn't put Hillary in prison. He blew Powell. Probably literally, but I mean, like the bubble that he said that was going to blow. He took rates back down to zero for nearly 14 years, destroying the saver, the retiree, and put the money in his buddies' hands, the banksters, the Koch brothers. What do you think all those rubber gloves and masks and to-go boxes and clamshells, that was all pre-planned? Novel coronavirus. Virus, corona, crown, the coming of the Antichrist. Apollyon, the sun god, the one he has his house decorated, that's transgender. And now he's just talking about transgenderism. I find that rather unique timing. How come he didn't say anything about it? His first pretendency. You kind of feel like you're being set up. Yeah, you are. He took more money from the American public, people of the public, and he gave it to his rich buddies. That is called socialism. Everybody who was that was Bernie Sanders that was running his socialism plan. Donald John Trump is the #1 spending president ever in the history of these divided states of America. He spent more than his buddy Barry. He spent, Joe and Kamala couldn't spend as much money. He's going to be put back in, and he'll do the same damn thing again that I warned about when he came in the first time. His spending. I don't care that he's, well, I do, but I already know these things. I already warned before he ever ran for president that he would be the president. Because he's been talking about it since frickin' the 80s. This isn't hard to tell. I have some of the best study materials on this rock. Let me give you one. The Simpsons, they've never let me down. So how long before Trump lays in a casket? How come nobody talks about the fact that they shot a surface-to-air missile? Do you have any? I'm a military. We call that an AT-4. That's a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. At the president, he asked Joe Biden for military, and he said, okay, you can have all of it except for the F-16s. Except for the F-16. I'll give you everything because I'm sending those to Ukraine to kill Ukrainian women and children. Brothers and sisters, please just hear this message. I will not take answers. I will not. If I ask, I might look down, but I'm not going to do this. I don't have time. I am born and birthed on the line of a generation that is the last remnant. I'm always born on the line. I am apocalypse. This broadcast is about the aletheia. No weapon, no man can come against this, no word. This will be definitive. I will define. I will give you historical and biblical record. I rebuke religions. Go busos knowledge, bathos knowledge. Go seek this for yourself. You can back up anything I say here, and if not, God, rebuke my heart as a false teacher, spreading blasphemies to your word, spreading just one jot away from the aletheia, the Hokodesh, the truth. Will you pass me with righteous judgments, Father? He warns of a false teacher, brothers and sisters. The false prophets. The word prophet is teacher. There's no such thing as modern day prophecy. I rebuke the Mormon church, you blasphemous, heathenist, Masonic swine in your big buildings. We do not celebrate anything. God does not dwell in houses and temples made by hands. He destroyed the field. Here's some biblical history for you. Historical record. In 70 AD, let me give you some prophecy of Christ, the HaMashiach. Not only was a man who could walk on water and walk through walls, but he was a prophet. And he prophesied to fulfill the law, the destruction of the temple. And when he said no stone, he was talking about in 70 AD when the armies would surround the nation of Israel after falling under Baal in the Grove, when the 10 tribes, hordes, powers gave up their authority of Israel to Baal in the Grove, when they started worshiping this transgender god, that Satan that Trump has his house decorated with, Apollyon, that has 3 genders. God is one God, separate. He sent the HaMashiach. The Hokodesh reigns within you. The Aletheia, the Holy Spirit, seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knocked, and not some all-in-one World Trade Center. 3 buildings turned into one. That was a ritual, an occult ritual. The birth of 3 genders to one is Satan. This is such easy to see. You'd have to be blind as a bat not to see it by now. That's why God said, I will not remove the scales from their eyes. It will fall on deaf ears. Do not try to turn a goat into a sheep, brothers. You need to concentrate on the fact is the prophets. Eyes, I'm burnt on this line as a marker, celestial, warning of the firmament of the signs, a warning of what is to come. They're markers, time markers. He birthed me, and I'm always birthed on the line to declare the coming of the passing, coming, and the, hey, whoa, this is it, the apocalypse. Checking out on the prison. But who's in prison? Are you enslaved? by your generation, because you will not go by this mammon, this celebrate. That's the imprisonment. I am apocalypse. I am revelation. This is a broadcast. We were sowing aletheia. He said, warning. The enemy came and sowed seeds. The word broadcast. You might want to define what the hell. Hell is the place of no knowledge. He said, my people will perish for lack of knowledge. That is the abyss. That's that revelation, not that scripture that I was speaking about, that king. So they declare they're coming to get the key. It's all about the key. It's all about the opening of the pit. There'll be a battle. They think they're going to Hadron Collider themselves and whatever. I know things that they don't want you to know. They don't care how much you know, brothers and sisters. Fear only the Lord. They care how much you care. That makes all the difference in the world. Do you make a difference? Are you a threat to only by word, not by force? Let vengeance be mine. It's a test to your faith. A will. He was the testor of that. See, listen, under that ordinance, codes, ordinance, mandates, this corporation, I don't follow that because I'm a man of the land and I'm born from this dust. Everything you see, he warns about idolism. Remember idolatry, the destruction of the temple. God sent his son, remember, in flesh to fulfill this covenant of vengeance. God was of wrath. Remember, he said, Lot, get your wife, get your kids. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around, kind of like we got going on in today's world. I'm bringing the lightning, the fire. I think there's a mark on this earth that God ain't playing around, is he? And he ain't going to deal with it again. Judge with righteous judgment. Don't follow these idiots telling people you're not supposed to judge. That's the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for people not to use righteous judgment. Use the word. If you know somebody who's celebrating something, they're a Satanist. Don't condemn them. Show them the narrow way. It's not that hard, brothers and sisters. You're not to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. You cannot fool the elect. It is not possible. They can have their self blotted out by pornea. I warned you of these eyes. That is the word idolatry. That's why he divorced his bride, destroyed that physical temple with the armies and every building in that. Remember, Jerusalem, Israel, all that destroyed, plowed salt in the land so nothing can grow there because they've celebrated. They perverted the celebrations. God used to require rituals, such as 2 sacrifices of a dove at the altar to be the physical circumcision of the flesh, right? This was their requirements to be grafted into the nation to celebrate the set-apart days of the end gatherings, the feast days, the Feast of Trumpets, the Feast of Leaven, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Tabernacles. Do you have any idea of your historical record? You bring your biblical scholar in here, and I will show you the aletheia. They have some other gospel, some other religion. I help to unfurl this religious idiocracy. Religions are all idiots. The Father himself, who sent his Son, birthed through the matrix, through the water, had to be birthed through the amniotic fluid to be born of flesh, correct? Hallelujah. So, hear me out, brothers and sisters. This birth through flesh, didn't we all come birth through your mother's matrix? Us men, we spend 9 months, and even you ladies coming out the matrix. Us guys, we have this tendency to want to get back in through that matrix. People don't even know what the matrix is in Scripture. Matrix is a biblical term, but people want to make it into some, I don't know what this is. I don't know. My son said I watched these movies with him. I must have been Mandela affected or something. Kind of like, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. Oh, that might have something to do with debt forgiveness, huh? Oh, now it says forgive us our trespasses. I warn you about forwarding anything, brothers, as we forgive us our debts, as we forgive us our trespasses, we forgive those who trespassed against us. That's not what the original Texas interlinear dialectus, gloss, a tongue say. They've changed, and God warns about changing even one word, one period, one jot, one yod, one tip, anything. I'm trying to speak more modern, would be like a period or like a comma, maybe take a letter out. He said, don't do that. I'll blot your name out. See, we do it to ourselves. God creates all things, so there's no such thing as free will. No, there's not. Blasphemy. No such thing as freedom, da-dum-dum-dum, is there? Well, no, it was about freedom of choice, to choose. That's why this country was unique, allowed to genocide a whole civilization of pagans. Blankets, remember? We gave them blankets. Although they did help us make through the first winter, and I have mad respect for their indigenous, they took much better care. They were still Satanist. I'll call it like it is, because I'm not going to tell a lie. He said, don't change anything. Anybody who celebrates is a Satanist. Anybody who celebrates birth is a Satanist. Satan means the adversary to Christ. So you're either with Christ or you are an antichrist, not the antichrist. The antichrist will be revealed as AI. Here's how stupid this world truly is. Maybe we'll stop saying that, because I don't know. They're so borderline with all this interweb tech, worldwide web, face, interface. Do you know anything about computing? You ever studied computers? I'm a reconstructionist. To reconstruct means to basically calculate by equation or rhythm or cycle or a repetitive cycle would be a computation of an input to achieve an output. That's not learning. You're not learning anything. They've got the whole world thinking that a computer can learn. They're idiots. I rebuke everybody in this world that thinks there's such thing as artificial intelligence. You're an idiot. You're an idiot, and I rebuke you. You make me want to throw up right now all over the screen, all over you, because you're sick. Twisting something that is not even possible. You input crap, it's going to put out crap. What do you think your metadata is? Your Hive, Mind, Facebook, any of these. Remember, you used to get we all would get the same results when this first web came out, this net that we, you're thinking about a lawnmower now. You even my lawnmower, and now it's going to show up. I'm not even saying you put it in. I had people come to me, and I told this, and they're like, dude, that's crazy. There's no way. And I said, well, you'll just give it time. You'll see. Your phone will pick up on what you're thinking because of what you put into it already. It's not that smart. I know they call it a smartphone, but it's just a computation of a cycle of a number of a sequence over and over and over and over and over to produce a rhythm. Cycles of an algorithm to computate a final, the best of what is inputted. If you put in crap, you're going to output crap. These people believe in artificial intelligence. So if you believe in artificial intelligence, will you please leave this blog? You're an idiot. You don't have any idea. Quantum computing, five-dimensional, whatever, chess. This is not some. So if you believe this, then you probably believe in Mr. Stinky Muskrat. And you're going to fall and think that the Antichrist is real and it's an artificial intelligence when it's just some technology that's been held by Donald John Trump and his uncle since the 1800s. We never needed to kill one person over oil. So I'm going to be the only blogger and person probably in history to blame Donald John Trump for all the wars. The MAGA death because we didn't need oil. Henry Ford. Well, the Trump administration and the whole family itself, historically, no weapon can come against this, not biblical record, and this is out. I'm not even worried about the Department of Justice or the Federal Bureau of Idiots or these people. They all know this. No, they don't. Most of them are just compartmentalized. 99% of the people who work for this corporation are the beast, the mente. There's more government. They just created more government, more jobs in America. Yeah, government jobs. Do you know anybody who works for the government? They're the beast. I know. I worked for that military industrial, American industrial rape MAGA death machine, and we forced people for 50 years to pay for our oil with the U.S. dollar when we didn't even need to. Don't you remember? Didn't you read any historical record of Tesla, Nikola Tesla, push, pull, pause, I can grab energy right out of there, whole currents, Paradise, California. Boy, do you have any idea what a smart meter does? You disconnect yourself from the ground, they're going to put Lightning takes the path of least resistance, brothers and sisters. What do you think happened in paradise? Didn't you see any of those actual cameras of those houses burning from the inside out? That's Musk technology, Tesla technology, Trump technology. As is above, so is below. Tesla was telling he was a threat to the banksters. JP Chase, they had already invested in polls. They love their polls. They love, poll is the cock, the phallic, or well, like January, the cock, the rooster in that case, and we'll try to put them in a better word. Well, the panga, the Hispanic, I'll try to, the Washington Monument is Satan's phallic. That's why they put that on top of a church, that steeple. That's the rebirth of Nimrod. The birth in the middle of winter, Jesus. Baby, he was born in a manger. Catholicism, Christmas. So you call him Jesus, but that's who that is. That's Catholicism. That's Apollyon, Satan. Satan was born on December 25th. Christ was not born anywhere in the month of October, November, or December because the sheep, if you know anything about Israel, are not in the fields because of the rains. So that's how much of an idiot the whole world is. They can research. None of this is hiding. This is all there for you to seek and you shall find. Ask, knock, and I will come sup with you. Ask, you will receive. Not, this isn't, this stuff used to be on the dark web. They hid it, but they're not. Welcome to the new. I used to tell people, hey, they're meeting out in California. They're burning this big Moloch statue and their blood on the ground and they're drawing pentagrams. People used to tell me I was crazy. Nuts. And now they're like, hey, we're meeting in Davos, Switzerland. We're not hiding it anymore. It's not hard to find that. You can go find that John Trump, his uncle John Trump, is messing with millimeter wave, and so is Tesla. He was talking about free energy and perpetual motion and anti-gravitics and electrogravitics. There's things on this rock that we can't build that, yes, we could if we use this tech. Yes, we could. Megalithic structures because of millimeter wave and frequency. What am I talking about? Okay, so Mr. Chase is heavily invested with Mr. Ford. We're going to go back in time like the movie Back to the Future, which is 100% about Donald John Trump. You might want to see Informed Christians. I think it takes 45 minutes to get through the first 15 seconds. 15 seconds of the movie Back to the Future. It took Informed Christians here on YouTube. The movie Donald John Trump is what you can call Back to the Future. 88, got to get back in time. Remember when Michael J. Fox is 666? Remember when he ran over the scarecrow? What is the first thing he said? Jesus Christ! They're replaying the, yeah, that's what you might want to go watch this Back in Time, 88 gigawatts, flux capacitor. This whole thing is about this whole coming of this age that we're already in. Remember, they're not hiding it. We're meeting in Davos, Switzerland. We're in the new age. The water bear is pouring out the fish, Fomahawk. The age were already declared. I'm always burped on this line. Remember, I told you that Psalms 19. Remember, the firmament declares the handiwork of the Father. It goes out across that line, day after day, night after night. It's a clock. So anyways, most people are celestial idiots, and they think it's 2024 right now, and they're idiots. It's not 2024. Your time understanding is warped. You probably celebrate things, and you are do the works of your father. Get behind me, Peter. Satan, and Satan is the adversary. You're just some idiot, and I'm okay with that because I won't hold you accountable for being an idiot. You probably don't even know what the word idiot means. You're insulted by a word that's not an insult. Unfortunately, this is the world we live in, where everybody celebrates, and we're not supposed to celebrate anything. Under this covenant, we're not supposed to go outside our borders. And how many countries right now have militaries that go outside their borders? America is the most disgusting, filthy nation ever to walk the history of this rock here, because even Rome, they're just basically an extension of Rome. It's 5785, and I'm not going to answer questions, but if it's on subject, I might answer a question that's on subject. I'm doing a blog here to document the destruction, the fall, and the new bringing in of all these these people they're already paying in America to live here. An average American has to have perfect credit. They're going to check out your social media to see if you're outspoken. You have to have perfect credit. You got to have debt to ratio. We want to see first. Let's take for Maine, for example. Last, deposit, security deposit, cleaning deposit. What's your debt to ratio? See, you're that $1,800 apartment you're going to pay, and you're going to pay a power bill, and they pay their power bill. You're going to pay a water bill, and they're going to pay their power bill. You got to furnish the damn thing, and theirs comes with a big screen TV and a pub table, and they don't pay anything. In Maine, they've already granted this federal government that's rogue, that should be eliminated under posse comitatus. They're now can turn the military against you. Good luck. You ain't doing it anymore. This fall of this civilization is already happening. They're already putting in a new class. The Trojan horse has already been rolled into this country. Somebody asked about this. Now I'm giving you the answer to it because it's part of what's going on. Trump's supposed to be the one who's supposed to be taking care of this. Why didn't he build the wall when he was in office? Because he's not talking about building a physical wall. He's talking about building a millimeter wall to lock you in and put you in one of these smart cities and let these people run around with blue helmets to chase you Americans around and put you in these smart cities. And especially you ones that won't go along with this, corporation called America. It's not a constitutional republic. It is a democracy. It is a mockery. There was a House, a Congress, and a Senate. How many millionaires are there in Congress, by the way? Judicial, legislative, and executive. So as a person that's been here for billions and trillions of years, here, I don't go where no dead people are in the sky. Let me teach you something. Dead people don't go to the sky. We'll stop for a minute. We'll go back. We'll make a marker. I'm a reconstructionist. I've had a blog of 20,000+ over on TikTok, and I could put 12 to 1,500 of you in a room and have 8 of you talk to me at the same time and still control the room. So I think we'll take a pause for the cause here, and we'll continue to talk about what's going on currently on this rock, because it's pretty important you understand that as this Trojan horse is rolled in, and Mr. Thump, who is supposed to be in charge here soon, who could have done something about this already, never planned on actually building a wall. He's going to put you in these 15-minute cities. He passed what is called a red flag gun law, which means they can take, I'm a veteran. Let's just say I have a collection of things I've collected over the years, which is not illegal under your Second Amendment right. I should be able to own. You want to see the hypocrisy of this government, and this is the government our founding fathers warned us about? You'd think they'd be really happy about somebody's house getting swatted over an ordinance of grass because they didn't take care of F you and your grass law. Not following that crap. Yeah, you get swatted. I got 40 acres. I got 65 out here in the high desert. He said narrow is the way. All the cities are going to burn to the ground. Every one of you are going to die in these cities, in my opinion. In my educated opinion, you're all hooked up to a smart meter. That means you've undone your ground. You ever seen a transformer blow up? Imagine when they all blow up at one time. You guys are so toast. I don't even think there'll be any. I think it'd just be ashes, like the word says. You'd be ashes under my feet. The word of God. I don't think they think I don't care how it's going to burn to every city will burn to the ground. That's why they're booting these millimeter wave bowls up to try to protect what is about to come. As is above, so is below. I don't care what the world thinks about. This is a blog. This is a broadcast where I'm sowing seeds of truth. If you don't like it, you don't have to stay in here. You can leave any comment you want. Normally I answer questions. I like to participate in my ministry. I have a ministry. I teach the gospel, but right now he says, go blow the shofar, Tracy. That's not my name, so I'm just giving you it so you can make some record. I don't go by my name that I was birthed. I'm not part of the corporation. My name is Pastor Apocalypse. I go by Pastor. I am a living revelation. I'm a living testament. I live this book. If you don't think so, document it. I have a documentation. That's what this blog is. It's documentation of my inheritance. The heirs, the sons of God. The ministry is what I'm here to do. The gospel. You're supposed to be doing it too if you're a son of God. I'm not special. Nobody's above anybody else just because I'm a teacher. Hey, I warn you, that is the word prophet. And he warns of the false prophet. Yes, he does. That's my birth on the celestial marker, the false prophet, the scorpizzo. If you notice, a lot of the times I wear black because it's the only country I cover apocalypse, removal of the cover that I feel comfortable other than this red hat that I wear. And the Hopi warned about a man in a red hat The white man in the red hat, is he talking about Donald John? Were the Hopi talking about the Donald John Trump? I think I'm a lot older than Donald. I'm millions of years old, brothers and sisters. Let's take some time to teach. God is not in the sky. Dead people don't go to the sky. Heaven is not in the sky. So if you think any one of those, you probably have screwed up. That the Hebrew word is froed, the rest of the word. And I'm sending out, blowing the shofar, the horn, the trumpet of this warning. You might want to get with the definition or not speak of things you don't have any busos of, because he'll throw you in the place of no busos. He says, my people will perish for lack of busos. I'll throw them in the place of no busos. Bathos, knowledge. Hell is the place of no knowledge. It's not anything else. You cannot make hell anything else, or you are a heathenous swine, and you are forwarding the definition. You're defiling it, and you are literally forcing yourself in every A-hole and B-hole you can find, huh? That's why God divorced his bride, Israel, for thinking gods were in the sky. 99% of the world thinks God is in the sky right now. Their dead ancestors are in the sky. When I die, I don't never go to the sky. I'll never go to the sky. God has never been in the sky. God does not dwell in temples made by hands, although he used to come one day a year, the God of out flesh, and visit behind the veil, but only to the high priest. Remember? The sacrifice, the ritual, the blood, the glassy sea, the altar, the entrance into the temple, the table of showbread, the altar of incense, the 7 stars, the 7 Pleiades, the 7 churches, the 7 candlesticks. The 7 stars are the 7 churches, are they not? I control the Pleiades. I tighten the Pleiades. I loosen Orion's belt. No stone would be left upon another. That was prophecy of the destruction of the temple. The physical law would be destroyed. It'd be fulfilled. How did he know? How did he know? Prognosko is the Greek word to have foreknowledge of from the foundation of the world, because this was already written. You're only seeing an unwinding of time, and space is not over your head. That's the north and south, sun, space, God. Space God. Go to the moon on the Apollo mission to the moon. Semiramis is the one who had sex with her son. The star goddess Ishtar, Ashtaroth. This is the celebration of Ishtar, Easter, where there was a sacrifice of flesh. The lamb, your post, physical, had to be, there was a physical price. You had to pay 5 shekels to the king. Yeah, a physical price had to be paid, and then he would kill every one of your first. You don't want to take his word seriously. It's not my, I'm not here to change any. Remember, I only feel comfortable in black. The false teacher, the Scorpizzo, he put this covering over me celestially. It's probably to keep me in line. I don't like being a false teacher. By my sign, celestial sign, this red hat, I don't know why. I normally wear a black one. This is like the first, I've had it for a long time. They warned, the Hopi warned of a man in a red hat. Who is that? Is that Donald? Or is that I? What is he warning you of? He's hoping to bring in the coming of the Antichrist. He is not the 7th king. That's who his house is decorated with, the 7th king. The one that's locked up in the pit in Revelation 9:11. If you were taking notes, this should all start to come together for you. Thank you, Father, for this aletheia, for the Ruach HaKodesh, for the Busos. You'll remove the scales from their eyes, right? Apocalypse, the cover, the scales, the removal of the veil. I am Apocalypse. Pastor Revelation. I am a living revelation. I live that testament. The secrets, what they're not telling you. The magnetosphere, brothers and sisters, has weakened by over 40%. And this rock is getting penetrated They like penetration, banging pots and pans and banging things and banging each other and having sex with animals. 2024, celebration of birth, Satan, everybody you know does this or is okay with this. And if you don't speak up with this, this is what it talks about in Psalms. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish, evil is north and south, brothers and sisters. He said, I am the orizo, the horizon. It's all declared on that line. I hope you understand this marker that he said the light came up every morning from the, I am the orizo, which meant the light. Bull, millimeter bull, millimeter wave over the horizo, horizon. Planes, they fly over the plane. Don't talk about shapes in here, you'll be immediately removed. I don't care whose triangle peg you're sticking in whose octagon hole. Keep your shapes to yourself. I will go back and I'll delete all comments that talk about shapes. If you're a child and you talk about your peg, keep your peg and your pole worship to yourself. You go round and round on your pole somewhere else. Yeah, not in here. It's never welcome. Why do they fly ships in space? I wonder. Maybe they're going to outer space. North and south is the sun god. He said, I am the orizo. If you understand, it makes sense. Perfect sense. If not, you love this north and south worship of a pole. You think it's okay to celebrate, and it's not okay. You're not passing righteous judgment. He never said shut up. He actually said that the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around or women to stand around and do nothing, say nothing, not speak up about this evil of these people who don't even celebrate the right time. In Scripture, if they were biblical at all, they would know it says the devil, and it never said that in the original text. So why the hell do people say that? The devil. Because they're translators. It never says one world government or one world currency or one world religion. And the whole world believes that right now. WEF, WHO, who's that? Klaus Schwab, you'll eat the bugs. You're already eating them in Tyson food. They already have a corporation that's in cahoots and adding that to your food already. So you'll eat the bugs and you'll be happy. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. They already stripped almost all the American middle class out of this nation, and I'm glad that I stood up for my country. I don't like it, but at least I didn't stand around and was the silent majority. I protested the president. I protested the governor, Kate Brown. I protested my elected, the sheriff's a Klansman, the judge is a Mason. That's a Bob song. You might want to go listen to that. But this sheriff is a criminal, and I protested his office, and I've had the state of Oregon swap my house because of my voice. This happens. If you go back and look at my blogs, you'll see that my life right now is in danger. I've already been shot. They already kidnapped my daughter. We're all facing criminal felony charges right now. So you're speaking with a possible felon. Ooh, I'm a possible felon. I don't have a criminal record, but I'm facing felony charges right now. Ooh, you better get off this block. Your evidence, because the feds watch everything I do. They don't care how much you know. They care how much you care. The feds are watching you. I don't care. The Father's watching me, and the Father is the one who judges me, and that's the only law that I'm going to go by. I'm not a corporation. So I hope my young son, Elijah, is standing on what he did. Go look at the SWAT warrant. I actually live streamed it. So don't you try to pass judgment on me. You do some freaking investigating before you even try to make any kind of assumption. You know what they say about being assuming? It makes an ass out of you and me. Go look at the evidence. Why don't you do something about it? I'm a veteran that actually is standing for your rights. Do you know anybody else that stood up during the COVID? And my life is in jeopardy right now. I've already called, which I don't want to. I don't. I let Father fight all my battles, but hey, somebody's got to get somebody's attention. I already called the Department of Jack-Offs Justice, feds, bunch of idiot corporation to try to come in, and I've done this for 4 years. I've been trying to get this elected sheriff out here to get off his fourth point of contact and investigate this sheriff's department, because I got plenty of criminal activity and many members in this community that are suffering because of it. So, yeah, who else held a protest? We'll call you he. Did you hold a protest against your elected sheriff trying to criminally have Donald Trump put in prison because of his fake national emergency, and to get up and stand with the businesses in your community, the middle class businesses, so they would not be shut down? Not the first time, but the second time. You know, people said, Tracy, you're going to go to prison. You're going to go to Guantanamo. This is a national emergency. I said, no, it's not. This is a fraud. And if you keep going by this national emergencies, keep saying you're going to keep feeding this beast like all of you, you're idiots. Every one of you who followed this COVID crap, I rebuke you. Every one of you. I can't stand. You make me sick to my stomach. As a veteran who served this military industrial complex, we're supposed to kill women and children in other countries so you could be free, and y'all stood on the X. You're sick, disgusting, filthy people, you Americans. Especially you men. These women are going to have their, get the fuck off me, you big son of a bitch! Do not put your dick inside my hole! You didn't stand up during that, and I apologize as a teacher and a pastor for using foul language, but a woman has a different military standard in the military. Now they're going to send our women to war? This is the first time I brought this up. Second time that they came to flatten the curve. I blogged about how they would draft our women, and then they let it go, and now it's back. Did you say anything about that the first time? I did. Military Times, it's on this blog. They can draft our women and send them to war. I served with the first female sniper in the military, Sergeant Beanick. And although she was hardcore, we still drug her ass all over. She kept up, but she still got drugged. We have a different physical build. And Donald is going to let these Second Amendment items get taken. I can't have an Apache. I have 40 acres. I live out in the middle of the country because I don't want to be around the cities. They're all going to burn to the ground, every one of them. You just watch unless they can protect them with their millimeter bowls. But I live out in the country. I don't want to live near chaos. He said, be meek, not weak. So I stood up for this country, and I held protest against a fake emergency. National emergency, my left cheek. No, you caught the virus. Some novel corona, which was man-made. Do you research anything? Do you know what novel means? If you got it, and you were between the ages of 18 and 60, your survival rate was 99.8%. That's not a national emergency. Let's go to he. I'll make one comment for one troll. Tell me which text you're studying out of. We're going to go ahead and put the lights on you. The feds are watching you. God's watching you. You came against me and made a claim that I don't read scripture, and I said I'm a teacher and a pastor. Can you tell me which scripture you're reading? I want the exact text you're studying. Okay, I'll give him one chance, and this is the world, brothers, sisters. This is the world we go by. This person could be helping and make a comment, but they have no historical record, no understanding. So you made a comment that I've never read, and I'm a teacher, so I'm going to ask you a question, and then I'll answer you. I'm talking to you. He. Are you a he, she? What he? Are you confused? Are you gender confused? Well, there's only one race, the human race, man and woman. If you're anything else, just please leave now. You're an abomination. So I'm asking you a question. Which scripture, because I don't call it Bible, the first 5 books in scripture are Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which is the Torah, the Jewish law. So your chance to speak up one more time, and you're going to see that everybody sees like people like you don't have any substance, busos, bathos, knowledge. So let's see which knowledge you are studying from, so I can see if you can even equate to even sup here, because I don't sup in this word. Hint, it says, oh, the Blue Book Project. Oh, that's the one you should. There's only one. But which one are you studying out of? Which one are you going out and running your mouth about and teaching anything about? Watch your mouth, son. Okay, so see, here we go, brothers and sisters. No answering anything. So I'll give you one more time, and this will teach off of you, because I'm a pastor and a teacher. It says, do not sup with vipers, judge them with righteous judgment, do not condemn them. I'll let God condemn this idiot. I asked him a question. He came and he's all over the place. I know I am, but I stopped the whole thing. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to you. Everybody's watching and can't even answer my question. So obviously they're very unfocused and they can't answer the question. So we're going to learn off of this idiot, because he probably thinks idiot is an insult. He tells me, do not sup with vipers. Now, I'm not condemning. I'm not condemning. I've asked you one question. Focus. Focus. Which, everybody in here, what, you know, it's pretty funny. Other people can answer the question that I've asked you. Other people, I guarantee you. So one more time, he tells us, and we're going to learn off you, because we're actually going against God's word right now. Anybody who's a part of this ministry, High Desert Faith and Truth, knows that. We only give you 2 chances in here. He, she, whatever gender you have gendered yourself or confused about. That's not my problem. My problem is I've asked you a question on which word of God you are reading. You called it a Bible. I don't call it a Bible. If you call it a Bible, that would be basic instructions before leaving Earth. Okay, so couldn't answer the question. That's the problem with people. Son, your vernacular, your vocabularies, you lack busos. If you would like to come back here again, and normally I said I was going to do it, but I'll take the time because I'm always a teacher and a pastor. And I was told, do not cast your pearls before swine. So now I have to teach these people that I just made a mistake according to the word of God written in the word that I have. And I'll go ahead and answer the question. You might want to go, I didn't show the book, The Binding. You might want to go back and just follow my past blogs, because I am almost always talk about it. The moderators always talk about what actual scripture that we're learning from. So we're not some bastardized version of some watered down milk. I give them the meat. Okay? The meat. So go watch my past videos and can learn, but you're not welcome here. Goodbye. So ask Jesus. Okay, we'll learn one more time off this viper. Hey, did you know that Christ said there are more than one Jesus? So which Jesus are you talking about? Do you know the letter J? We'll teach this swine, low energy swine. I'm going against the word of God, brothers and sisters. He says, do not sup with vipers. But I'm doing what God is telling me. It says, love thy enemy. This is obviously my enemy. Like thy love thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. But this person doesn't even probably know what love is. So we'll say one more thing, and then I'll just go ahead and moderate them, because I don't have a moderator in here. I'm going to ask you one more question. And I only want is a yes or no answer. Okay? I just want one more answer from you. How many Jesuses are there in this Bible that you speak of? Or let me ask you this. Did you know there's 2 Jesuses in Scripture? Did you know there's 2 Jesus? So which Jesus are you speaking about? You said Jesus. Now, which Jesus are you speaking? There's two. Do you know there's 2 Jesuses in Bible? Just answer that. And then which Jesus are you following? There's more than one Jesus in Scripture. Did you know that? Uh-oh. 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 So anyways, brothers and sisters, if you're following this blog, I normally don't, and I said I wouldn't, but I always take time to teach. I'll always stop to teach. Okay? So, much love. We learned off you. Thank you for your time. You're not welcome. He said, don't sup with vipers. You couldn't even answer my question. That's pretty silly. That, for everybody here, I'm not condemning you. All you have to do is answer which text you're studying out of. Now I'm going to teach everybody in the chat except for you. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I broke the covenant, brothers and sisters. I'm going to teach you this right now. Okay? Everybody else, I think he's out of here. Gone. Okay, look. Interlinear Texas Receptus. This gentleman is whatever he or she or whatever they are. I only asked what they were studying. I'm going to go back to the teaching because part of this ministry is conversing with, supping. Iron sharpens iron. Go watch all the past blogs. We do it day after day, normally 7 days a week. We don't just do this 1 day a week. This is a 7-day gospel. It's a 7-day ministry. I teach this the narrow way, okay? I teach you how to study out of an interlinear Textus Receptus. This is the canonized version, which coded with the Strong's Concordance. So you can I asked him tell me which scripture, and he couldn't even tell me. So if you have any other version of the Word of God, the basic instructions before leaving earth, the Bible, scripture, the Word, throw it away. It's trash. No, don't throw it away. Archive it and put it to the side, please. I only want you to be able to one-word study out of the original Greek. This interlinear means it's written in the original Greek. See, interlineal, dual language. This is canonized. This is the King James Version. It's a wild version. Canonized means these one-word study can be what this concordance is. How come this guy come in here and he can call me a liar and I'm just giving you facts? So, man, he missed out on so much good information too, huh? He's probably just shut up and been quiet. That's what I'm trying to get you to. Please don't speak out of order here. Do you know what a concordance is? Do you know how to study one word at a time? Do you know what this book is right here? Do you have any idea what this? I have a teacher and a pastor. He's like he could say everything that's in this book from his heart. It's written on his heart. My teacher and my pastor, Jim Brown, and he teaches out of this same. Now he has all in one. This is a 4-volume set that I teach from, okay? And it teaches with the concordance. This is why I'm a threat to the system, by the way. I am, because they don't want you to know these truths. And God sent you here. Don't thank me, thank the Father. All glory to the Most High. I am Shiloh who returned, Jesus Christ, the Mashiach. J was the last letter added to the alphabet, so his name when he walked this earth was not Jesus. Okay, but all glory to the name is not Jesus. Name means Shem. It says that in this book, Shem. Well, in the Old Testament, this is New Testament. This is Greek. So if you're going to study out of the Word of God, you might want to study in the original tongue. Dialect. You know, there's a glossary right in a book, the glossa. So if it's foreign to you, you can find your way. Glossa is the word tongue. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. So we're just taking some time. And I said I wouldn't, but it's worth it. We're going to take a pause for the cause to teach. I've always said that. That's what I'm here, brothers and sisters. I don't serve any other purpose. Most of my life is in uproar all the time. Literally, my life is being threatened physically right now by the state of Oregon, the federal government, Lake County sheriffs in Oregon, where I live because I'm exposing evil. So what? I don't care what they do to me. They have no authority over me. The next time I go sit in front of that judge, if he does not take care of what he's supposed to take care of, and his criminal district attorney and all these criminals that I've been pointing out here, I will say straight to his face that you have no authority over me, and whatever you decide to do with me is what the Father has already chosen for me. So you're not going to have any ruling over me. And I'm not a corporation, and I've already told them that. I was never arrested under my name, capital letters, Tracy Werner. So that's not who I am. I never was that man before I came into this flesh, and I will not be after I leave. I am a permanent, eternal, spiritual being having a temporary meat suit experience. This meat suit doesn't control me. You understand? The Hamashiach, Christ in you, this reigning of this word is what gets my feet to step up every day. I don't want to be here. I'm a veteran. I want to shoot myself in the head every day. But he said, endure to the end, Tracy, if you want to be saved. Oh, okay, I can't check out early. I can't do that. Otherwise, I have no chance at salvation. Sozo, to be picked up and lifted and carried from a beginning point, healed to an ending point. Sozo, saved. You must endure to the end to be saved. So if you'd like to thank the Father for why I'm here, you can thank him for one word, why I haven't already shot myself in the head. Because I don't want to be here. I served a military-industrial complex where people don't even care that we kill women and children in other countries so they can be free. And I'm a veteran, and they're standing on an X and wearing masks. What about freedom of choice? Choice to choose. They didn't give these government literally campaigned on every phone, commercial, everything, making people fear. I have a gentleman friend who is, I'm probably a lot eternally older here, but he's some 80 years old. And he got run over by, I'm out in a farming town. He actually ran into the back of one of these big cutting machines and he was messed up. He got life flighted out of here in a helicopter. And they said to him, unless you take this test, take this jab, we're not doing surgery on you. Isn't that insane? Force that man to take that drug, that injection, medical procedure that Mr. Warp Speed created. That whacked how many people? Boy, it never really was the vid, huh? It never really was the vid, was it? It was that sticker that got everybody, huh? Well, brothers and sisters, what about people's freedom of choice? There's no such thing as free will, but choice. Isn't that why we kill people in other countries? Americans! So you'll have the freedoms to have choice here in this country? And men come around in little white vans and say your grass is too long? How do you think our founding fathers would feel about that? Person-on-person crime. There cannot be a crime unless there's a person. Person? There's no person in most of these victims. You have the right to face your accuser under the Constitution of the United States. Under this Constitution, yes, you do. The state is a corporation, not a person. That's not legal. There are laws of this organic rock here that have been here that I know of since time and millennia. Are you telling me a man has to go ask permission to pay to build on his own flipping property? What? I thought we kill women and children in other countries so you'd be free over here. What the hell is going on? So, let's learn off this idiot right here. I'm going to learn off you, pro-Israel. We're going to learn off your, I know you're an idiot. I can already tell by your comments. If we got a moderator in here, don't moderate pro-Israel. Under the new covenant of 2,600 years ago, are you telling me that place in the middle of the desert is the last remnant that it speaks about in Scripture? Yep. Come on. Or is that place in the middle of the desert where it talks about in this book right here in Revelation about the last generation? Is that Israel that it's calling out? Israel, is it that rock over there? You're pro-Israel. Do you know under the covenant of 2,600 years ago, you're not allowed to go outside your borders? What about that 7-front plan that the United States of America led into Iran? So either answer my question, Israel, because I rebuke Israel. And I rebuke America. And I rebuke anybody who thinks even one person is above anybody else on this rock right now. Everybody's an equal. God hates anybody who thinks they can rise up. That is called the word pride. He cast Satan from the ruling class, the upper class, the heavens. Heavens are not above your head, you idiots. He cast Satan for one sin, and that was pride. Under this covenant, we're all equal. There's not one single person on this rock that's above another. It used to be just the house of Aaron and Levite, which are the Jews. Now it's the Jews and the Gentiles, you idiot. So is Israel some kind of place that it's speaking in this book? And if you think that, you are the devil. You're a distributor of fortunes of lies, and you're a demon. I rebuke you. Just like I rebuke the American nation that I live in, that your commander there, Mr. Netanyahu, who has got how many arrest warrants and how many, like 100 and some arrest warrants, committing genocide? Okay, so I'm going to ask you to answer me. You're going to be the same thing there, he, she, or whatever you are, you're fake Jew. Calling you out already is a fake Jew. What are you, a Northern Kazakhstan Jew? All these Nordic, yeah, I'm not fooled by your idiocracy. So you have one more chance to answer my question, because we're learning off your idiocracy. Is Israel, you say pro-Israel, That's your name. That's your whole profile. Is Israel that nation over there? And if it is, you are an apostasy to this word, and I will teach off your idiocracy. So, and then distraction. So, lame a guy. No, lame. No, I'm a guy. Okay. As I said, lame. Apologize. The state of Oregon shot me in my face and swatted my house. And so my eye in the right side has been permanently scarred and damaged, in my hearing too. So I have to look around my eye. So your name, pro-Israel. I mean, you're pro-Israel. That's cool. But Israel is like the elect, the one. So why are you pro-Israel? Because pro would mean you're prideful. So I hate your name right out the gate. And I don't think you even know what Israel, and I like teaching off your ignorance, because I don't think you know what Israel is. I don't think that 99% of the world does, but 100% Donald John Trump does. Okay, so I'm going to ask you one more question, and then I'm going to ban you permanently from this chat. You either answer my question just like he, because I'm not going to stop anymore unless you answer my questions. I will, whatever I said I wouldn't, but I'll do it to teach off of people's idiocracy. Idiot is a term called a simple man or unskilled, just uneducated. So when I call somebody an idiot, I'm not insulting them, but most people are insulted because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't even know what hell is. So is Israel in Scripture over there in the desert, the Israel that it calls out in Scripture? If you're pro-Israel for like the bride, I'm totally cool with that. I still hate your name because it's pro. It's like you're better than, and that's against this testament. You're breaking almost this testament right out the gate when you say pro. So you're telling me that Israel in the desert is the last remnant. So it's nobody else but those fake Jews over there who don't believe in the Hamashiach. So you believe in no Jesus Christ. So you can declare this in front of everybody, because this is a worldwide ministry. This is seen from all four corners, north, south, like the judgments. So everybody say, so you don't believe in Jesus Christ is the Hamashiach, correct, pro-Israel? You're a fake Jew, correct? Because you don't believe in Christ that he can redeem us for our sins. You believe I'm an infidel, correct? How does that say that under this covenant? See, there we go, brothers and sisters. Look at that. So these people believe that you are an infidel if you believe in Jesus Christ. This is why I warn you of Donald John Trump is an idiot like this. Look at this, brothers and sisters. This is what I warn you. The only way to the Father is through the Hamashiach. And so these people believe that you are less than them. Less than them. That is pride. That's why Christ, right, in the I am, cast Satan, right, without flesh, to be here, because he thought he was better than. Uh-oh. Isn't that pretty sickening what these people think? That rips Jesus Christ down from the tree, everything he did. Instead of just Jews, because see, the Gentiles were not, let me get rid of this idiot. Bye-bye, you idiot. You fake Jew. You're a fake Jew, and I rebuke you. Get behind me, Peter, stiff Peter. So we're going to teach everybody in the chat about this. This is very important, because this is what's going on in this country right now. Don wants to bring us back under the Noahide laws, like this idiot who believes in the Noahide laws, doesn't believe in that. He straightly said out that Christ was a fake prophet. That's sickening. That is Donald John Trump, just in case you know. Netanyahu has how many arrest warrants and how many. So this is what Trump is going to bring us back in under this pro-Israel idiot crap, where you rip Christ down from the covenant he made with his bride and you put us back under the law of flesh. Brother Jim is teaching that, I believe. Maybe he's not. I'm not sure. I have my own ministry over here. I can only spend so much time. I get addicted. I won't watch anything else but Brother Jim. Everything else is a waste of my time. You get to relearn things that that's how you might want to study, one word at a time. I teach the same way to study. So we need to talk about this, brothers and sisters, because this is going to play out here soon. They're committing genocide under the covenant of this Testament, it's Jews and Gentiles. So that should show you right there. They think they're better than you, and that's pride. That's originally what got Satan cast from the heavens. Same exact thing as this pro-Israel idiot. And I'm not being an anti-Semite because there's no such thing as anti-Semitism. There were no Jews in Israel or in World War II in Germany. That was 2,600 years ago. He made this a spiritual Jew. That included all houses, not just the house of Aaron and Levi. So anybody who still thinks that's a Pharisee, they believe in the old laws. So be judged by that law, and that's fine. Where the wages of sin is death. That's why I encourage you not to rip Christ down. The only way to the Father is through the Son. They don't understand the covenant. That's okay. You're not going to turn a goat into a sheep, and that's so beautiful. You think that person is going to have any effect? No, God made them an idiot, not me. I didn't have anything to do with their creation. I can't change anybody. Nope, I'm not here to change anybody. You're an idiot if you think I'm here trying to change anybody else. I am not. It's not possible to change the elect. You cannot fool, and a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction is from the foundation of the world. That's what it is. It's already written, brother. The word is prognosko. Romans, Apostle Paul, 13th apostle, 8:29. I also did foreknow. That's the Greek word. You might want to study Greek. You might want to get a concordance. You might want to get a lexicon. You might want to study what the hell you're saying. The Greek word in foreknow is prognosko, and that means to have foreknowledge of. God already wrote all this. This was already written. You're not doing anything that God has not already willed, either by your self-will. Self is the Greek word porneia, idolatria. You might want to study some Greek. It helps. You don't need to know all this, but this is like in the book of Timothy. It adds to your faith. He said, I also did foreknow who I did predestine, conform. You means you got to do what he did. You can't do the opposite. Conform to my image. What did he do? He stood against the law because they perverted the law. The Jewish law was called the Torah. First 5 books in Scripture. Now, this is the New Testament. This would be 3. The other 3 volumes were Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. They weren't a religion, brothers and sisters. They were the law. And under that law, the wages of sin was death. So his messenger, sending you this message, he warns, don't add, or you receive of all the written plagues in this book, or do not take a jot. In modern day terms, that's like a letter or a period or yod or till not even one letter. I will blot your name out of that book. So don't worry about what you know. You probably need to relearn most of the things you've already been taught incorrectly. And all you need to be concerned about is not adding or taking away from what the covenant he made to fulfill all flesh, not just the Gentiles and the Jews, but both houses, not a house of Aaron and Levite. Do you know under the Old Testament, if you were not related to the house of Aaron, which was one branch, the Levites, you couldn't even enter into the temple. It didn't even apply to you. The law did not, God didn't care. You were going to hell. You were a Gentile. You see what idiots these people are to say that these Gentile nations aren't worthy and they're goyim and they're infidels? That sounds like Muslims. They believe Christ is some false prophet too. Have you ever read the Quran? I suggest you do after you have mastered the interlinear Textus Receptus, both the old and the new. I wouldn't even study any of it until I die. It's worthless. It's just vanity. It was written by the Vatican anyways. Catholicism wrote the Quran, the modern day version of this Ishtar worship of the goddess of heaven. Why do you think they have sex with children? Because that is the son of Satan, Tammuz, who slept with a Jesus. Jesus is Satan, or Christmas, and Jesus married Easter, which is Ishtar, or you celebrate Easter. Christmas married Easter. Christmas died. She cut his body part. All of them except for one, which is his phallic, and she had sex with her son. Oh, that explains Joe Biden now, doesn't it? He was baptized. That's Catholicism. Baby manger, bestiality, chopstick. Let me see your decimai, Jesus. Who do you love? Who's your Agape? Who's your Shem? Yeah, Nimrod. That is Satan, Jesus, baby manger, Jesus. Apollyon. Why do you think they don't want the Christ? Because the Christ is the true Hamashiach. The Quran, they don't recognize. Catholicism does. They say eat crackers and grape juice. Cool, you live in Lake County. You want to tell me where I live? Because I'm not hiding it from you there, Lou. Let's talk about this. Come on, Lou. Lou, do you remember standing up during the COVID? How many years have you been here? Tell me about Sergeant Rorick. I live off Oil Drive if you'd like to come have a personal chat with me. Why don't you call Ted Martin's office and tell him about, why don't you mention my name? I have nothing. Cool, I've been asking for that. Tell criminal Judge Vanderberg, don't you ever tell me to shut up in that courtroom again. I already told Abigail, Lou. Tell me, I already told you where I live. So Lou, come on, this is a small town. It's not hard to find out who you are. I've been in this town probably longer than you, Lou. I probably have. You want to tell me when I rolled up in this town? Have you ever sat on the Chamber of Commerce here, Lou? I have. Have you? Have you ever sat on the chamber? I'm going to talk. We got a local positive resident of this county. So this is awesome. I've never actually had anybody come in from this piss poor sheriff's department, Sergeant Rorick and Josh Bezel and and Sam Birch and all these criminals who go around extorting. You didn't do anything. Did I see you during the protests, during the COVID? Did you do anything for this community? Okay, Lou, you want me to take drugs, don't you? Lou, did you take the jab? Did you stand up for Kathy? Tell me Kathy's last name, Lou. Tell me somebody's name in this town. Give me a name in this town so I know who you are. And don't make it like the Pockets or the Churches or the Guthers or the... Tell me about somebody's name in this town. If everybody, and you're going to turn my shit, good, go for it. Go for it. I'm not fearing these. I held a protest. You know, Michael Taylor's never called me. Why don't you go look at my live stream and see if I can get Michael Taylor. I'm standing up for the town that you live in, and you're sitting there telling me to get on drugs. You remind me of a frickin' government. They've already talked about this, and they want you removed from town. Okay, whatever you say right now is going to the sheriff. Okay, sheriff, you piece of shit sheriff. Tom Rourke, I'm coming for your bond, Tom. I just told you in public the other day. Remember Josh Bezel? I just saw you on Tuesday, and I said, you criminal pig, and you left. Why didn't you come talk to me? Are you the one who ripped the headlight out off my property out here and put it inside the gate? Josh Bezel, you criminal. I want cellular data. Why are you stalking community members in this county? Now let's go back to Lou. Lou, tell me somebody's name in this town. Nothing yours. Have no fear. They already gave me the best that they got. Remember, I stood against these sheriff's office and protected these businesses. Can you tell me how long have you been in this town? Let's just have a conversation. If not, I'll just moderate you. You're a pile of crap. Just like everybody in this town, they didn't stand up. You let Tony Karsten run around in this town, then tell me some frickin' names, because I don't believe you for a second. Have you ever sat on the Chamber of Commerce? You're a bootlicker, just like everybody else in this town who licks these farmers' boots because they're in cahoots with the sheriff. Yeah, I've been pointing this out about this town since I've been out here, huh? You know about me, huh? You're damn right you know about me. Everybody knows about me in this town because I stood up. Tell me the name or the owner of the farmhouse. If you care about this community, tell me the old owner of the lodge. Tell me the name of the owner of the lodge. Come on, that's easy. Everybody knows. Let's start getting together so we know that we're both at least the same, so everybody doesn't believe you're some kind of sham. Because so far you haven't contributed any knowledge to this town. So far, you don't want to put anybody in. What about Tony Karsten, the rapist who ran around? See, this is the problem, brothers and sisters. What about, can you tell me who Tony Karsten is? You know, he's a rapist he was in this town for how many years, Lou? You've been here 20. So how many years was Tony Karsten? It's okay. I'm learning. I need to do this, brothers, sisters. I need to do this. I do evidentiary streams every day. Go look at my thing pointing out that Judge Vandenberg's criminal. I'm going to put him in prison. I'm going to put Ted Martin, the district attorney, piece of shit, Ted Martin attorney, who is a criminal that I can prove. So I can prove this. I have no problems. And I did just call him a piece of shit because he is. He's garbage. This weasel is trying to weasel his way out because he'll be out in January and not in December. His last month. He's the one who swatted my house. What a pile of shit. Just like the piece of shit sheriff that's never come to my property, not even one time. Michael Taylor, you're a piece of shit. I cannot wait to have you unelected from your office because I tried to get you to stand with the businesses and you failed to stand with the businesses during the COVID. How many times have I called Michael Taylor's office, the elected sheriff, to point out the corruption that's going on in this town that gets shut up about? You know, there's more rapists, murderers, and pedophiles in this town than any other county. You think Lou cares about that? Lou, do you care that there's more rapists, murders? And you're not answering any questions, Lou, so you're a troll, and you don't care about this town at all. If you care about this town, come to my door. That's why I put that marker out. The police wouldn't come to my fucking door, you little pansy ass. I've never seen you anywhere. I would know you. Everybody in this town knows me. Just because I have a fucking voice doesn't mean that I can't assert my First Amendment right. You're a pansy. I'm calling you out. I would know you. You hadn't done anything for this town. I asked you a question. You ever sat on the chamber? Were you there at the protest against the sheriff's office against Kate Brown? It's still on the community page. Lou, were you there? Did you stand for this community? Otherwise, exit my chat. I'll see you in town if you want to meet me and have a conversation. I've never threatened violence in this town. I could have shot the state police dead on my property for driving on my property, not the easement road. So, one last chance to answer, Lou. Name one person in this town or you're a sham. Name somebody that isn't a farmer. Come on, there's been a lot of people in this town that don't farm. Let's see if you're just a troll, because now I'm beginning to think you're just a troll. I'm not a saint, Stoner. I'm just a man. Although I've been marred by this town and the sheriff's office and the state and the district attorney. This is the problem. If this guy is a member in this town, or he or she, they've never served on the Commerce. They weren't standing up against the sheriff's office. They weren't standing up against the governor. They weren't doing none of this. I never even met this person. And if I did, I would know them by their name. Because not that everybody is in this town knows me, but anybody who's anybody, because I've stood up for this town. So you keep saying that, but you're not doing anything. Name somebody in this town, because you're just a troll now. You're just a troll. Nobody wants you in this town. You didn't stand up. You didn't do anything. So Lou's not naming anything. Of course I caused problems in this town. Brothers, sisters, I sat on the Chamber of Commerce and I called out these frickin' millionaires that they're in cahoots with. Listen, the sheriff out here, his wife is known for doing illicit drug activity, and the sheriff's vehicle is seen at the people who deal these illicit drugs out here. This person is probably trying to cover for them. This person, do you do those illicit drugs yourself, Lou? Because the farmers do. I just talked to a community member yesterday, evidentiary, their phone was pinged, and they say, because they work for the farmers, that they're 100% certain that I am right, that the farmers are involved in illicit drug usage out here. Oh, they're so rich, they pay the cops they pay the cops to run the crap. Shut up, Lou. You don't care about this community at all. You know about our little airport? I wonder who's running these things through the airport. Might be one of the sergeants out here, huh? Do you know anything about the dead police officer or anything? Tell me this. One more time, Lou. Who is Tony Karsten, the rapist that ran around your community? A rapist. Why, the sheriff, piece of shit Ted Martin, piece of shit Judge Vandenberg, and piece of shit Michael Taylor let this fucking rapist run around in your community. I never heard you speaking up about it one single time. Who is Tony Karsten? You don't know, do you? Because you don't care about this community. So, I spoke with the alderman yesterday, and they're going to get a wellness check on you. Okay, kiss my ass. Lou, you're an idiot. You're a troll. You haven't named one single person. Fuck you. You're a pile of shit. You could have produced something in here and you did nothing but produce a bunch of steaming crap. You didn't do anything. You didn't help me. You didn't help this community. You just showed you're a troll. So it's okay. If you're a community member, I had invited you to come to my property. I got a big pole marker out there so everybody knows where I live. Okay, so you guys see what Lou's doing? Lou, now we'll show you. We're going to just learn off you, Lou. Now you're just an idiot, okay? I don't care about you, Lou. If you had a set of balls, you'll meet me at the Chev Mart, okay? But you won't, just like the sheriff wouldn't meet me here, just like the state troopers, just like I can't get a call from Ted Martin, and I can't get a call from anybody. You won't call me. My number is 541-214-9232. I live off Oil Dry Road. I live off Table Rock Road. Or I live off Table Rock Walled. Everybody know, why don't you come meet me? If you're so concerned about, why don't you have a peaceful conversation like I asked this piece of shit sheriff and the state to have? You won't even have a conversation with me. That's your problem. I've asked you a question, you won't even answer it. Yeah, but you keep saying that, but you're not actually putting any facts. You just keep saying the same thing. You're just repeating it. Yeah, I'm crazy because I'm standing up. Nobody else in this town will stand up to these corrupt sheriffs and these fucking millionaire farmers who sell all their hay to China. You bootlicker. So tell me, I'm going to give you one more chance, or I'll just let you stay in here and you can keep speaking your idiocracy. Okay, look at what they keep saying. Yeah, I cause problems in this town. You're right. The problems that I'm causing is for the fucking sheriff's office because they're corrupt. Yeah. I just told you where I live. Will you show up? No. The cops wouldn't even show up here without even come to my door and talk to me because you're intimidated to just even have a peaceful conversation without violence. What are you going to go get somebody to bring men with guns to my door? You're just like them. You're an idiot. So, okay. You make good money in this town. Okay, one last chance to prove you're not a troll. Tell me the name of the owner of the farmhouse. Tell me the name of the owner of the farmhouse. If you can't answer one question, I won't have you anymore. Good. That's exactly. I'm the biggest pain in the state's ass right now, you idiot. I'm a lot more of problems than just for this. They had to bring the state out here to get rid of me, you idiot. Lou's an idiot. Lou has done no education. Lou's never sat on the Chamber of Commerce. Lou can't even name one single person. All you can say, this town don't like you. This town, you're crazy. Watch out. You're the same thing. You're like a rambling idiot. Name. I already gave you one person. Now I said name who the owner of the farmhouse was that the sheriff wouldn't stand. And she's not here anymore, is she? Were you there that day of the protest trying to protect your community? People who are feeding, employing people in this community? No, you just make good money and go in your little hole like everybody else out here. The problem in this little town that I'm in, brothers, sisters, there's no community out here. There isn't any. Although people love coming out here, there's no community. And the problem is the rich farmers could supply some of these people something, anything. But the rich farmers just, I raise animals, livestock, and I have difficult sometimes getting product from feed, Timothy hay or alfalfa, which can be at times gotten from the local, but they're selling it all through the Dinsdales. You're an idiot. Shut up. You didn't even name any person's name. You need to shut up now. I'm telling you to assert your Fifth Amendment rights and shut the fuck up, just like I told the judge to assert his Fifth Amendment rights. You think I'm going to sit there and care about you? I told Judge Vanderburg to assert his Fifth Amendment rights and stop trying to trample on my First Amendment rights. So if I'll tell that to Judge Criminal Vanderburg, you think your little community member who's never sat on the Chamber of Commerce and you couldn't even name one single person in this town, and I already did just name some other people and you couldn't name one, you're just a troll. And you're just like everybody in this town who comes out here and you don't do anything for the town. You just care about yourself. You're the problem in this community, Lou. You sit out here and you don't do anything. I've never met you on the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know who the hell you are. How come everybody in this town that's something knows who I am? I'm not about being famous. It's about being infamous, going down in history, not letting this evil flourish in this town. Like you care about this town. You'd be pointing out. Tell me Criminal Behavior by Tom Rourke. Okay. Lou, You're just like every other prick in this town that wants to put people on drugs. You're a fucking idiot who wants to put people on drugs. You're the problem with this, everything in this nation. You just want to put everybody on a fucking drug, man. You're sick, twisted individual. I'm telling you, you want to put me on drugs. You're just like every other troll that comes in here. So, anyways, okay. Okay, Lou. Actually, let me screen capture your name. I'll find out where you are in this town, too. Not a threat, and we're going to have a community. I'm going to call about you, too, about what you do. We're going to document all your defamation of character. You didn't do shit in this town. You ain't sat on the Chamber of Commerce. You can't name one single person in this town because you ain't from this town. You're just a troll. You're probably Lake County Sheriff's Office. Troll. Who are you, Josh Bezel? Who are you, Lance Brown? They said they were in here on this chat during their stupid freaking SWAT raid, so... You can't type in capital letters in here, Lou. That's only left for the moderator, so you got to go. Please don't type in capital letters. You don't need to be a child and scream. Stand down! Stand down! You like that? That's what I said to these sheriffs down here. Freaking idiots. So, okay. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people watching me. Okay, well, how come I couldn't get a call from Ted Martin yesterday? How come I can't get a call from Judge Vandenberg yesterday? How come I can't get a call from, how come none of these sheriffs are calling me? They're not going to call me. You're not going to do anything. You have no, God is in control of you, so you know. You feel sorry. Oh my God, all of a sudden he wants me out of town. He wants me on a psychological evaluation. He wants to call the welfare check on me, and now he feels sorry for me. You didn't stand up during the COVID. You're a piece of shit, just like every other in this person in this town that just sits the fuck out here and does nothing. Service to self means, oh yeah, Lou, just like you, there's many people come out this town. They don't do anything. I'm not saying that people don't have a right to be left alone out here, but you're the fucking problem in this town. You know that? People like you, and you're just a troll. You're the problem in this town. People come out here and they don't do anything, and they keep allowing Tom Rourke, a fucking criminal sheriff, to continue his tyranny. Josh Bezel, a criminal. Lance Brown, a criminal. Michael Taylor has never called me. Years ago when I first got here, when I just got here, I wasn't no problem then when I was calling, hey, I see was I that big of a problem? Oh, I've been pointing out this corruption, and what have you done to point out the corruption in this town? Nothing. You just stayed out on your little road, Snowflake, or whatever Pegmas town you live in, Christmas Valley, and you just stayed to yourself, just like every other asshole who don't say shit about the things that go on in this town. You're the problem in this town, Lou. Oh, Michael Taylor knows that I need help. You finally mentioned somebody's name, but that motherfucker has never called me one single time. And I'm going to encourage you one last time, and I'm going to get rid of you because you stink to high heaven. Go watch my blog where I'm calling Michael Taylor out on my TikTok, and I believe I uploaded it here, saying, hey, would you please come out and talk to me about the corruption with your sheriff's office? I'm a prior veteran and a prior law enforcement officer, and I would like to talk to you about why this rapist was allowed to run around in your county for a whole year and you didn't lock him up. And here I have the evidence under right of discovery that he's at the scene of a crime. He's admitting it, and you won't revoke his probation, and he's been running around, and you give a shit about this town, my ass. If you knew anything, you know about Tony Carson, a rapist who ran free when the sheriff's office knew under the right of discovery they had the evidence that he was there. And they never convicted him. Tony Karsten was never convicted of theft. Criminal behavior by Ted Martin under his, that's who signed up. Yes, it was Ted Martin and Michael Taylor. So I was trying to make Michael Taylor aware of the corruption going on in his county. And as a prior law enforcement and 95 Bravo military police, it's because you can't trample on my First Amendment rights, I'm going to speak up. Yes, remember I asked Michael Taylor to come talk to me about this corruption going on. So I'm the bad guy for pointing out corruption in Lake County, Oregon with Tom Rourke. Tom Rourke, who's been seen at the people who deal methamphetamines. Let's do a cellular data check on Tom Rourke, the sheriff. Why is he hanging out people who are selling methamphetamines? Is he doing an investigation? How come you're there for so long, Tom? How come everybody in this town knows that your wife is involved in these same illicit drugs? Oh, are you moving them to keep your wife supplied? I don't know. You tell me. Cellular data will show, huh? I don't even know what this person's talking about here, brother, sister. So anyways. Oh, how dare I stand up, huh, True Seeker? This is evil right here. We got people like this I've been calling out in this community too, brothers, sisters, that kiss the boots of this town. They love these fucking sheriffs out here. They're intimidated by them, guys, brothers, sisters. Remember, I called Michael Taylor on my blog, okay? And I'm just letting this person stand. It's fun. Whatever, it needs to be done. I need to document. That piece of shit Michael Taylor would not call me, and I called his office all last week trying to get him to call me. Ted Martin wouldn't call me. Not even one. You know that documentary evidence will show no cellular data that Michael Taylor has even one time called me. Never one time. And this person says they know about Michael Taylor or something. It's pretty funny. So no worries. I'm not worried about Lou. Lou, if Lou had any balls, Lou would come talk to me and cared about this community, would care about the corruption that's going on, would mention the fact that this rapist, Tony Karsten, convicted of raped a Hispanic woman in Texas, 25 years sentence for robbery, high on methamphetamine. Do you think he cares about this town? He didn't care that this person was running around. He never opened up his mouth one time about Tony Karsten. He's never gone to the sheriffs to point out it's probably Lucifer is what it is. Huh, Lucifer. Michael Taylor has a great reputation. Now I'm coming after you, Lou. All right, screen capturing it. I will be calling the sheriff's office. You just called my son a rapist, and that's a defamation of character. There you go. All right, Lou, I'll be making a call about a community member named Lou who's accusing my son brothers and sisters, my son has been convicted of theft. Okay, theft, but never any kind of rape, no pedophilia, no touching of children, no rape charges. That shows you, and I know that Luke is Lucifer is a troll. My son's never been convicted of rape, you piece of shit. You are an absolute criminal now. You just committed a crime. Yes, you did. You know that you cannot find, my son's name is Elijah Werner, asshole. You're not going to find even any charges, any investigation ever brought in any single county ever of rape. You fucking piece of shit. Now get the fuck out of here. Leave peacefully. I got you screen captured now, Lou. You just accused my son of something you said he raped. Look at what this person just did. There was a rapist running around this person's county. Supposedly they live in the county. And I can tell you the name of who it is. His name is Tony Karsten. He was convicted of rape in Texas, where he was sentenced to 25 years. He served 13 years of his prison sentence, high on methamphetamines, and robbed a Hispanic married woman. Lou cares about this. How come Lou don't know nothing about this? This is what I was trying to bring up to the sheriff's office here, that they have parole and probation problems, as well as this is all under the hat of Sergeant Rourke, Michael Taylor, Lily Frank. I pointed all this out, remember? I've done hundreds of hours streaming, so I'm not worried about little Lou here, Lucifer, and is not a community member, has not contributed anything to this community. Just a bootlicker like a lot of people who just love the cops out here because they're afraid of them. So Tom Rourke has a horrible reputation. I guarantee you, start talking to the community members out here, and they'll tell you the ongoings about what happened to Tom's partner. A dead cop out here? Did Tom have anything to do with that? Let's get back to Tony Karsten, who I brought to his attention that this rapist was running free. And I had the actual discovery of evidence showing that he was at the scene of the crime when they were going in the building. That means he's guilty, and he should have been revoked his parole and sent immediately back to Texas. But Tom and Lily and Michael Taylor and Judge Vandenberg and all these people get paid to have these rapists, murderers, and pedophiles into this county. So if Tom cared about it, like Lou cared about, he would know who Tony Karsten is as a menace to society who ran around free, who was a convicted of rape, raping a woman, Hispanic woman, and goes around lying that he was his fiance. His fiance, his girlfriend. He was lying about his. See, the problem is they get paid for Tony Karsten to be here in this county. This is what Lou don't speak up about. Lou doesn't understand. He's an ignorant puke. He's been here for 20 years, but don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Or Lucifer. It was a she. I think it's a she. Luis. Sorry there, Luis. Are you Luis with an R? No, you're not, because I know Luis R. was there at the sheriff's office protesting the sheriff, and you weren't. So I know you're not Luis. You're probably Lucifer. So anyways, Lucifer has nothing to do with the fact that for 13 years, this rapist served time and then was released into Lake County, Oregon. Lucifer doesn't even know that there's more rapists, murders, and pedophiles in Lake County. This is how sad. This guy supports these cops. These cops are so crooked out here that they don't even have enough money to fund their 911 dispatch anymore. So, no worries, we're just learning off. I need to speak up this subject. It's got to come up. Man, I called all week last week and asked them to call me and get this thing taken care of. So it's going to go, look, Lou's an idiot. Lou's evidence. Lou doesn't even know. The Department of Justice has already been called. Federally, state, Tina Kotex. There's been phone calls made way beyond this county now. I guarantee the feds are watching. I know they are. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I'm not going to stop what I'm doing. I haven't broken any federal law that I know of. I don't even recognize a corporation. So good luck with that, convicting me under a corporate name. So, no, I'm not a liberal that wants to defund the police. I want to defund criminal police, you idiot. And I'm not a liberal, you moron. I don't participate in none of this beast system. Are you a voter? Do you vote for this beast, neuter gender, and give your authority to it? Yeah, you do. Okay, Lou. Well, Lou, we know what you haven't done, Lucifer. You haven't stood up for the community. You don't care. Listen to what I just said, brothers and sisters. I'm not a Christian. I rebuke all Christians. You're idiots. You worship the other Satan, baby manger Jesus. His name wasn't Jesus when he was here. The letter J was the last letter added to the English alphabet. You're just an idiot Christian. There's more than one Jesus in Scripture, idiot. More than one Jesus. Which one are you talking about? J was the last letter added to the English alphabet, so there's no way his name was Jesus. Get out of here. You don't hold a candle to the teaching. You're just you need to be seventh, matured. Go read there's 7 things in Scripture you should be doing. You come back and you might handle it. You'll be able to hold your weight in here. So anyways, Lucifer. Yeah, I'm on 65 acres there, machinist. I'm on 65 acres. How many buildings are on this property? How many? Get out of here. You don't know anything about me like Lou don't know anything about me. So you keep saying wellness check. Kiss my ass, wellness check. I'm going to do a wellness check on you. Why did you call my son a rapist? You said my son raped something, and you don't even care about this rapist, Tony Karsten. Lou, you're a sick, twisted individual to defamate my son's character when there'll be no evidence showing, none, that my son has even been brought up in an investigation, but 100% you will not address Tony Karsten, a rapist who ran around Lake County, Oregon, convicted of rape, served 13 years in a Texas penitentiary, was in your county, and you don't even know it, did you? Because you just shut up and licked the boots out here. You're a bootlicker. You lick the farmer's boots. Yes, you do. And you lick the cop sucker's boots out here, too. I can tell you're a bootlicker. Yes, you are. Because you can't even mention Tony Karsten. One time is the name not even come out of your mouth. You don't even care that there's no 911 dispatch after 2025, because that's how criminal our sheriffs is out here, huh? Look at all these permits, all these people, these new houses, and we don't even have enough money to fund our dispatch out here, brothers and sisters. No more 911. Did you know that, Lou? You pile of shit, steaming feces, dung. You are. You're crap, man. You can't produce any fruit. All you're producing is a bunch of crap. A bunch of false accusations. I got proof of everything I'm saying. Oh, wellness check. You're going to threaten me with the police. They already came here, you idiot. Shut up. They wouldn't even come into my door without the state police armed and shoot me. And you think you care about this community? You don't. You don't care about these. There was a rapist who ran around your county who admitted to committing another crime, and the sheriffs just let him run around. He could have raped another woman. You know, people like me care about this community. We'll speak up when people like you don't. All right, get out of here, Machinist. You're an idiot. You play left, right. Do you vote for Trump? Machinist, are you a Trump supporter? Let's just go ahead and get Machinist here and put Machinist on front. Do you vote for Trump? Did you vote for Donald Trump, the #1 spending president ever in the history of the United States, creator of the jab in warp speed? No, I don't have a record, you idiot, Machinist. I don't have a record. You're an idiot. Now, if you don't answer my question, you can't be here because you play politics. Red team, blue team. You're an idiot. You probably won't even hang out with your neighbor, and your kids will suffer. I was raised in a time where a man could hang out with, even if I was more liberal, meaning I believed in people's rights. Maybe people needed taken care of if they had things to qualify. Not everybody should just be kicked while they're down. I was raised very conservative, right? You don't give anybody your money if you earn it. But we could hang out together and it wouldn't be a problem, right? Left, right. We weren't so stupid to even fly red or blue on our lawns. We didn't care. And maybe I go hang. You were married and you had a wife, and I hung out with you. And because we disagreed about some things, we'd put those things to the side for a minute, and we let the kids jump in the pool. Little Johnny did his first backflip. Little Jenny got her first kiss with little puppy love there underneath the, little table or something. First thing, and you took all that away. You suck. You suck, Machinist. You suck so bad. People like you won't even talk left or right. Oh, no, we used to put, I'm not saying sup with vipers, but I grew up in a time where if I don't agree with something I won't even talk to them. They got you. You're the problem with this country. It's called divide and conquer. It's a military war tactic used against the people. Divide. They did it in Rome, you idiot. They did it in Rome. Triggered much when the truth hurts, huh? You won't even hang out with your neighbor because he's got a blue flag on his lawn. Oh my God, you love Joe. Oh, I don't like Trump. Oh, you like Biden. That's how triggered you are. That's how triggered you are. You let the kids suffer because of people like you, Machinist. The kids suffer. Remember, I grew up in a nation where a man and a woman could hang out. If we were left or right, Democrat or Republican, we maybe had more conservative views, left or right. We did not let the kids suffer. Now you won't even talk to each other. That's right. I don't like Trump. You like Biden? I don't like Biden. Oh, you like Trump? Who's triggered now? Anybody else want to second the motion? Anybody remember this country when we didn't fly red or blue flags on our lawns? And it wasn't a deal breaker if somebody was conservative or liberal, red or blue. The kids still got to jump in the pool, hang out, maybe play hide and seek. The kids don't get to do any of that. You're a piece of shit, Machinist. You're a piece of shit. You're the problem with this country. As a veteran, I'm calling you out. You suck so bad. You're triggered. You're the triggered one because you won't even talk to somebody if they're blue or red. You've been schooled. You are the type of person that they win. You are one side or the other. You can't see both. You can't distinguish the forest from the trees. No, there's a right side of history. You have done need to relearn your history. History, the victor gets the spoils. You're an idiot. History, the victor. Shut up, loser. You get left out. Remember, left out of history because you're the loser. The victor writes it. History is not the right side or the left side. History falls right down toward reality. Yeah, that's history. You got to be able to read between the lines, Machinist. You're so far to the right that you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Red team, blue team, 2 wings to the same dragon, 2 cheeks to the same hole. There you go. So, okay. He claims to be a veteran, but he can't tell us anything about it. I did my basic training at Fort McClellan, Alabama. I went through Delta 795. That's home of the Chemical Corps, nestled in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. As a 95 Bravo, we have more field missions than any other military skill identifier. We are the most heavily armed four-man team, 95 Bravo. 95 Charlie is a correctional officer. Sport, slap the magazine, pull the charging. Do you want me to go into all the acronyms? Shut up, Lou. Kiss my ass. Come over here and see the veteran tags on my plate, idiot. I did my advanced individual training. Alpha India Tango, my basic individual training. Bravo India, Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta Echo Fox. Do you want me to give you a phonetic out? Shut up, Lou. You're a loser, 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 a loser, a loser. Anybody want to steal some valor? Anybody else want to steal some valor in here? I'll call you out. I rebuke this military-industrial complex. Yes, both my basic and advanced training was done at one location, Fort McClellan, Alabama. Delta 795, if you don't want to know the unit, the last extreme high-stress unit to go through the military police corps. Shut up, Lucifer. You're an idiot. Would you like to speak any more military? I'll keep going if you'd like. I ended my tour of service and received an honorable discharge. That doesn't mean I end my tour of service. That's a DD-214. That's on my DD-214. You're an idiot, Lucifer. You're looking more and more sorry every time you speak up, doesn't it? Oh, okay, yeah. So I should give Lou the boot, huh, Birdie? I'll give Lou the boot. Let's give him one more chance to spew his nonsense. Okay, Machinist, you're an idiot too. You're the problem with society. Just let you know, Machinist. You won't even vote right or left. Or, oh my God, you're triggered. You said I was triggered. You're triggered, aren't you? So, okay. So, have fun. Now, after all this, you want me to have, well, have fun when a rapist runs around your fucking town, you Lucifer piece of shit. Fuck you, Louis, Lucifer, Louis. Luis, whatever your stupid name is, I rebuke you. You don't care about this community. If you cared about this community, you know who the fuck Tony Karsten is. You wouldn't let a rapist run around and you'd speak up. Instead, you shut up and you come here and try to cause problems. We don't have any 911 dispatch because people like you now come 2025. What are they going to do when somebody comes for you out here in this town, Lou? Not me, because I ain't never had a fucking threat of violence against anybody, not even the state. But what are you going to do when some of these people come knocking on your fucking door and there ain't no 911 dispatch to come save your ass, Lou? What are you going to do, Lou? 2025, that's a month away. You better stop licking these cops' boots because they ain't going to come save you. Yeah, that's how corrupt they are. There ain't even any 911 in this county because of people just like you, Lou. We'll go ahead and use Psalms as a teacher and a pastor. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. Bye, Lou. You know where I live. You can do your little welfare check. I'm not concerned about any of your threats. I have evidence that you told my son was a rapist. That's defamation of character. If you'd like to make face with me, we can make a meeting in town in a public place and sit down. We'll go sit down inside the Chev Mart or the Sinclair gas station now and have a conversation in front of witness. They record everything. If you'd like to meet me, you know where I live. I think you're a chicken shit. I don't think you'll meet me. I think you're just threatening me, and all you're doing is you're trolling this channel because you don't care about this town. If you did, you would know who Tony Karsten was, and you would be speaking up on why the fuck we don't have 911 dispatch out here anymore, asshole. Fuck you, man. I care about this community. I got my face shot, okay? I got my fucking property ruined out here. Did anybody come ruin your property because you stood against these fucking tyrant sheriffs and this goddamn criminal? I can already prove Judge Vandenberg is a criminal. I can already prove. No happy Sabbath. Get out of here with these stupid Sabbath crap. Make every day the Sabbath. We don't celebrate the Sabbath. We don't celebrate anything. Nonsense. Grow up. Seriously, you don't know the covenant that Christ, whatever. Meek, not weak. So, okay, Lou. You're a phony. Yeah, okay, we'll try this one more time. I'm going to try one more time. Lou, would you like to meet me at the Sinclair gas station where we can have witness? You can bring the sheriffs there if you want. This is not a threat. I'd like to have a peaceful. Why don't you get Michael Taylor, that piece of shit, to finally meet me. I've never fucking looked that motherfucker in his eyes because he won't even call me. Not even once. In 4 years, I've been calling his sorry ass, and you care about this community. Would you like to meet me somewhere and have a conversation without violence? We can have people there. I'm normally at the Sinclair gas station and have conversations there. That's not a threat of violence. I know if you want to know if you care at all about this community. You just defecated on my son's character and said he was a rapist. He's never even had an investigation for rape. But there's a fucking rapist around this town for nearly a year. He's running around the sheriff's and you want to lick their boot? Would you like to talk about this community and how we can protect this community from the sheriff's office? Otherwise, don't ever come on this chat again. God watched you. The federal government's watched you. And I'm not worried about your stupid welfare check. Kiss my ass. The sheriffs ain't going to come to this fucking house. They're sissy la pansies. And you don't care about this community. If you did. So I'm trying to get you to sit down and have a conversation about this community, about why the sheriff let a rapist run around for a whole year. Lou, are you aware that there's more rapists, pedophiles, and murders in Lake County, Oregon, the town that you live in? You want to do anything about that? You want to do anything about that? No. You want to have him come here and mess with me, a man that has no criminal record, a man that has and owns fucking property in this town, paid taxes, sat on the chamber. No, you're just going to come here and run your mouth. You don't care. You won't meet me. You won't. Michael Taylor won't even meet me. So I don't think you, Lou, will meet me. I don't think, again, I've never met you. If you were anything, I would know who you are. And I don't mean like above anybody if you cared about this community. It sucks, man. It sucks. It's people like me who are targeted for speaking up. I ruined my reputation. Look at this idiot. Fuck you, Lou. Kiss my ass. You'll never meet me. You'll never meet me anywhere. You don't give a shit about this town, and God is watching you. You have not done a fucking thing for this town to protect it from the criminal behaviors of the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Judge Vandenberg was sitting there when Dan Spencer, who was counseling my son as his attorney, legally counseled me. That's illegal. You cannot co-counsel two defendants in the same case. Ted Martin was a witness. That happened under Judge Vandenberg in his courtroom. Just so you know. And as Dan Spencer, my son's attorney, was pleading, this man has no criminal record. He's an honorably discharged veteran. You're an idiot. This is what the attorney was pleading. You got to let him out. You got to let him out. Every other county, to include Camet County, is letting them out in a week. He has no criminal record. Lou, you're looking quite foolish. He owns property in this town. He's not a flight risk, and he's not going anywhere. Let him out. If you keep him here after a week, you're going to ruin this whole case. This is Dan Spencer, my son's attorney, representing me, pleading to the criminal Judge Vandenberg to let me out, because after a week, they're supposed to let me out. Under your Fifth Amendment rights, you have the right to legal counsel if you cannot afford one to be appointed to you. Now, I have property up for sale because I have more property that I own that I'm trying to cover my ass, which I don't want to sell the property, but I'm trying to do everything I can to get legal counsel. Okay? And so this attorney who's representing me illegally, yeah, Lou's okay with this criminal behavior going on in the southern portion. He's up here in the north. He just shuts up about no 911 dispatch. Dan Spencer says let him out. Under the Ninth Appellate Circuit, even Klamath County's letting people out a week. Let him out. Ted Martin and Judge Vandenberg still kept me in this jail illegally a whole extra week illegally. Elijah's attorney, my son's attorney, was literally begging. First, he realized he'd screwed up by representing me. He came in the second time. He's like, oh, okay, I'm not representing him this time. I'm representing the Constitution. He knew he'd made a fatal mistake. Not fatal, like death, physical, but you can't do that. That is illegal. Lou. Okay, bye-bye, Lou. Hey, Lou, you won't meet me anywhere. I thank the Father for sending Lou today so that I can bring up this subject so that you can see, as an American citizen in this country, honorably discharged veteran with no criminal record, I'm being targeted by my police department for pointing out corruption. And people like Lou are the reasons why this continues to happen, like it says in the book of Psalms. It only takes for evil to flourish, for good men to stand around and shut up. Lou never mentioned anything about one time I asked him to mention about a rapist, Tony Karsten, who ran for a whole year, but instead he accused my son of rape. You're dog shit. Bye-bye, Lou. Bye-bye. Chevron, you'll recognize this message. Just walk up to me and have a conversation. I'm always in town. I'll see you there probably Tuesday, okay? Peaceful conversation, no violence. I will not be armed. I will have no Second Amendment items on me. You can meet me anytime in town. I will not do anything but speak to you. I will not use hands. I will not do anything. Okay, Lou? If you have any balls or a set of lips down there, you'll meet me at the Chevron, or now the Sinclair gas station, and none of this will matter. I won't hold any of this against you. We can sit down and have a conversation about the corrupt police in our town that we both live in, if you truly live in this town. If not, bye-bye. Nice knowing you. Thank you, Father, for sending me Lou the idiot. All right, brothers, sisters, normally I won't address the trolls, but it had to be, now he's going to threaten me and tell me to watch my back. See that? Now, does anybody want to, was that just a threat? Was that just a threat? Watch my back? I think Lou just threatened me now. I just said meet me peacefully. No Second Amendment, as he says to watch. Oh, crap, guys. Uh-oh, I'm going to get shot in the back now. Uh-oh, I better watch my back. I don't care about that. That's funny. Wow, isn't that funny after all that? All right, it's okay, guys. It needed brought up. I love you, brothers and sisters. Much love, much agape. It's all right. I'm having a good time in here. Appreciate it. It's early. It snowed out here today, guys. Out here in the high desert. I'm out here. Got my coffee. Enjoying living the American dream, so to speak. I stand against the tyrannical, like Christ did. He stood against the law, the perverted law, and so do I, because that's what he did. He said, conform to my image, follow after me. So, no, I apologize for the cursing and stuff, guys. It's tough. I'm in a tough spot, guys. I'm not kidding you. My life is in jeopardy right now. I'm not being sensational. If you don't believe me, look at the state of Oregon already came and swatted my house. I have holes in my windows. You'll think so. Look, I still haven't been able to patch up all these holes. This is what the state of Oregon did to my house. Three tear gas canisters just through this one fucking window. You piece of shit, state of Oregon. Fuck you, state of Oregon. You're dog shit. You're fucking dog shit. You really are. I asked for you to come to my door. Instead, you lobbed 6 of these fucking things in my house, man. You're fucking garbage. Here, let's look at this window. Completely shot this fucking window out. Look, I got it taped, but it's completely shot the fuck out because I can't replace this right now. I still got fencing out there that I haven't replaced. They ran over all my fencing. I replaced this fencing over here, but those SWAT vehicles are all out here. Just ruined my farm. Look at this piece of shit. 6 of these things in this fucking house, man. And these people care about, this country and the community members in this country. Yeah, right. Look at this, 45 seconds. Piece of shit. Will I ever get to see the man in person? Okay, bam! Toss this. Look at 45 seconds. This is a concussion flash bang grenade. Now, I found the pin all these months later, but will I ever be able to look the motherfucker in the eye who ruined this eye, permanently scarred my eye? The man who threw this, did he know about my son's 180 hours that he had done? Does Lou even know why that I have issues in this town either? No, Lou don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. I permanently have an image like this, like it's like a piece of hair in my eye because of this fucking piece of shit state trooper who didn't even know about Elijah's 180 hours. This is permanently a very similar image. You can look at my eye and tell they're not even the same anymore. Will I ever get to look the man who threw this and hit this concussed right in my face at 45 seconds. All I was asking is, son, are you okay? Concern for my son's safety, I got concussed. Will the man who threw this at me ever get to look me in the eyes? And will he have to pay for the physical damage that he caused to my vision? How much you want to bet I'll never get to look the man in the eye that permanently scarred my vision for life? Never. What a piece of shit that man is, because I guarantee he doesn't know anything about my son and about his community service hours that he had completed. So what a piece of shit, boot-looking, go along to get along, do your fucking job. You're a pile of shit, state trooper. Whoever did that to my vision, you know. So anyways, I'll call him out. I have a right to say this, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to stand down. You know, it takes a professional cleaning team to come in and clean even one of these out. One of these guys, you have to have a professional cleaning company come clean your house. You don't think the state knows that? And they tossed 6 of these in this house. They didn't even hit all of them. They hit the door frames. That's why I can't replace these. They ruined the windows. I just haven't had the time and the money. I can't even find replacement windows to fit them right now. I don't want brown ones in there. I want the beige ones, or even black would work. But I've tried. I don't even have the money. Never mind. How about the piece of shit that shot this in my house? 6 of these fucking things in here, guys. You imagine what it was like to breed that shit for my animals while I was in jail. And I was pleading in them I had animals, and they knew I had fucking animals in here. So fuck the state of Oregon. If I was a real man and applied my constitutional rights, I'd have shot both those state troopers dead because they drove on my property. And I already told them they were stalking my house and threatening me. And they still drove on my fucking property. They were too stupid to even know the difference between an access road and my property. So fuck you, state of Oregon, you pieces of shit. I could have shot both your state troopers dead that day, and I didn't do anything. Never threatened anything of the fucking sort. Probably wouldn't even have my damn house raided if you would have fucking been shot dead, because there's been an investigation on why there were 2 state troopers on my property illegally. Fuck you, state of Oregon. Bring it, bitch. You already fucking did. Went in there and bragged about how you're going to fucking kill me. Josh Bezel, piece of shit, bragging to these fucking businesses that I stood with during the COVID. Shut up, machinist. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. Fuck off. Can you take 6 concussion grenades? Can you breathe with even one? Your ass to be out of here so quick, machinist. You're just some sissy la works in a building. You're not a veteran. You've never been tear gassed. You've never been mustard. You've never been sprayed. You don't know what it's like to be in a nuclear or chemical, biological environment. You're just some pansy American running you're welcome that you have a First Amendment right, because people like me to run your mouth. I bet you couldn't even breathe. Your ass would bail out of here with one of these in this fucking 10 by 40 cabin. 1, fill this thing up with smoke. 6 of them. Could you stay in here because you're more concerned about getting a fucking number so your animals have somewhere to go? I'm risking literally being fucking ruined for life for my animals. And more concerned about my son's safety. So, paranoid. Kiss my ass, Matrix. Get out of here, machinist. You are the war machine. The iron will not cleave with the watery clay. Goodbye. Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I'm not triggered. I'm enjoying it. There's no trigger here. Are you threatening violence with a trigger? It sounds like you're threatening violence to me, too. I would not come back in here, machinist. The feds are watching everything you say. Yeah. You don't think the feds are watching me? I've been calling the federal government for how long? They're such pussies, they won't even get involved with it either. Oh! So, anyways, I don't fear anything. I only fear the Lord. But I doubt that any of you guys could sit in this 10 by 40 building with even one of these in here. And I'm sitting here pleading, can I please write down a couple numbers? I will come out, not violently. Stop fucking shooting my house. Stop fucking, and oh, we don't want to ruin your house. Bam! We don't want to, bam! And you keep just shooting that shit because you thought you would brag. I cannot wait until cellular data shows who was the police officers at, was it the lodge? Did you go to the lodge? I know where you were at, state troopers. I know where you were at, Lane County. You went and bragged you were going to come shoot me. You bragged about it. These businesses that I stood with during the COVID, yet you were stupid enough not to even know what I did. You went and hung out at the restaurants that I stood with, and the people called me and said, Tracy, you know, we want to talk to you about there. They came out there and they said they were going to shoot you. That was their intent. It didn't turn out that way, did it, for you, state troopers? You know, this would probably been a whole lot easier just to kill those two men that day that were threatening me, threatening my property, my son. They came here with guns and eventually fucking shot me and shot him. So I think I would have been justified to take those two state troopers' life that day, which I didn't, did I? They drove on my property. I know my Fourth Amendment rights. I could have deemed them intruder and killed them both dead. Dead! But I never threatened anything of the sort. Instead, I put my hand like this to call me. Am I filming you? To keep my innocence that I never threatened violence, but you're the one who brought fucking guns out here. See, brothers and sisters, when you try to use the system, you get fucked. And then they shoot you. Canna Bishop, get out of here, you idiot. I rebuke your name. You have Canna in your name and you're telling me to take Xanax? You're an apostasy to God's medicine. I rebuke you, you idiot. Take that fucking thing off your name. You don't deserve it. You don't even know what cannabis is. Telling people to take Xanax and you got Canna in your name. I rebuke you. Leave now. You're an idiot. You give people who use God's medicine a bad name. You want people to get on the farm guy, big drugs. You're a drug pusher. You're a drug dealer. Report Canna for illicit drug usage, please. He's trying to get people to take drugs. We don't support drug usage. We got cops out here that potentially run them in the county that I'm living in. We're seeing at locations for extended periods of time who people are dealing these drugs in this little tiny town. The cops are, their vehicles. Are you that stupid to leave your vehicle parked in front of a... Pretty stupid, yeah. These cops get away with a lot. So anyways, go take your Xanax somewhere else. You're a drug pusher, and I don't like people who push. The number one drug dealer on the planet is Donald John Trump, the creator of the vax, the jab. The Pfizer shot is the number one injection drug selling product ever in the history. The creator of that drug is Donald John Trump. So fuck you, you stupid drug pushers. I rebuke you and all your side effects. Seriously, I apologize for my cussing. I'm very off, but I called all week and tried to get these people to do something, and they won't even call me back, man. My life's in jeopardy. I'm not fearing. I want some action here. My timing is a little bit. I know I got ants in my pants, but shit, it's been 6 fucking months since they surrounded my house, and they can't even provide any legal counsel. They finally found me an attorney because they can't even afford, because there's only 2 in here. The one who represented me is Elijah's, and Elijah already fired him, and he's saying that he's my son's attorney when I have paperwork right over here showing he's not. Well, this is long after he represented me, but he represented me. That's Dan Spencer and Mark Costello. There's only 2 attorneys in this county to represent people who they put under and bring into jail or convict. Two attorneys. And so they had to appoint an attorney from another county. Remember Klamath County? You know what I'm saying? Klamath County, that county is turning everybody out in a week. 1 week. The attorney who was representing me, which is illegal because he's representing my son, co-counsel. You can't co-counsel the same case defendant. Dual counsel for defendants in the same case. They already did that. So, anyways, Dan told the judge to let me out. He said, Klamath County's letting people out in a week. Let this guy out. You're going to ruin the whole case. And the judge still kept me there a whole extra week. illegally as my animals. I'm pleading, my animals, you ruined my house. I've got animals in there and you tear gas my house. I'm not a flight risk. I won't go anywhere. I don't have a criminal record. I'm an honorably discharged veteran. I pay taxes. I own property in this community. I've been here for decades. Please adhere to what the law is saying, and then even Elijah's attorney, my son, he's telling him, let him out. Let this guy out. You're going to ruin this case. So under my right of discovery and suppression of evidence, brothers and sisters, I've seen their evidence against me, and there's no way in hell they'll convict me unless I do something and screw up, and that's what they're trying to get me to do. But I have every right to come in here and speak what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything illegal by speaking up against their tyranny. This is what got my house raided and swatted to begin with, because I was standing up against the law. Christ said, conform to my image. You know, they put Christ in prison. You sissy la little Christian and religious idiots. Does anybody want to put holes in you? They tried to kill me, brothers and sisters. It's not known. They fucking bragged about it. That's how stupid they were. They thought they'd come in here and get me not on my live stream because I was blogging. They swatted this house 17 minutes after I laid down. 17 minutes after I was up every night because I knew they could come any night. I had already told my son that day, all right, they're coming tonight, son. They've been out here every fucking day for weeks on end, stalking this property, me begging them just to come to the gate and have a conversation, but yet they can stalk my house, get all this stuff. Never once did they ever send in an investigator to find out if my son had even completed his 180 hours for his terms of release from Lake County probation to complete his 180 hours into Lane County. Never once. There were probably 25 to 30 state troopers out here that day. The cleaning lady who they issued a warrant for illegally too, that I have proof of, she said, I cannot believe how I've never seen, I've been here, she's been here a while too, said I've never seen that many SWAT vehicles in one place. She said, I've been out here a while. They pulled out more equipment to try to come out here and kill me. They ran out to the local restaurant because they don't know anything. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground, and bragged about how they were going to come out here and get me off my live stream. And that because if backed into a corner, I would strike. As a pastor and a teacher, I teach that under this covenant, you are not to lash out. You are not to strike anybody. That's why I didn't shoot those fucking state troopers dead, both of them in the head. I only shoot in the head or the chest. I'm a veteran. I normally shoot twice without. I can't help it. I'm certified, so I shoot center mass and in the head. I can't help it. I never shot anybody. I never pulled a gun out. I never said I would. As a matter of fact, I put this finger up like this and had the phone filming me. And I'm like, come talk to me, please. You know, my wife's daughter is in here and she's gotten involved and she doesn't have anything to do with this. I'm concerned about her safety here, and you guys coming in and doing something to her. She caught up in the middle of this. She was doing all the extra hours that my son was made to do when he never even violated probation until 42 months over something that they said he didn't do his probation back in the first 6 months, 5 months. That's an impossibility. Impossibility. SARS-CoV was designed by DARPA. No, SARS-CoV was designed by Dr. Fauci and Donald John Trump. Came out of Yale University. Was taken up to Canada, where two Chinese people at the Wuhan lab, a couple, came and stole it and took it to the Wuhan lab. Dean, please don't speak crap, okay? DARPA had everything to do with it, but that's not Fauci. The number one paid Fauci and Trump. Yep. Nope, nothing else but that. So, two people sitting in jail. It's not that. So don't, please. I mean, I'm all over the COVID. That was not a national emergency. The survival rate was 99.8%. If you got it and you had no existing conditions, none, you would definitely 99.8% survive it, 100% if you got it. That is not a national emergency. We need to lock up Donald Trump. immediately. He's a criminal. And Dr. Fauci, the number one paid government official, he's the one who brought you the autoimmune deficiencies, another virus, which is not a living organism. No, that's not vodka. That's not vodka. That's not, because remember, the old man, didn't he get run over by a taxi cab or something like that? What he did is he had him do all the looking in. Remember, John Trump was a very revered man, like a Tesla or like an Einstein. People forget John Trump was studying millimeter wave. So was Tesla. This goes back to J.P. Chase. J.P. Chase is the one who had Morgan, who's had do the research on those 80 chest and all these patents with the grab ether out of the air and whole currents. Remember earlier, they were invested in poles and copper. They had already run all those copper lines. And then Mr. Morgan was in bed with Mr. Ford, Henry Ford, with the combustion engine. So thank you for bringing it up. But that's it. You know, that's part of this. So this is why I don't like this whole Mr. Thump being able to take the wheel of somebody who obviously had enough technology. We should have never went to war in Afghanistan. Operation Desert Shield. This is the time when I was in the military. First part, 89, 90, 90, 91, all those first part of the 90s. Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Remember Kuwait, all this. We never should have went and done any of that. And we have been forcing every nation for the Bretton Woods Agreement, where Henry Kissinger went and brokered us off, where instead of oil being backed or the dollar being backed by gold, not a bimetallic standard, but a gold standard. Remember in 1971, you could walk into a bank, you could take a $2 silver certificate into the bank and get $2 silver or a gold piece if you had a gold certificate. After 1971, Richard Nixon, the French came, already covered this in the stream. France came over here wanting their gold back. We didn't even give them the gold they put back in that vault, brothers and sisters, during World War II. Remember, this happened in 45. We brought all the money over here to the Fort Knox and said, we'll guard all the military, we'll guard the greatest military in the world, we'll guard your gold, and we'll back the dollar, and we got our reserve currency. That's when we took it from the United Kingdom. This is a cycle too, brothers and sisters. This cycle is ended. And it always happens with the cycle of the sun. Adapt 2030 was just showing this today or yesterday on his video. Bisolar cycle and reserve currency, they line up. The sun has a lot to do with economics. Yes, it does. They cycle like a hand in a glove. A reserve currency normally lasts about 80 to 100 years. 80 is about the average. 1945, we brought all the gold over here. We'll protect your gold with the greatest military ever. We'll put it at Fort Knox. 1971, Richard Nixon goes in and, suspends the convertibility because France came over here and wanted their gold, brothers and sisters. He panicked. He hit the panic button and said, if they keep coming over here, we're not going to, we already spent it, huh? As a veteran, apologize, something in my nose. As a veteran, that doesn't make any sense to put all your gold in one place, brothers and sisters. Strategically, you're going to tell the whole world this is where it's sitting at. That don't make any sense, by the way, okay? Oh, it's here in Fort Knox. If you think gold's in Fort Knox, okay, go whatever. Tungsten bars, brothers and sisters. So hear me out. In 1973, Henry Kissinger brokered what is called the Bretton Woods Agreement that took us from the gold standard and said that in 1973, all oil would be priced in the U.S. dollar and would use what is called the SWIFT system. It was an international payment system that took, if you were paying for oil in another currency, we would get a piece of it, the exchange, the rate of exchange. It had to be converted into the U.S. dollar to buy the OPEC nations. Instead of guarding Fort Knox, what we said is we'll guard the OPEC nations, the Saudi nations, all the nations with oil, and we would guard theirs with the greatest military, and we'll reprice all oil with the U.S. dollar. It was what is known as the modern petrodollar, okay? We have been making money off of every country backing it and said, if you don't pay for oil, with the US dollar, we'll bring our military. Ask Muammar Gaddafi. We ruined a massive amount of aquifer. He was tapping into the aquifer in Africa. He was growing how many of those test things of sorghum? He was bringing in and channeling in all that water. That's not what got him. It's when he threatened to pay for oil with something other than the US dollar, brothers and sisters. How did that work out for Saddam Hussein? Never did find any weapons of mass destruction, did they? This was never about this is about backing and making every country, just like in scripture, the money changers forcing people with a fee to pay for our oil. If not, we would bring our military against you. Look at Lebanon. That place was an absolute, one of the most beautiful places on this rock. They were taken care of, almost like Venezuela before the deflation, with healthcare and schooling and all these things. This was all part of this aquifer, tapping in, bringing in all this water, bringing in this whole, that threatened the national security of the petrodollar. So we went over there and blew up all those literal canals that he was bringing in all that water from the south and tapping it. Brothers and sisters, that place was near a freaking paradise. And we came in there in the U.S. military, and look at that country now. It's in shambles. Afghanistan, shambles. Iraq, shambles. We are the war machine. Remember shock and awe with George Bush? Yeah. Osama bin Laden is a CIA operative and a oil tycoon who bin Laden's did oil deals with the Bushes. Isn't this getting sickening to sit here and watch this crap? And as a veteran like me, I come in here and protect your rights, and they come in and swap my house because I'm outspoken. Look, brothers and sisters, I'm not trying to be famous, but I'm no different than Edward Snowden. And I told you the government was watching you long before Edward Snowden ever said anything about it. Long before he ever said anything about it. You got a backup system in your phone the whole time. You go back, it's already recorded. Yeah. Utah. So I'm tired of this, brothers and sisters. We don't speak up about this, and this is what happens. So people like me suffer. So what? I don't care. I am so happy that everything that has happened in my life has been in resistance against this government beast system that I served. The least I could do is try to make up for the mistakes that I made. He said, come at her, my people, Yeah, why wouldn't the government be watching people? Thank you. That's a good question. Why wouldn't they? It doesn't make any sense. It's kind of the part of the deal. It wasn't rocket science. We already knew. Most of us already knew. And I'm like, I don't care if the government watches me. Fuck the government. My Most High Father is watching everything I do. And he's going to see what the world doesn't see. My intentions. The things I think I got away with, The things you think you got away, he saw, what the world didn't see. So I don't care about some stupid eye in the sky. They're only trying to be like the Most High. I'm telling you, that's it. That's only reason to mirror the Father. He sees everything. Why wouldn't they want to see everything? Quite obvious, right? So, why would the government not be keeping track of what citizens are doing? That's basic bottom line minimum for what our government should be doing. Why wouldn't they? I don't agree with that, Katsu, at all. You're a fucking piece of shit for thinking that. Government needs to stay the fuck out of your business. The government is only there to protect your inalienable rights. You're a bootlicking, government-loving, I can't stand people. Why would the government needs to stay out of your business? The government has no business looking at anything you're doing. Unless you've committed a crime, they have no reason. That kind of attitude is how this stuff goes on. So, yeah, whatever. I don't like that idea that the government can sit there and do anything. The government has no authority. We, the people, can turn this government over in a matter of days. Stop funding this government. If 25 people quit paying the old W-2, there's not enough money to fund this federal government, which is only there to protect the inalienable rights of the people. We, the people, established this Constitution. We, the people, established this Constitution. So we control the government. The federal government was only put there to protect the inalienable rights of the citizen. not to make laws. And if they make a law that's unjust, we don't have to follow it under the Constitution. You know that? But all you bootlicking idiots who follow all these unjust laws are making it that much easier for them to keep putting, there's more government job. Who's the number one employer? Then why are you here if you don't believe in the Lord? Okay, cool. Yeah, get out of here if you don't believe in the word. And you don't believe in the Most High. You can leave. We don't sup with vipers. So, are you serious, brother? So you're going to just keep letting this go on and on, huh? Stay on the X. Put on your face diaper. You're supposed to be the freest nation in the world, but you're going to do everything else the other nations did. Lockstep. One world government. It doesn't even say it in scripture, but you're going to go along with it. America didn't set themselves apart in any other nation. They did exactly what every other nation did. So I don't want to hear that there's some special nation. It's ridiculous. So, anyways, I'm not going to fall for this, brothers, sisters. Are you a corporation? That's my question. Are you a corporation? Do you follow mandates? Do you follow codes? Do you follow ordinances? Those aren't laws. Those aren't constitutional. Executive order is not constitutional. Judicial, legislative, executive. You can't buy executive order. Those aren't legal. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. What are you trying to go there for, Dean? No, seriously, brothers, sisters, I don't know why people support this. If this government had our best interest in mind, kind of like what Gaddafi was doing. And I'm not into socialism, but look at what he was doing with the resources, the schooling, the monetary system. Let's separate America. Who would you rather go with in the future? America, we just bomb the shit out of you, kill your kids, blow up your infrastructure, threaten you. We fee you every time you pay for oil. You have to pay for it with the US dollar, right? We all we do is MAGA death, right? You do what we say or we'll come kill you. That's America. We are the number one feared country in the whole world outside of America. We are the bad guy in history. It would be written that America is the bad guy. Only within the confines of America is America the good guy. That's how stupid the people are in America. They are. They're that stupid. They think they're the good guy when all you have to do is go outside of the country and they'll tell you that America's the bad guy. So if you're America and you force for 50 years, blow up people's infrastructure. We used to go hire an engineers, go rebuild stuff. We don't even do that anymore. We go out there and we blow up all these Gaddafi, Kuwait, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, all these infrastructures of all these other countries using our military, blow them up, force them to pay for oil, fine them, basically feed them every time they do business, whether they like it or not. Or you got China coming in, and I'm not supporting communism, but China comes in and says, hey, we'll build you a bridge. We'll build you a school. We'll build you a port. No. We'll build it for you. And if you mess up, well, we'll come in and take control of the infrastructure, but we want to help you. BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, Iran, China, South Africa. How many meetings do they have of the BRICS nations right now over in Russia? How many? 2014, China's asking for special drawing rights to the basket of reserve currencies. That's been 10 years ago, brothers, sisters. The rebuilding of the Silk Road, all the trade routes through Africa into the Asians nation, all these trade of the myrrh and the frankincense and all this. They're revitalizing this infrastructure right now, making the largest infrastructure this is 40+% of the population on this rock, and not $1 US is being spent on it, by the way. Isn't that beautiful? I hate this country. It's disgusting, filthy swine. I can't wait till it's done. It's already over. They're just going to have to put a new flag and rename it. There is no more America. America is gone. America's been long gone for a long time. Back in 1800s, they took us off the bimetallic standard, starting the destruction of this country. Back in the 1800s, it started, so you know. Yeah, let us have some freaking Tesla tech so we're not driving around fighting and killing fucking women and children over oil. We never needed to fight one oil war, brothers and sisters. I hold one family on this rock solely responsible. That is Donald John Trump and his family, and then all the people, the Koch brothers and the Johnsons and the Gates and the Hillarys and the Harrises and the Rockefellers. 40% of the world's plus wealth is owned by like 8 families. You think God would be he said not one is to be above the other. Isn't that insane? So what they've done to this country was destructed this country by taking us off as what is called a bimetallic standard back in the 1800s, because gold will compete against silver and you can't control both of them. That's how they killed this country, was dead back in the 1800s, whether you understand economically or not. You can control the gold standard, but you can't control the bimetallic standard. Oops, that was the destruction of this country long ago. That's why I don't feel like I need to hold on to anything here. And anybody who wants any part of it, I rebuke you. You make me sick. If I would throw up right now, I would. I'd throw up all over you. I don't want physical, but you make me sick, literal to my stomach, supporting this. Your W-2 paid to kill a whole Ukrainian generation of men and women, gone in 2 years. And you're okay with this. Oh, we're the good guy and we pay these taxes and for the good of the cause. You are a fucking killer. You know that? How's that feel? You're a killer. You killed women and children, Ukrainian, Russian. A whole generation was unalive with your tax dollar. Good for you. Did you get a vote on that? Did you get a vote on any of that money going to Ukraine? Hasn't stopped, has it? So, no, it wasn't Nixon. It was Donald John Trump. Wasn't have anything to do with Nixon. Nixon is his buddy. I'm sure Nixon and Trump and their family were having some kind of dastardly, dirty deeds done darn cheap somewhere behind closed doors. Richard Nixon is Donald Trump, in case you hadn't figured it out. Backing the OPEC nations with Henry Kissinger. I don't even think he was a U.S. citizen. Brokering. Who do you think sent Richard Kissinger or Henry Kissinger over there? Donald Trump is Richard Nixon. Yeah. Yeah, this has been going on since the 1800s, huh? Do you think we ever needed to fight one oil war? Do you think that might have anything to do with J.P. Chase Morgan being in bed with Henry Ford and his combustion engine? Look at the timing. Oh my God. You know who I'm on right now? You know who the second most evil man on this earth is? Elon Musk. The people's champion, Mr. Superman, Iron Man. I got some words for Mr. Stinky Muskrat. The iron will not cleave with the watery clay. That piece of shit can't even get a car to go 500 miles on a single charge. And they had a car that would go over 1,200 miles in the 1800s. And you still think we needed to kill women and children for oil? I rebuke you. You're a heresy, and I rebuke everything you stand for. As a veteran who served this military industrial complex, as Eisenhower, the American industrial complex, I rebuke America. We should never have had any single veteran in any branch of service outside of our borders. We wouldn't have this fucking Trans Del Arawa problem, would we? If Donald Trump would have done his job and built that wall, he never talked about building a wall. He talked about building a millimeter wall, brothers and sisters. You're just too ignorant and don't know your history to figure out what he's going to do to you. He does not have your best interest in mind. Trump? Oh, okay. He decorates his house with Satan and he has your best interest in mind. He spent more than any other president ever in the history of mankind, of our nation. Nobody has outpaced his spending, and he's stolen from the future generations. Imagine if you were living in like New York. I bet your mortgage is about $4,000. How did that $1,200 check work out for you? They just voted again for how much more money to Ukraine? How about the $500 million that was to go to our children to be tucked and strapped? Did you get a vote on that? Did you get a vote on that? Did you get a vote on that? No. Mr. Biden said he would just keep funding that war until, well, indefinitely. Have you forgotten? Yeah, you've forgotten. What Mr. Trump's buddy, I would bet everything I own, everything I've ever had monetarily, that Joe has had his privates in the backside of Donald. They're two wings to the same dragon, but people think they're separate. Two cheeks to the same hole, kind of like this a-hole right here. Yep. Remember, we already did in the stream. So far left or so far right, they can't even distinguish the forest from the trees. It's called divide and conquer. They divide him up into multiple. Your L, your Z, your R, your T, your D2, your GP3. Yeah, it's called divide and conquer. It's a war tactic they've used for thousands of years, millennia, since the people. And people are too stupid and ignorant to figure it out, so they pick a side. That's what they want you to do. Pick a side. Divide and conquer. Idiots. The victor gets the spoils, correct? The loser gets to shut it. The victor gets to write. The loser gets to write history. You don't know your history. You don't know. You read history out of a book, don't you? Oh, you think history is, that's the victor writes that. The loser gets left out. Left side of history, right side. You think that's reality. You're living in some false paradigm. So if you vote for these pretendants, you're the problem. Well, he's the lesser of two evils. You're just as evil. So how is Donald Trump not a criminal when I can prove that if the national emergency was declared when the survival rate of catching the CV-19 was 99.8%, how's that a national emergency? It's not. A virus is not a living organism. Have you ever studied autoimmunity? Your body produces 3 autoimmune responses. If you overdo it, if you overwork, you have too much stress, 3 autoimmune responses. 2 of them are alive. A fungus is a living organism. If you can get that, a doctor wears that during a surgery, the nurse changes that every 30 minutes or so that that bacteria doesn't get into an open wound and cause an infection. Well, the fungus, a bacteria is a living organism. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I'll stuff your guts back in your body before the wagon shows up. Hopefully not the paddy wagon. Hopefully somebody to take you back, and we'll have the MD, medical doctor, sew you up. They're good for that. But I wouldn't trust a doctor as far as I can throw them. They are scam artists. They scam the public with their PCR test and their Mr. Respirator, and they're putting people on respirator. That was all a scam. They killed people with those respirators. Yes, they did. Never was about a respiratory virus, was it? It was about gigahertz and millimeter waves, oxygen absorption, oxygen depletion, oxygen saturation in your white blood cells and your hemoglobin. You don't have any idea what I'm talking about, do you? No, but they know exactly what they did. mRNA, that is, they were going to go with DNA, but the public didn't bite on that. So they went with mRNA. You know, Pfizer jab, Moderna never even produced a jab ever during clinical trials, short, medium, or long-term trials. Interesting. So your body has 3 autoimmune responses, and the third is a virus, and a virus isn't a living organism. So a doctor does not wear a mask to protect the patient from a virus. A bacteria, yes, can become infected, get in your open wound, and cause you to die. A fungus can cause you, but a bacteria and a fungus are not a virus because they're alive. A virus is not how? That's the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard in my life. Live virus. That's an oxymoron. Look it up. That was one of my memes. I debunked the COVID in 1 minute. Google, is a virus a living organism? Is a virus alive? Well, as I did say, since it's not a living organism, it's more like an android. Wait, if it's not alive, then it's dead. How the hell do you catch something dead? You're an idiot. You fell for it. Warp speed, didn't you? In less time than it takes for a woman to come to child, short-term, medium, and long-term trials for a vaccination normally take about 12 years. They did this in 8 months. Usurping the short, medium, and long-term trials using the Emergency Authorization Use Act, creating that gene therapy. Remember? Went into your DNA. Your DNA is made up of 2 strands of protein. It tapped into the right, or it doesn't matter what side, and your body produced the spike strain, Wuhan spike, the original. But the jab and the booster and the booster and the booster and the booster, they never went through any of the other trials. So those were just the same thing. No. Each one of those boosters would have gone through the same clinical trials. So people right now are literally guinea pigs, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? So, revealing the truth today is shouting in a yelling crowd of billions of people. My God, nice. So, this is the Operation Warp Speed jab. So, what is D talking about? Depleted uranium. Must have been talking about something else there. Okay, but anyways, that's what the jab was. The jab was a mRNA protein spike mimicker. So unfortunately, most people weren't smart enough to know that a vaccine normally takes about 12 years to produce to the public. And most of the time, if they have one or two, we have a horrible efficacy in virology. Normally in history, if there's one or a couple deaths, they'll pull it right off the shelf. It's not what happened here, huh? This was Magadeath. This shot was designed to take out people with existing conditions. People were hanging on the system for people who had Medicare. Yeah. You see what they did there, brothers and sisters? They got rid of the people who had existing conditions. Because if you didn't have any existing conditions, those are people that are withdrawing the system. Are you that freaking ignorant? So, this is what happened. But how is that a national emergency if you got the CV-19, which they never isolated, and you cannot make a vaccine if you don't isolate the virus? Have you not done any studying, have you? Everybody just went along with this. Everybody just went along with this, man. It's crazy. 8 months they put this thing to trial. Moderna had never even produced a human trial vaccine. And people were just okay with this? They're lab rats, guys. I bet you your fibromyalgia is bad. I bet you it is. And now it didn't take everybody out, but it did. It agitated people with existing conditions as well, brothers and sisters. So I feel bad, people who had some, because although it didn't take out everybody, some people are still suffering to this day. A lot. The side effects were so massive. Actually, guys, the side effects from the Whack the Nation itself, like suicide, death, domestic violence, murder, all those things increased during the COVID. Way more people died from those than the actual, which was it did a job. It did its job. I think it did a great job on what they wanted it to do. I don't agree, but it did take out a lot of people that were burdening the system by collecting a paycheck. Yes, it did. So, cool. Well, I won't hold it against you. You're an ignorant puke, Zero, because you're a guinea pig. Whether you like it or not, you don't even have medium or long-term trials. So you're a guinea pig. It might turn up in medium trials. You're gone. See, I'm not laughing at you, but you didn't do any homework. You just trusted man. So you're an idiot and you're a lab rat, just so you know. And I don't have any bad against people who took it. Because remember, I stood with people that are like, wait a minute, you didn't want this. How come you're standing with people who, because I'm standing with people who were forced to feel like they were a bad person. Some people thought they were doing the right thing. That might be Zero. And he's feeling good. Because remember, it didn't, get everybody. If you had existing conditions, then you had issues. But if you didn't have any existing conditions, the survival rate was 99.8%. But you're still a lab rat, so good for you. You're an idiot. I'm going to tell you that, though. And I apologize. You're just an uneducated idiot. And you did probably zero research to find out what short, medium, and long-term trials were and how long it takes to produce. So you're just a lab rat. Okay? And I'm not down you. I still have no problem. I see people who took like a jab and a booster. Guys, they didn't know, man. What if you didn't find out until later? It took a while, and you even took a booster and said, hey, wait a minute. It takes at least 12 years to produce a booster. And I just, wait, what's that? How did that work? They didn't put any of these boosters through any of the trials. So Zero is a lab rat. People are going around telling Zero is marked with a beast. I'm like, shut up. Zero's not marked with a beast. What are you, Christ? You're condemning that person. They're not going to go to heaven because Zero took the jab. No, Zero's just an idiot. Zero didn't do any homework. Zero just trusts Mammon. Whatever man says, he'll go along with it, probably. He's an idiot. He probably didn't even do any homework. Even if he took a jab, 1 booster, I'm still not mad at people who took booster 1. 2, I rebuke you. You are just plainly outright lost. You'll just let anybody violate you, medically rape you. So, thank you. So, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to fool Weisco, guys, and that's fine. I still have a lot of support for people who took the jab. Well, Tracy, you were so anti-jab. I'm for people's stinking rights. If I fucking shoot somebody and they're fucking suffering, I'm going to help them. I'm not going to just fucking let them suffer. Are you out of your mind? I'll fucking shoot them dead if I have to before I let them suffer. Are you serious, America? No, I don't want to shoot anybody, but I would help him before I would ever probably shoot him. But if there was no other, I would just let him sit there and suffer. Shame on you! Even as a veteran will help our enemy if they're suffering. Shame on you! These people are suffering. I don't care if they made a mistake. We all make mistakes, brothers and sisters. The biggest mistake is keep trusting this government who's still putting out this jab. There are people who are still suffering, brothers and sisters. Stand by your brothers and sisters that are suffering. We all make mistakes. The government is the beast. If you haven't figured it out yet, the government is the neuter gender it. That's it. What's the biggest employer in the United States of America? Who has more military bases than any other country? Who spends more money on their military budget than all the other countries in the world combined? That's right, huh? You know who it is. The military American industrial complex. Well, you better wake up, because guess what? Under posse comitatus, that is that they cannot use the law enforcement the military in a law enforcement capacity. Posse comitatus. So all you idiot Americans, I rebuke you. I rebuke you. You're going to pay the price dearly when they turn those guns that should be pointed out to protect our borders at you and put you in a smart, concentrate, re-educate, executive order 11004. You're going to be working. Yes, you will. It's already written in law. 923 executive orders. They've done it in history before. The Walton American-born citizens put into concentration work camps and made to be slaves for this government. They said it was them. This time I wonder who it's going to be. It's going to be you, because they're already paying people to live here. You have rights in this country, whether even you're a citizen or not. You're just too ignorant to even know your rights. You don't assert them. You don't use them. You lose them. You live by the sword. You die by the sword. Judge thus shall be judged. So look what you're doing here. This is a pretty unique time in history to kind of set yourself apart, not be above, but to set yourself apart. And don't be the silent majority going down in history, just shutting up. Remember, people watched them walk to their deaths in Germany. Walk to the smokestacks. Are you just one of those just sitting by watching people walk to their death? Yes, you are. Nobody stood up in America. I don't know one other man other than the people that are in this community that protested their presidents for some fake national emergency. Fake. Statistics proves it already did. Why Donald John Trump is not in prison right now, and Red Hat is not me, I don't know. I guess prophecy tell. There'll be some people they appoint here soon, brothers and sisters. I'm not worried about Mr. Thump. He's laying dead in a casket by The Simpsons. Not me. Somebody's going to whack that guy. And remember, they already shot a surface-to-air missile at him, and nobody cares in the United States of America. I rebuke you, Americans. You're so ignorant. You have forgotten a shoulder-fired, they called it an AT-4 when I was in the military, shoulder-fired grenade, surface-to-air missile. Well, surface-to-air, Sam, or a shoulder-fired rocket launcher was shot at number 45. And everybody in America is like, yeah, whatever. What? Then he asked Joe Biden, his butt buddy, Joe Biden, they're in bed together. They've both been to the island. EpiPen Island. We're island boys. Yes, we're island boys. You guys remember them? Joe and John? Yeah, they're in cahoots together. Wait a minute. You don't think they're two separate? Mr. Hollow Needle? Mr. Tube, Mr. Creator of the Fang, you knew I was a snake. We're here on YouTube before you let you in. And his buddy, you ever play baseball when somebody in the pitcher comes in and plays cleanup? Yeah, Mr. Biden comes in and plays cleanup. You knew I was a snake before he put the bite in. Remember? Jab one, and he continued. Hey, I want you to continue to play poker so my buddy, my buddies at Pfizer and Johnson, Moderna, and all that, they continue to still, they push the same snake bite on you, huh? Yeah, you got the one, the creator of the jab, and then he came to play cleanup and put the bite in, didn't he? He put the bite in. Guess we're island boys, me and my buddy Joe. The same agenda still went on the whole time. Nothing changed. Two wings to the same dragon, two cheeks to the same hole. Even Joe and Kamala Allah Akbar couldn't even spend as much as Donald John, Mr. I Can't Sin. So, would falling tree make a sound if no one was over here? If a man's wife was in the forest and how does that go? Oh, if a man made a mistake and his wife wasn't there to hear it, is he still wrong? All right. I don't have a wife, guys. You see why? I can't even get along with myself half the time. All right, I'm going to let my dogs in. I think my battery went out. Cool. I just wore out a whole freaking tank of gas on you guys. I love you. No worries. We'll turn on because we got some power here. We'll switch over. I just burnt a whole tank of gas. All right, anybody want to contribute to the ministry? You don't have to. I just burned a whole tank of gas on you guys. It's not there. If you don't need to, your tithe of time is all I require. I thank you for your time. So I'm going to give a pause for the cause here and let my dogs in. I got to put some more wood in the wood stove. It snowed out here this morning, so the ground's a little bit cold, a little wet, and I'll come back on here. I'm just going to blog until till the police come swat my house here, or they come raid me, or whatever, or I don't know. I'll figure something out here, but I'm not going to sit around and do nothing. I'm not going to go down in history as the silent majority. I'm not going to do what it says in the book of Psalms, stand around and do nothing. They put holes in Christ. Does anybody want to put holes in you? He said, conform to my image. You know what I'm saying? So let me go get my puppies because they're my everything. And you see on the SWAT raid, what was I concerned about? Was I concerned about my life, or was I concerned about my animals? I was concerned for my son's life. I was concerned for my, yes, I said, are you going to shoot me? Because I wanted to document if they did shoot me that, right? That it was said that they weren't. Interesting, huh? All right, so give me a break. And actually, let me plug this in. Oh, hold on. Watch out for my gas canister here. I was going to bring this to court, but I figured this could get me in trouble because the potential tear gas could still test positive. But I think the next time I actually was in court last time and I brought that to court, I'm going to bring that and stick that in the judge's face. Tell him you better not trample on my rights to free speech ever again. Shut your mouth when you're talking, or when I'm talking in this courtroom. I have the right to speak up. Don't trample on my rights. I don't care if you're a man in a black robe. And I had witness. Last time I went there, I brought somebody with me, and they witnessed what I had to go through in that courtroom. So He was there. He said if I would have one more word, I would have been in contempt of court and would have been going to jail. He thought I was. But that's okay. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall not want. I will fear no evil, for the Lord are with me. Though they will throw you in front of their magistrates and their men in their black robes and their synagogues and their courts and their, yes, and you will be without counsel. You believe the state of Oregon swats my house 6 months later, they still have been not able to provide me an attorney. Under my Miranda rights, they have to provide me legal counsel. In 6 months I'm in this, and they still haven't provided any legal counsel. That's trampling on my Miranda rights. What do you know? I know my rights. Under right of discovery and suppression of evidence, I have all the evidence. I know what they're doing. I know the evidence against me. Will I ever get to see the man who threw this in my face and scarred my vision for life? It's not gotten better. It's just gotten worse. I've had even people say they can see, visually in my eye that there's something wrong with my eye. I'd like to look at the man one day and look in his eyes for the man that threw this in my face. Maybe that was Lou. Lou's an idiot. I can't wait to meet Lou in town. What a piece of crap Lou is. Never even stood for this town. Probably don't even know who Tony Karsten is, man. That's pretty sad. You guys want to come in with the dad? There's Mr. Pants. And where's my biggest doggo? There's him, guy. Oh, I love these guys. I don't know what I would do without you puppies. Dad doesn't know what I would do without you guys. You guys are my best guys. I love my dogs, man. I'm so lucky to have these good dogs. So, you want Mr. Pants come over to say hi? You come say hi to the dad? I know it's been out there. It's a little cold. Do you want to warm up with the dad? I just love this guy. I just love this guy. I just love him. He's such a good guy. He's such a good guy. He's quarter dingo. He's quarter dingo. Oh, he's giving dad the lovin's. Oh, he's going to go crazy. He's going to go crazy. Oh, we got the doggo tail. We got the doggo tail. Oh, here he goes. Here he goes. Here he goes. Oh, my goodness. Now, what's wrong with your puppy? Oh, it is a boy. Oh, I love him. Oh, I love him. He's a good guy. It was so windy that my thing fell off the wall the other day out here. I haven't put it back up there. I got to fix that board. It came undone. It came unwood. So this is Yatter Boy, and he's quarter dingo. And he, no kisses, no kisses, no kisses. And he, nope. And he loves the dad. And I love him too. No kisses, no. Ow. I try. He just loves giving dad kisses. And there's Mr. Tago, the biggest guy. Look at him. What a crazy dog. You're crazy. You're crazy like your dad. You're crazy like dad. Do you love dad? Then you love the dad. Do you love dad? No kisses. Do you love me? Are you hanging out with the dad? The biggest yatter. Look at those ears. When you're talking, he knows you're talking about him. What about Mr. Doggy? Oh, Mr. Big. Mr. Big, come over here. Say hi to the dad. Say hi to the dad, big guy. Now, this is my 140-pound big guy. He's big. He thinks he's a lap puppy. Oh, Pants, would you wait your turn? But he's big. He can see he's a big guy. He weighs a lot. He's my biggest guy that I know. See, I was pretty pissed, guys. When they swatted this house, these dogs were in this sticking house, and they could have been, they didn't have to do what they did. I came out of the house. I never caused any violence. This dog was ruined. This dog had to be taken from this property, and it took me months to get my dog back, and he was hammered when I got him back. His whole chin was raw. His whole tail was raw. His tail looked like somebody had burnt the top of his tail, and I know it's from scratching and biting at it, but it looked like it was raw, like glossy red, shiny, like you peel like a blister off. So he's a good guy, and he's doing good now. Dad's got him back on the lamb and rice. All his all his stuff is healed up. Oh, he's a good guy. And they hurt my dogs, man. It was so unnecessary. Why'd the dogs have to pay the price that day? They didn't do anything. They were such good boys, too, during that deal. Good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good guy. Yeah, he's a good guy. So, all right. Yeah, they are good dogs, and I love them. They did such a good job during the SWAT raid, guys. They stayed in the back. Tango tried to follow me up, and I told him to go lay back down there. And they didn't come out of the house. Actually, when I walked out the house, I left the screen, and I reached back over, and I made sure that the door was shut so that they wouldn't get out. So, him wasn't dead. My guy. My guy. I love these guys so much. This one, he's always up. First thing in the morning. I'm telling you, if my foot gets out of bed, he is up. I'm telling you, he's on a time clock with me. As soon as I'm out of bed, he is right there. There's never been a morning that he hasn't been. He's always right there. Obviously, when I went to jail, but this is the one that he wouldn't leave here. They tried to take him from the property, and he wouldn't go. He bloodied somebody's hand on a rope and ended up, on a leash, and I think he busted the leash. So he wouldn't leave, guys. When they came in here, I was in jail, and the door was open, and he had to stay in here. He stayed in here and watched the kitties, because remember, there was a fresh, litter of kitties in here that I was raising inside. I'm like telling these cops, stop, I have animals in here. I wanted to know, why are you here? State your reason. And I came out. There was no resistance or anything. So I feel so bad for this dog. Had to stay here alone for weeks on end and protect these kitties. And somebody tried to take him, and he was not leaving. Tango left, but this dog stayed here until Dad got home. It's like, I'm staying here until Dad gets out of jail. So yeah, he's such a good boy, and he's doing better. He really was kind of suffering. He'd never been away from his brother. They'd only ever been raised together. And so it was his first time without his brother, even like 4 years old, no kisses. And this is the first time he was ever without his brother. And so he was having a hard time. That's why, I don't know what's up with that guy. He never even called me back, man. That guy that was supposed to, I don't know. He still isn't to this day ever called me. I've never received any call, nothing, He's the one who took my dog, and it took me months to get him back. I'm like, hey, my dog is without the other dog, and I'm kind of alone out here, and these are kind of my animals. They're my life. I don't have, my son is gone. He's the only person I talk to. I don't have any family. I don't have friends like that. And so can I please have my dog back? I'll come down and get him. I know you're hours away, but I'll come get him. Months it took me to get my dog back, man. I really like that. And this guy suffered a bunch too. And then when he was here and without Tango, I didn't try to overly love on him. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to, because he was the only one here. But I'm like, I don't want to overly love on him, because if I get Tango back, I don't want him to feel, so he's done a good job. He's bounced back really resilient. And I can't stand what the state of Oregon did. They separated me from not only I was supposed to build a house out here with my son and my daughter. If we could have just gotten this small little clerical error cleared up, if the state of Oregon would have come here, nobody has ever investigated my son's 140 hours or 180 hours, brothers and sisters. Nobody has ever investigated. I've never had one person, single person, come to me and say, hey, I looked into your son's 180 hours. We got a hold of Morgan. We got a hold of Tom. We got a hold of Don, and they all have witnessed. They went to the dunes with him. We actually looked at the cellular data on his cell phones, and we can prove just with cellular data alone, like that dude sat there for 12 hours in the bushes going to shoot Trump, that second shooter that got 45 miles away. That's stupid. But anyways, they mentioned cellular data in that thing. And I'm like, awesome, perfect. Now that makes exactly what my case is talking about, which I've been screaming anyways. If you pinged Elijah's phone, which they have satellite data of all these phones, does it show? Yes, it will, that Elijah went to the dunes on multiple occasions, went to the fairgrounds on multiple occasions, spent multiple days at the fire station and completed all his hours, was the terms of his release. And there were 2 females. So we need to figure out who these 2, there's 5 eyewitnesses to Elijah doing his community service hours. The terms of his release were to leave Lake into Lane County, that all the hours had to be completed of his work crew, road crew, community. So it's all the same. They don't have community service out here where you can go work for like a nonprofit. They work for the county. They get in a van, like you go to prison and you get in you go on the work and you get in the van and they go work on the side. They do the same thing here. They clean up the roads. They do all of that here. And my son did all his time. When he made the mistake, he got on felony supervised probation. People make mistakes. Not a violent criminal, not, it wasn't a violent crime. Okay, he got out, and so he was supervised by Lily Frank, his probation officer. Everything he did was monitored. When you're on felony supervised probation, they monitor what you do. If he wouldn't have showed up to his community service, he would have been violated. Elijah did not have any violations of probation until month 42. And that's because they would still not look at the hours he did here. At month 33, they came to my son and said, you didn't complete these 133 hours back in Lake County. And that's not a possibility, brothers and sisters. That's what this is all about. That stupid idiot Lou in this county, it was more than that. I can't wait to meet Lou in person and have just a personal conversation. It will not do anything violent to Lucifer, Louis, whatever that Bender's name is. I don't care who they are. They never sat on the chamber. How do they know me, but I don't know them? Pretty interesting, huh? So, but anyways, like I said, my son's phone should be able to be pinged and cellular data will clear him of these charges. Every hour that Elijah Werner has done, over 180 hours, he will be compensated. Yes, he will, because I will ensure. Now, if he chooses to sue the state, that's his prerogative. I will not sue the state because the state screwed up, brothers and sisters. Why would you, the taxpayer, why would I make you, the taxpayer, pay for it? Do you understand? Why? Like the county. This county can't even fund its 911 dispatch right now because these cops are so freaking corrupt in this town. There's lots of new growth up here in North Lake County, brothers and sisters. These people have figured out a way to rob all of it. There's proof there's extortion going on in this town. How in the hell do we have more building permits, CUPs, conditional use permits, of all these houses being built here, and we just lost our 911 dispatch because the sheriffs are criminals? And they're extorting, somehow they're skimming all the money from this county. Why don't we have a 911 in a month, brothers and sisters? Not me. If Lou the idiot runs his mouth to one of these other people out here, and there's a lot of people who just shoot you out here. They don't care. They don't care. I do live in that town, just so you know. This is that town. You ever heard that town, fuck around and find out kind of town? That town ain't got nothing on this town. You go down the wrong driveway down here and they will shoot you dead in your tracks, and the sheriff won't do shit about it. No, they don't. Oh, don't think it hadn't happened out here. Oh, yes, it has. You drive down the wrong driveway to this is that fuck around and find out kind of town ship. We ain't even a town. What they're talking about in that song ain't got nothing on this town. It wants to be this town. So the corruption out here is within the law enforcement, and people out here do what they want. This is kind of the American dream out here. People go buy their own shem out here. You buy a nice little chunk of land, get tucked in behind a little swell, a dune or something, and you'll never see them. So poor Lou, going to run his stupid mouth or her mouth to somebody, not me. I don't care. I never going to do nothing. I'd have shot those 2 police officers, state troopers dead that day if I had any violence in me. And I would have been 100% justified to do so because they came and drove on not my easement, not the easement road. There's a road on the easement, and then it cuts over onto my property, which they don't have the right to go on it, and they drove on it anyways. So they illegally came on my property, and I have the right to deem them an intruder under the 4th Amendment. Should have shot them dead, and I wouldn't have been shot. I pleaded for them not to come on my property with guns, and they still did anyways. So people are like that. I would have had every reason to justify shooting those 2 state troopers dead, headshots right through their cranium, because I'd already been telling them of the issues that I had out here and told them, stop stalking my house. I have the evidence to clear my son 100% beyond a reasonable doubt. I have 5 witnesses. I have cellular data. I have my phone calls. I have no violations, probate. I have mounds. I have a stack of evidence this high, and they still swatted my house. They still brought men with guns. So I would have been completely justified that day to shoot those men because they eventually did bring guns anyways. So anyways, I didn't though, brothers and sisters. I never did. I never called for violence, and I never got a gun out, although I have a weapon in the side of this cabin. I never took it outside. Never threatened anybody. I never threatened any violence. But when I look back at this situation, I probably just shot him dead. It is what it is. I have not regrets for not doing it, but I would still have my vision. I guarantee my son would probably be building his house right now. I'm seriously. I would have been justified. I called the state already in advance, long before all this, and told them about the corruption going on in this town. And then saw them out stalking my house. I saw them across the street. I saw the state troopers. I saw people in the hills up here. I had somebody, I can't wait to pull the IP address on whoever was in that chat. So you should be careful what you say, because you are evidence in these chats. YouTube is what they said in my discovery of evidence. So you are evidence, just so you know. They said, I want to know who IP's address was that. Was that the state of Oregon, who said, Oregon State Police have some of the best snipers in the United States of America. Was that the state police threatening me, intimidating me, trying to intimidate me? They were up in these hills scoping my house, trying to execute this warrant, which was not, I think the warrant is, we'll find out that it was illegal. It never should have been signed by Judge Vandenberg. The special weapons and tactics never should have been signed off by Ted Martin. He's the one who released this and called in the state. This district attorney is a thug. He's calling the state of Oregon in to come kill me. And it didn't work out like he thought. So I'm still calling him a criminal. And he is. Ted Martin's 100%. I can prove he's a criminal. If he's supposedly the district attorney and he's prosecuting cases in here, then why was the vehicle that was bought by Christy, the cleaning lady, not returned to her after she purchased the car, with the agreement, if she purchased the car, that these charges, illegal charges that you were bringing up here against, be dropped? She'd already provided a cleaning service for the car, but then you arrested her saying that the car was stolen. She went back and picked up the car from the person who bought it. You were going to arrest her, her husband, the cleaning lady, when I know for 100%, that's everything in my statement saying that was her payment. And then you turn around and arrest her and provide a warrant. And that's Judge Vandenberg again. That's Ted Martin again. Same people in the same case too, because I brought this case up with my case. And then you turn around and you make her pay for the car. I have the paperwork right now if you want to see it. You physically make this lady pay for the car. This is mafia behavior from Ted Martin and Judge Vandenberg. And you tell her if she'll buy the car, pay our fee, and we'll drop our charges against you. That's what they said. So she purchased the car with cash, had a receipt, and then asked to request to get the car because now she provided the service for it. You threaten her with a legal arrest. Ted Martin, Judge Vandenberg signed this warrant, Tom Rourke. She returns the car the next day, the very next day. The very next day she returns it. She paid you. Said you threatened her. Hey, we're going to put criminal charges. We're going to send your husband in jail. We're going to arrest the person you called to. But if you'll pay for the car, we'll drop all our charges. So she pays for the car, and then she requests to get the car back, and you won't give her the car back. You donate it to the police department? The car she purchased, she already paid for with her service and now paid. You're forcing her. You remove the charges, and then she says, okay, I want the car. I want the title to it. I paid for it. Here's the receipt. I paid for it. Can I please come pick up my... You say no. The lady who threatened you with charges has just decided to donate it to the police department. We don't care about your money. That's extortion, brothers and sisters. Judge Vandenberg is a criminal and a mafia type behavior. Ted Martin just proved it right there. He's mafia. These people are mafia type people. They throw their weight around. That's what Judge Vandenberg is. He's a mafia, and Ted Martin is his buddy. For example, Christy, the cleaning lady. So they take the car. They don't give it back to the lady. She's paid for it with her services. I can prove that. I can 100% prove that. I have multiple witnesses. Even talks to the sheriff that was her car and it was part of her payment. And cellular data will show that Angela said that to me. I even had a witness. Don't ask about that car. We're doing the clean out on this estate. That car has been given to by the cleaning lady for her services. There's a freezer inside. Don't go in the house. Don't go. They said, don't go to the back of the property. I had instructions on what I was supposed to do. The car was not part of the estate that I bought because it was payment for the cleaning lady to come and clean the inside of mom's house, which I never touched. I took all the stuff outside and brought it as an estate sale, as a service provided for the lady who sold me the estate. She turned around and tried to have Christy arrested, the cleaning lady, saying that she stole the car, which is untrue. Christy says, okay, well, whatever, I can't, she don't want to prove it. She paid it, and she has. I told her, get a hold of Angela. I remember I have witness if you need witness, because she came to me saying they're threatening to throw me in jail. Like, what? Over that car, remember? I'm like, no way. That was your car. I even told the dude, don't ask the lady about the car. Don't ask her. He loves cars. That was hers as payment. She turns around and is told she has to pay for the car. Get out of here, MTH. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You're just a stand down, one of those bootlicker. Get out of here. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You don't. You don't know anything about the situation. You're just speaking up, dung. So anyways, they turn around and it gets threatened. If you'll buy the car, we'll drop the charges. That is the threat of arrest. And then literally extorts her for the price of the car. She pays for it. I have a receipt of it right here. And they turn around and donate the car to the fire department, the police station does, and cuts it up. Tom Rourke, you're going to prison. I can't wait to see you turn your hands behind your back. I will sue your bond just like I saw you the other day in public and screamed out loud in front of everybody. I will sue your bond, Tom. And then saw your other copsucker pig out here, Josh Bezel, and told him he's a pig, criminal pig. Because I have my First Amendment right to tell him he is a criminal. I want to see Josh Bezel's phone, cellular data, and why is he stalking community members? Why is his phone in places and locations for extended periods of time? What is he doing out in front of these people's houses for long periods of time? I'm on to you, Josh Bezel. You will be removed. Remember, you couldn't even get a job with the fire department. Oh, is that why the fire chief got arrested? And then you went and landed a job with the cops because you couldn't get a job with the fire department? You couldn't pass the... Josh Bezel, Lake County Sheriff, is a criminal. And I'm 99% certain that cellular data will show that he's the one who removed the headlight from my Toyota, which was outside of my gate, my fenced-in area on my house. It was ripped out of the Toyota. Josh is the one who pulled me over. I'm pretty sure that cellular data will show this. Josh, was it you that ripped that headlight out of the Toyota motorhome and I found it inside of the gate? That means you pulled it out and brought it inside of the gate. Cellular data should show that. There was 25 cops here today, or the state. I don't know how many of the local pigs showed up out here. There was a bunch of, I know I was pissed when they turned me back over to this corrupt Lake County Sheriff's Office. But Judge Vandenberg, you're going to go to prison. I can't wait to see you turn around and put your hands behind your back and you're disbarred from the bar, and you lose your authority to the Queen, and you put in shiny bracelets and you're taken and hauled off to a cage because you're still trying to throw me in a cage right now. And I told you you better drop these charges because you don't have any evidence against me to convict me of these charges that you're signed off on, that your criminal district attorney is signed off on. What are you going to do, Judge Vandenberg, when Elijah's 80-hour cellular data shows that he did the 180 hours? You are going to be the one that's going to pay with your bond, Judge Vandenberg. Yeah, you are. I'm going to sue your bond. I'm not going to sue the county. I don't want to make this county pay. You got idiots like Lou who would have to pay for it. Unfortunately, Lou doesn't have any 911 services after December. I think Lou's going to be fucked. I do, and I apologize. I apologize for cussing, but I really do. I think he's going to be screwed. He's going to run his mouth out here, and he's not going to have any 911 service to call these cop suckers to come save him. And then somebody's going to mess him up, and then there ain't going to be no way for him to get fixed or repaired because there's no 911 services in this county because of corrupt. You guys, there are so many new houses being built in these last 2-3 years. Where in the hell is all that money gone? Where is all that money gone? We got more conditional use permits probably been pulled in the last 2 years. Why don't we have a 911 dispatch out here? Starting 25. Did Lou come in under another name? Lou, are you in here under another name? You better be careful, Lou. Not of me. I'm not going to have anything to do with you. You'll see my cellular data will never come close to you unless you meet me up in town and you want to have a peaceful conversation. I will communicate with you, but I'm no threat of violence. But I'm concerned now for Lou. I mean, this is why I'm concerned about these community members. You know what I'm saying? It sucks, guys. The guy like this can run his mouth, and then there's no 911 service, and he can open his mouth up to somebody out here, and they'll probably do something to him out here. And he's got to have no 911. I can't wait until these bootlicking cop suckers out here got no 911 to call anymore. And they're going to have to stand on and stop running their mouth because it could cost them dearly. Most people don't understand that we're not under the covenant of eye for an eye anymore. They think you can go out and hurt somebody. You can't hurt anybody outside your own borders. You can protect yourself. Like I should have shot those 2 state troopers dead on my property that day, and my house would have been SWAT raided. I would have had every legal right. My son would not be facing these charges. I guarantee all this shit would have been dropped already because we would already been opened up a federal investigation against Ted Martin, Tom Rourke, the criminal sheriff out here. Sam Bird, they're all criminals. I have dirt on all of them. I do. It is what it is. I didn't make the dirt. They did it. Their own actions made their own. Like Judge Vandenberg, not letting me out of jail for a whole extra week is illegal. I've been 6 months since my house has been SWAT raided, and they have not even provided me legal counsel. You're going to take all the time to shoot me in the face, my son, kidnap my daughter, I can't talk to my son. I haven't talked to my son in 6 months. They put a no contact order against us. Yeah. You believe that? For standing up for this community, pointing out that the sheriffs are corrupt. I'm the one who gets attacked. Yeah. And I can prove my son's, there's no on his action plan did it say it's 6 months that he 133 hours of community service to do. It would have said that on his action plan. Elijah has not completed these hours. The terms of his release from Lake to Lane County, he needs to complete these hours. The 133 that he didn't know, that was the terms of his release from Lake to Lane County. I helped facilitate that, guys. This is insane. Nobody one time's ever even looked into this. Why do you hear me during the SWAT raid call out going, what about Elijah's 180 hours? I became the evidence, brothers and sisters. I didn't want to. Would you do that for somebody in your community? Would you do that for somebody who made a mistake and then paid the price, completed all his terms, or her terms, and then they turn face on him. Would you stand up for that person and get your asshole violated by some man who wants to stick his cock in your asshole and be a cock blocker? You ever heard the term cock blocker? You're looking at one right here. You want to eat a cock meat sandwich from Big Bob? I don't want my son to have his ass violated. I have the evidence to prove his innocence. Would you jump in front of some big fat cock? You're not taking me seriously, are you? My asshole could be violated. But some man who can't keep his cock to himself. I threw my ass in front of my sons. And I would do it for you too. I do it for people in this community. I already have. They don't know what I do. And like Lou, I don't even think Lou is real. I think Lou is part of the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Or is Ted Martin a piece of shit that's coming in here and won't even call me? Or is Michael Taylor the piece of shit who won't call me either? An elected sheriff that has authority that's never even called me. Cellular data will show that I've been calling Michael Taylor for 4 years, and I've never even gotten one return call from Michael Taylor. Not even one. Let me see if I got any right here. I got some. Maybe we can find a call. We'll go over here just for evidentiary purpose. Uh-oh. I don't think I have any. I got so many phone calls on these things. I bet you I got 30 phone calls to Lake County Sheriff's Office that I'm trying to get them to take care of this. I got Lake County Sheriff's Office, dispatch, 911, non-emergency, probably 5-6 times. Ted Martin's office, me calling Michael Taylor's. I have all this recorded. This is cellular data, me recording all of this. So I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I'm good at collaborating evidence. I know how to collaborate evidence. I know how to collect. I was a traffic crash reconstructionist. I was a law enforcement officer. I know what evidence is. And so I've collaborated. Remember, I did a live stream on here before the SWAT raid, and I had the real estate person that I bought, sold thousands of acres out here himself organically say that the people in this community fear the law enforcement in this town because of their heavy-handedness. They're thugs. Ted Martin is a mafia district attorney. He extorted Christie and said, pay for that car and I'll drop the charges. That's mafia. Then she paid for the car and he wouldn't even give her the car back. They donated the car to the police department and then donated it to the fire department where they cut it up. This lady paid for the car. She has 100% proof she did. I have the proof here. So I have proof of my son's innocence 150 million%. Cellular data will show. Have you ever gotten in trouble? Felony supervised probation. If you miss one of your appointments, they'll give you a probation violation. Supervised probation. So my son is 100% innocent. Judge Vandenberg will pay. I will go after his estate, after his bond, and Ted Martin. And then I will make sure every one of these bonds of everybody who's involved in these, Kresha Brunsman, Sheriff Dumar over there in Lane County, Richard Greer over here, the head of probation, I'll sue his bond. Michael Taylor, I want him unelected as a sheriff and put in prison. Yeah, you're still talking nonsense too there, Datsun, because you ain't doing shit for your country, buddy. You're not my buddy. You're just some pile of crap, just talking shit out the side of your mouth. You're okay. Just keep talking your shit in here. You ain't doing nothing for your country. Good job there, buddy. You and Lou can go hang out. Come in this town and go hang out, Lou. You can have a meeting and meet me up in town. We'll do it all without violence. See if you have any balls. Or if you're just a little scrotum sack filled with nothing, maybe some little peas in there or something. You ain't got any, do you? Probably not. I doubt it. You do the works of your father, the devil there, Datsun. So, all right, let's plug this bad boy in. We'll start plugging in. We'll start collaborating more evidence. I'm going to keep collaborating evidence against this criminal judge and criminal attorney. We're going to start playing more of these phone calls in this live stream. Either they're going to come SWAT this house, they're going to drop these charges, all of them, and then they're going to have all their bonds sued because I'm not going to stand down. I don't want any of these officers. I'm not trying to seek vengeance, but after they get out of prison, after they get out of prison, I would like to, I think they should still be able to get a job like flipping burgers or something. You know, maybe they can be I don't know, maybe they can get a job being a bagger at a grocery store or something. You know, I don't want to just completely condemn them where they can't even eat or anything, but they never should work. Judge Vandenberg is a criminal judge, should be disbarred, and is a mafia, because him and Ted Martin are actual mafia. I just showed you. There's a lady who paid for a car that I have proof, who was threatened with arrest, that they would drop her arrest if she paid for it, and they never even returned the car after requesting. Then they turn it around and donate it to the police department, the fire department, cut it up. That's extortion. That lady should have been given her car if she paid for it. She already paid for it with services. I know this. So she sold my car, my minivan, and they didn't arrest her for that. She sold my minivan. There were 2 vehicles on that estate that I was only able to buy the 2 estates with the vehicle. The other one came part of the cleaning service. So yeah, we let the Lord fight all our battles there. Stoner Connection 420. So, and again, I rebuke your 420. 420 is a stupid name. It's the birth date of Adolf Hitler, and your name is dumb. 420 is the stupidest thing ever in the world. I hate the word 420 because it shows how much of an idiot you are. Make every day cannabis day. Make every day medication day. 420 is the birth date of Adolf Hitler. Stoners like you probably give me a bad name because you just sit around and play video games all day or sit on the internet all day. You don't really probably produce a whole lot for your country. Your name's stupid, by the way. It is what it is. You're talking about a medicinal cannabis grower. Change your name. It's stupid. 420 is the birth date of Hitler. You're an idiot. Why the hell would you put that on? Because you know what the hell you're talking about. You don't even know. And if you did and you know that's Hitler's birthday, then you're supporting Hitler. So get the hell out of here. I don't want you in here. Go change your name or something. No, just do whatever you're going to do. I don't care. You're an idiot to freaking pick the name to begin with. You should probably do some research before you just put something in your body. So you should probably do some research where you just write down a name and go, oh, 420 and stoner. Or rebuke your idiots. You go smoke your indica flower, auto flower, fake genetically modified crap. Yeah, bunch of fake cannabis at these dispensaries, and China's in there putting shit in the glycol, by the way. So just one hit off your little dab pin. Here, try this. Oh, here. Boom, and you got it. It's in you. Might want to switch over to a pen, something like this, where you can put all your own rosin in, and this can use an auto flower. You can use flour or oil in this, and there's no glycol. Pretty interesting, huh? Yeah, cut out the middleman. Stop buying that freaking nasty, disgusting. That's not medicine. I'm a medicinal trichome farmer, and that is not medicine. So I rebuke everybody who's smoking these dispensary crap. Stop supporting these dispensaries. As a medicinal cannabis trichome farmer, I legislated for non-recreational cannabis. Man, why? Man, you were a cannabis grower because the feds are going to come in here and ruin it. And so is and that's what everybody did. They started making money off of it. Turns something that's never killed anybody. Drugs kill people. Cannabis never killed anybody. So go change your name. 420. Just take the 420 off it. You'll be fine. You can be a stoner. It's okay. Not all stoners are lazy. There's plenty of people who are stoners, if that's what you want to call it. And they're completely, actually, they work just fine. You wouldn't even notice the difference. It's like, it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles them. It's what comes out of them, brothers, sisters. So, cool. It's okay to be a stoner. If you use cannabis, I would recommend you use cannabis any than all these other big pharmakia bull crap. Make sure you're growing your own. Make sure you're not using any of these other, don't use chemicals. Organic, natural nutrients is what the plant needs. Heck, you could gorilla grow and just take a big old salmon and dig it down about 3 feet. It'll do its own thing. It'll go through its veg process. By the time it hits flower, that taproot will go right down in. That will all emulsify, and it don't need all that extra stuff. These people ruin cannabis. Cool, no worries. So I just can't stand the 420 thing. I did a video on it on a channel called Silver is Like Gold, if you'd like to look at it. So I think all people should have access that need medicinal personal cannabis, brothers, sisters, for medicinal purposes. So, I mean, if you want to use it recreationally, that's one thing, but they've ruined it. They don't even label this stuff. You don't grow cannabis 100 females at a time. You ever have a female in your life? You ever met two that are alike? You know, as a medicinal cannabis, I always grow at least 2 Blue Dream, a very heavy indica plant. That's at least smaller than your pinky. And they never grow the same. Although they have a similar way of growing, the two never grow the same. They always have the exact same odor and are the exact same when tested in the laboratory for the amount of THC, but they don't act the same. No Pluto plant's generally going to act the same. You get a better idea of what you're growing strain year after year after year, but you don't grow things and water every female in 100 of them at a time. That's not going to work. You're turning it into a drug. I'm a seed grower. I don't like cloning, although it is okay. It still is just as old. That plant's a year old, and you took a clip of clone off of it. It's as old as the old plant plus. But people lose track. They get all, and then they can't tell what's what. And they don't even know what indica is or sativa is anymore. Everything's crossed. The idea of crossing is so you can have an even medicinal, you can be medicated evenly. 30-70, 70-30, whatever you're praying. Maybe you want to be more euphoric, bubbly. That's a sativa. Get you up off your ground, you know, be able to operate, not indica, America. Velcro on your ass. This is all you do all day. Honey, give me a beer. Are we getting new food stamps, honey? You're a lazy stoner, and I rebuke you. You've taken and you have allowed them to take something that has never killed anybody. The only 3 side effects I've ever known to cannabis is either happy, hungry, or horny. Because the side effects are not anything like these big farm guys. I know, you're totally good. You're totally good. I'm just letting you know. Stoner, you're fine. You're fine. I just don't like it. I see something I don't like, I stand up. I'm not going to condemn you. I just don't like what it is because nobody knows what you probably didn't even know what it is when you did it. You're an idiot. Idiot means the same thing as ignorance. Idiotos is you didn't know. I'm not holding it against you, stoner. I'm not. You just didn't know. You probably never looked it up. It was kind of like a flashy thing, 420. I understand what it is. I'm not dumb. I mean, my medicinal cannabis grows. I know what 420 is, but I know what you did. So I know there's some innocence about it, but I'm just pointing out something like that. You know what I'm saying? So the problem that I'm having, brothers, sisters, is they taken something that used to be very individualized, a female, and should be grown because when you grow, I never have grown any more than 12 plants at a time. I don't grow any more than 12. I grow some of the best cannabis on this rock. If you don't think so, refer to any of my patients or people that I've grown for, and they would tell you. I've taken clones from people and grown them in my garden. People are like, dude, how do you do that? Well, you grow 100 plants at a time. I grow them one at a time. Each one is an individual, each female. Get me away from that fan. I don't like the fan. It's blowing on me. Ah! I got to be near the fan. Don't let me near the wall. I got to be touching her. Don't you let me touch her. Why is that music so loud? Oh, it's so hot in here. Move me away from the heat. Move me away from the light. Yeah, they all act differently. When you go up 10 of 100 of them and you water them all, yeah. I'm a trichome farmer. I grow medicinal cannabis. There's a difference between growing pot, weed, dope, drugs, recreational. That's not medicine. I'm a trichome. That's the medicine. I grow trichomes. I know how to look at this plant and see what it's doing at a level where it takes a little, microscope to see. That's the medicine it's more microscopic. Although it can be seen with the naked eye, it looks much more like a sperm. or like a punching bag, if you will. There's a little round on top of a, like a light on top of a tower, and that's where the medication is within that. That's what I grow. Yeah, people. Oh, I never had anything like this. I know, because I grow this. You grow this whole big. I'm not trying to grow quantity. I'm trying to grow quality. I'd rather take and give you your whole dump truck of swag that I don't even want to put any of it and even make it into an edible, let alone stick it in any kind of, put it in my flower machine and vape the flower from it because it tastes like crap. And he grew it with Miracle Grow. I don't know what people do to this stuff. It's not grown organically. They're trying to grow it as strong as they can. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And they're turning it into a drug is basically what they're doing. Remember, cannabis never killed anybody. Now, what they started doing to it that's not cannabis. So I don't agree with people who take something that was naturally organic. Like I said, the oldest person found frozen in ice. He has a satchel on the side of his hip, and there's cannabis, female cannabis in his satchel. So unfortunately, what has ruined cannabis is quantity. Yeah, I would rather have half a pea, maybe a couple zippers of a quality medicinal medicine than a whole dump truck. No, you can take your dump truck of swag. I don't want it. I don't even want it. I'll take a pea or something like that then to have your whole dump truck load, you can have it. That's the problem, brothers and sisters, is people is taken and they've gotten greedy. So people are always like, man, that's crazy. Why would you legislate for non-recreational, Tracy? You're a medicinal cannabis grower. I said, because the feds are going to come in here and ruin everything with their stinking dispensaries. There'll be freaking pot dispensaries on every corner, and they'll grow so much of it, they'll steal your sativa from you. What? Yeah, you let these dispensaries in, they'll steal the sativa. They'll have you all on indica. You have you couch lock, stoned out of your brain. Sound like America? On this auto flower? Exactly. Stoner. On this auto flower? That's not cannabis, brothers. Space, right? That's not cannabis. It don't even look like cannabis. You can't even tell the difference. Back in the day, we didn't have these fancy little labels on it. We had to look at it. Well, you can touch it. You can break it open if you little. No, it wouldn't even let you smoke any of it or try it in your vape. You had to look at it and be able to tell whether it was not all these. Well, I sent it out to the. This is 50 million % THC. I did that once because I did years ago when they first started. I found a couple good dispensaries where I knew all the growers, and I would go tell these people, "Oh man, I got this 28%, man." I'm like, here, come here, try this. 14%. Whoa, man, I'm freaking now. I know, huh? You wouldn't even know how to pick quantity from quality. You're just trying to get as stoned out of your brain as you can. That's why they took your sativa away, America. You didn't listen to me, and guess what happened? Yep. You're a bunch of indica heads. You understand? You don't even know the difference between indica and sativa. I've gone into the dispensaries and said, that is not Blue Dream. I've been a medicinal cannabis grower for many years, and that is not Blue Dream. Here, you want to smell it? No, that's not Blue Dream. Blue Dream has a specific smell. That's probably one of my favorite strains to grow. That's what I'm saying. And Stoner 420 sees that now, what I'm saying. It's all mixed, guys. It's all 60-40, 70, and there's a purpose to that, guys. Mixing cannabis, indica, and sativa is not a bad thing, because maybe you need to be a little bit more body medicated than head, and that's supposed to equalize it. So you're not too bubbly, so we're gonna, that you still have a nice equal. So if you understand what the idea of actually crossing a strain is to work medicinally within what the patient would need for more body ache or more hit. It's not for your own get high. That's not what it's for. It's medicine. I call it medicine. So it sucks because they've taken all the individual sativa plants out and everything's 60, 40, 30, 40, heavy indica, which gives you Velcro on your ass and you don't want to get up and do anything productive. That is a lot of Americans. So I warned that they would steal the sativa, and that's exactly how it has worked. You're not getting any sativa. I don't give a rat's butt what you say at your dispensary. I will go and there's no more sativa. It's gone. It's gone. They got it all in their seed vaults. I've got some seeds put away too, but they've got it all in their seed vaults. There's no more indica or no more sativa, straight sativa out there. No, there's not. I don't care what you say. I've watched this for too long, brothers and sisters. It sucks because indica has its place. At the end of the day, when you've worked hard and you're back, I've got messed up, massive amount of physical damage to my body that I worked through with cannabis. And my nerves are shot and I'm getting sciatic pain and I need to relax so I can just cook dinner and sit down and try to let my body slow down because I've been working all day through the pain. Well, that would be a good time to 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe put a little indica, maybe eat some indica gummies or something, or some, I'm not into the sugar, but you know what I'm saying? Maybe vape something, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I'm not working, I'm not driving around, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not under the influence, I'm here on my property, but I'm tired, my back's hurting, that sciatic nerve is pinching. That indica will help relieve that signal pain, brothers and sisters. Indica is a great plant. I don't want to down indica, but it has its purpose as opposed to sativa. So, and that's not that it having to mix isn't bad, but they both have their medicinal purposes, as well as the problem that I truly have is the fact that it's still Schedule 1 felony, which means it doesn't have any medicinal. How many years has this tyrant government, who now makes billions of dollars off of taxing it, not allowed for the research of all the other TCN, TCB, TCN, all these, not just THC. There's many different medicinal purposes to the plant that have never been able to be researched because of our criminal government, who has made it a Schedule 1 felony. And there's how many federally, still to this day, there's nowhere in the world that cannabis is legal. No, there's not. You're just an idiot and you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because as of one, it's still federally illegal by the United States government. We take our Department of Defense, our Department of Justice, and our drug enforcement agency and other agencies with our special ops and black ops, and we go raid other countries. Cannabis, America. So we do it outside our own borders. So fuck this country and the government, because they have stifled. You're telling me that a child who is seizing out, who parents can give some Rick Simpson oil or some cannabis, maybe some raws inside, stops seizing. Stops the seizures, and they're in one state, and this state over has to sit there and watch their child, like 3 guys with soap in a freaking sock, just beating the shit out of their kid. And one state over, this child is not suffering, and this child feels like for a whole fucking month that somebody beat this child with a soap in a sock, 3 or 4 guys, and you call that government not rogue, and every person who works for that should be taken out to a firing line and beheaded or shot? Well, under the Old Testament, it's a good thing we don't go by that, huh? Because I would, under the Old Testament, I'd shoot everybody who made cannabis illegal. You made children suffer. You did. There are many things within this thing. No. I'm in Oregon, OMMP, Juvenile Medical Marijuana Program. I don't even like the word marijuana. Oh, children don't get sick. I don't give children Tylenol, but children, there's not such thing. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're one of those people who point your finger at people who use medicinal cannabis properly, but you're going to point your finger at somebody and go in your medicine and get your medicine cabinet. You're a Mexican American on your Adderall or whatever. They called it Ritalin when I was young. They wanted to try to put me on that crap, but my parents wouldn't have that. Couldn't stop. I was always just never stop going. They wanted to calm me down. I couldn't concentrate. I'm always interrupting the class. I was just out of my mind. Very hard to deal with as a child. Extremely hard to deal with. My brothers were angels compared to me. I was a shit stick, let me tell you, brothers. I used to hide in the freaking thing, scare my parents. I didn't listen to them. My dad to hear me. I didn't even care. I was in another world. I didn't care. I didn't even want to be here. I figured out I wasn't from here. I'm like, oops, I don't get along with nobody here. I'm not like my brothers. Everybody thinks I'm them. I look like them, but I don't act like them at all. They're stupid in my eyes. They're all worried about the worldly things. It's like, ooh, what goes on outside this world? Oh, what happens after I die? It'd be awesome to be dead right now. I wonder what it'd be like to be here and be dead. This place sucks. Nobody's thinking, what are other people doing? People are weird. I started thinking about other people thinking. It used to drive me crazy. All I wanted to do was die. I'm like, there's nobody else on this rock that thinks like me. I'm for sure. I don't care about this world. I care more about like the stars and the animals and the things like, I didn't care about. My brother's like, oh, we're going to get good grades. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to have all this. And I'm like, I just want to go run around and do whatever I want. Just do stupid things. That's what I did all the time. Dumb things all the time. Fighting all the time, getting in fist fights, fighting with everybody, not in trouble. I couldn't get in trouble. My dad would beat the snot out of me if I got in trouble. But, doing dumb things and nobody would do what I would do. They call me, oh, I'm like Mikey. Yeah, I'm good Mikey. He likes it, right? No, that was I. Nobody would do it. They call me. Nobody will do it. Nobody will do it. Oh, let's go get crazy Tracy. He'll do it. And that's what I did. My poor dad. My brothers, I had two brothers, very physically active, skateboarding, sports, all of us, all-star baseball, football, all that. We did through all that in school. Motorcycle riding, surfing, boogie boarding, skimboarding. I mean, all of that stuff, just constantly. They never once broke one bone. Not ever once. Motorcycle riding, since we were big enough to mini bikes, to go-karts, to, trail 50s, to CR80s, to Yamaha one, never once did my brothers, either of them, break any bones. I can show you pictures out of me. Every time I came out of the cast, it was a matter of a month, probably 2 months, I was back in a cast because I'd broken something else. Maybe 6 months before I was in another cast. And normally I'd wear my cast off before I'd rip it off before it was even healed, which is not good because I didn't let a lot of my breaks heal. I wanted to go back at it, and that thing was slowing me down. So that's just the way I was. Neither of my brothers never had stitches. I have had more. I was not a good kid. Not by any means. I didn't break anything, but I broke myself a lot. And I wouldn't listen. And all I would do is get a passing grade. That's all I cared about. Is I got a passing grade, I was okay because I didn't care about getting good grades. I thought that was dumb. They weren't teaching me anything in school that I was learning outside of school on my own. I was self-teaching my things. I wanted like my dad to be, if I did certain things, he would reward my behavior if I would actually, and he would buy me things like National Geographic magazines and things that I was really interested in, the stars and traveling and what I thought was space at time. They call me Spacey Tracy, So I'm telling you, I was not the type of kid that anybody would. So they would have put me on Ritalin. I was the Ritalin type candidate for sure. But they do the same things to kids now, and they put them on Adderall. Unfortunately, they put the adults on it too because they don't know how to. Yep, they put the adults on it. You guys are acting like kids getting put on this Adderall or whatever because the doctors are handling you. You've been handled. So, that's what it is. You're being handled by that, whatever, trazodone, whatever. They got a bunch of these tranquilizers is basically what they've got. You've been tranquilized. You've been dumbed down. You basically got a frontal lobotomy is what you got, whether you understand it or not. That's what they're doing to people. They're going to go point their finger at you for using cabinet. You going and not using the medicine cabinet. You're using something holistic, natural with no side effects. And they're going to go ahead and take their medicine cabinet crap and point their finger at you. So that's the problem. Another one of these government funded crap. So the problem in America is the 40% of the people who work for the government. Although I am not Old Testament, and I wish I was, because if I was, and I'm not going to be, and I never can, I would cut every one of their heads off and I'd shit down their neck. so they can never get anything out. I'm tired of this crap, brothers and sisters, and I apologize, but these people are absolutely tyrants who support a government that allows a child to seize out. Feels like he got hit by 4 people with a soap in a sock and can't get any medical relief for their children, and that is the government to blame for that. And it's the 40 people who percent you. There were more government jobs created last month. Yep, more government jobs. More government jobs. All right, Taylor. More government jobs. Who's the biggest employer in the United States of America? Does anybody want to answer that? Who is the number 1 employer in the United States of America? You're going to tell you what your country is right now. I'm going to tell you exactly what your country is and why things go on the way they do, and nobody says a damn thing about it. How many people, what percentage of the United States public works either in a state capacity, private contractor, or federal or state government? In one way or another, they work for this beast, it. How many percentage of the United States, they created more jobs, more government jobs, huh? Who's the biggest employer in the United States, guys? That's why nothing happens in this country. Everybody you know is a bootlicker and works for this beast system, and they've actually, they guarantee a 80% occupancy, guaranteed 80% occupancy of private prisons before they're ever built. That is criminal. That's criminal. Guaranteed. Who do you think's filling these up? All these corporate thugs called cop suckers, deputies, sheriffs, state troopers, and city cops. Are you a corporation? I'm not a corporation. I'm not a business. I'm an organic, natural man of the land, born of this dust, and I will go back. As everything in this room around me will eventually go back to the dust. I'm a man of the land and soil. I have organic, natural rights that cannot be trampled on. They are God-given. This democracy is not the constitutional republic that it was founded as. So anybody who supports this democracy, I believe, should be put in these private prisons. I would take everybody out without a victim, because in order there for to be a crime, there has to be a victim. You have the right to face your accuser, your victim, or your accuser. Whoever is accusing you of whatever it has to be a person, not a corporation. Are you a corporation? That's what they're extorting you, and that judge is extorting your bond. There's a credit card issued in your name in capital letters. Your kin sold you out. Your mom and dad made a blood contract with that snakes up a pole doctor. And they stuck your blood and said, oh, see, oh, baby, oh, hey. And then they gave you a birth. And I warn you, a certified death or birth. Until death, your labor will be paid. You're already bonded through your Social Security card number in capital letters. It's called your straw man. It's what the movie Wizard of Oz is about. And the central banksters. Yep. Wizard of Oz is about your tax ID number, your Tin Man. If you only had a brain, you'd be dangerous, wouldn't you? Maybe if you had a heart, you might do something about it. But your heart is continuously filled with wickedness, and you keep supporting this beast, called our divided states of America, and the 40% of people who should be put in prison who are working for this neuter gender beast system, called the American Industrial War Machine Complex, with the largest military budget, more than all militaries in the world combined. You think America's good? We have, 3% of the population? We consume 40% of the world's resources. We have more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. Isn't that sickening? Yeah, I am enjoying the luxuries. I'm off the grid. See this? I'm not an idiot who pays fucking taxes to a fucking place that's going to tax on power. That's stupid. If you pay taxes, I rebuke you. You're an idiot on your power bill. Get off my chat, leave. Don't come back here. You're not self-sufficient. Come back when maybe you're producing your own power. Become empowered. You got a water bill? I carry all my own water. I filter all my own water. 12, 13 years I've had that Berkey filter. When you carry all your own water, you'll appreciate every drop you have. You're wasteful. I'm a minimalist. I only use what I need to use. My animals use more water than me. The corruption. You have a water bill, you pay taxes on that, you idiot. Become your own water company. How about build your own house? Build your own house on a piece of property where you can afford, where the taxes are affordable enough where you don't get taxed out of your land. The joke's on you, Smith. Will. Are you making your own power? No, you're paying taxes to the man, aren't you? You're part of the beast military industrial complex. You are the evil in this country, contributing to this it. Oh, here's Dotson. Dotson, hey Dotson, you're still hanging out in here? That's kind of funny, Dotson. You got your ass ripped by me, and you're still in here. You're still hanging out in here. Nobody's forcing you to stay in here, huh? You're still in here gleaning, aren't you? You're welcome. So, no, I don't support China, and you can't type in capital letters there, Mr. Smith. You'll be banned for typing in all capital letters. You want to get banned out of here, that's only left for my moderators, so they get my attention. Normally I have a larger chat. We're just doing a slow chat here today. So do it, Stoner Connection. Do it. You got Mr. Fidel Justin Castro Trudeau up there. You guys, you need to remember, our brothers and sisters, if you're in America, how the government up there in Canada trampled on their right. I just let my commercial license go after 30 years of having a CDL plus. But those Canadian drivers up there, remember what their government did up there. If you supported that protest, which was nonviolent, for those truckers, I have a CDL, so I appreciate it. They said, we're not taking your jab. They debited your bank account. All of your money out of you. If you supported that trucker protest, which they had the right to do, they went after them with like their Department of Human Services here in the U.S., brothers and sisters, because some of those drivers had their kids in those cabs. They took their fucking fuel away from them so they couldn't keep them warm. Literally the fuel, so they couldn't take them warm, this government. And if you supported any of that, let's say you gave a $50 donation to the truckers protest in Canada, they debited your bank account. You talk about a tyrannical nation, and everybody's just forgot about my hardcore brothers to the north and south up there that are up in Canada. I suggest you go see Canadian Prepper and you watch his channel. Nate's a really good representation of what the Canadian man or woman is hardened by the climate up there. Most of them live near our U.S. border, not up in the tundra up in there, but some do, but most of them don't. They live down towards, but they're still very hardened because they live northern, and they're very defined people. So awesome. Do it, Stoner Connection. Do it. I've been looking into this 501c3 funding, whether I'm going to make this High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries 501c3 funded or not. Because if I do it 503c funded, I can take tax donations to help build this property out. You know, I'm taking this property and I'm donating these 20 acres to all right, Smith, you're an idiot. I told you don't type in capital letters, and we're seeing how much you listen. So I'll give you one more chance and I'll throw you out of here, you snake. You cannot type in capital letters in this chat. You're banned from the chat if you type in all capital letters. You can put one letter in not, because people like myself, I've been shot in the eye, concussed grenade, and my vision's ruined. Some people can't, but you can't scream and yell like a little baby in here and throw a fit. And it's left specifically for my moderators to get my attention when I'm teaching or pastoring. So if you want to be banned, go ahead and open your mouth and throw your fit and bang your hands on the ground on the screen again and type and all. See, there we go. See, brothers and sisters, see how easy these people are? They can't help it. They can't help it. And that's funny. They can't even help what they're doing. They're like programmed. Well, an Android is a program. It goes in and remember, it corrupts the mainframe. It goes in and says, hey, change this, and so they come in and they're already pre-programmed. That's what people don't realize. They come in this chat thinking I'm trying to change anybody. You never studied the word of God, have you? God said, I create all things. How could I change anything? I can't change anything. No, I can't. Get out of here. Come back and read in the word. It says you must do 7 things. Come back when you've done those 7 things. You'll be matured and you won't have that at all. So God creates everything. I have nothing to do with what is happening here other than self. I can follow after my self will, or I can do the will of the Father. There's nothing else. There is nothing else. If you think so, you're an idiot. You just never studied the word of God. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe I'll have you come on. Maybe I've been asking people, Stoner Connection to, I can probably set up something. I wouldn't mind doing that. I've been trying to do that where you can come in. I'll get a hold of you. I'll bring you in on the stream and we'll come in together. I've offered, but nobody's ever taken me up on it. I think it would add to the channel. I don't think people just want to hear me. I did it on TikTok for quite some time where I had 8 people come in. And we'd have 1,500 people. There's only 15 in here right now. That was a pretty good channel until we brought up, some of this goings on of these celestial cycles of this passing of this age, and coming in this age of Aquarius, and where the whole world's back in the age of deception. And these coming events, that got that and the water overlay map, Still think that's in play? Didn't happen exactly as I said, but the largest storm ever on the East Coast water event was, how many people you think are laying dead in the ground right now in North Carolina? And I invited people to come here for free. No charge, put them up. No charge. I have housing here. I'm a minister and a pastor. I have housing. I have 40 acres of land. I have another 20 up there. I have a 5 up the road. I got plenty of housing to house people. I begged people to come out here. I did. Whatever. It is God's will. Remember, I said, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. I just really wish somebody from South Carolina, North Carolina, there's dead people laying in the ground right now that could have been prevented. But it's God's will, so I have to let it go. I've got to let it go. So, Bruce to Dotson, wait, you're going to use government for tax breaks, but you're rallying on government. Explain yourself. Dotson, I don't have to explain anything. You don't know your ass from the hole in the ground. Once again, Dotson, a ministry. I'm donating everything I've ever worked for in my life to the ministry, all the property that I have, all the possessions I have, so that the church can be built. You idiot. Are you not listening? Concentrate, not orange juice like OJ. Concentrate. This ministry is going to be turned into potentially a 501c3 funded to help the ministry. I'm not asking for help. I wish I didn't even have to do it 501c3 funded. But when I looked into the 501c3 funded, you can still take donations, but you cannot let those people tax exempt something for them. Not me. I don't own anything, you idiot. I donated everything to the ministry. I own nothing. It's not in my name. You're just ignorant, I guess. Maybe you just don't understand. Maybe you're just not. Maybe you're a brute beast. You know what that term means, Dotson? Brute beast. It means you're brutish in nature. You have an unwillingness to learn. You don't want to learn. Now I'll say it. Maybe you are stop acting like an ass. That's what brutish. Maybe you're not. The 20 acres that I have here has not been paid off. I've paid about $30,000 on this property here. This one's paid off next door. This one I'm going to take and sell and pay this one off and donate it to the ministry. 501c3 allows people who donate to the ministry, not me, you idiot, for the church to be built using the 501c3 status. If not, they cannot get that tax exempt. They, the church, not me, you idiot. Stop opening up your mouth when you don't know what the busos, no bathos, what the TARDIS, Hades, what the hell you're talking about. I'm speaking with connection here because he was thinking about starting a church in Canada, and you so rudely interrupted me with your ignorance or with your idiocracy. So just leave. Please. You're not getting anywhere with me. You couldn't even hold a candle. I'm not above you, so you know. Nobody's above me. I'm not above anybody else. That's pride. That's why there's fake Jews, and Donald Trump's definitely going to hell, and all rich people go to hell, and all famous people go to hell, because we're not supposed to be above anybody else, Dotson. Please stop acting like I'm above anybody. That's your problem. You're just a brute beast. You can't even concentrate like O.J. Simpson, orange juice. So thank you for your time. I know you can't keep up. Get the hell out of here. Why are you still in here? Leave now. Ross, get Dotson out of here, please. Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Mozart, magnificent musician. I haven't seen you in here forever. I don't know how my son's doing at all. That's okay. That's no worries. You're just an ignorant fool. So, oh, it's a train wreck. Okay, boosted Dotson. Why don't you go take another jab there, booster? So keep supporting this government with all 5 of your boosters. Did you get your update, booster? Get out of here. Leave. Bye. Don't come back. Dotson's old news. It's Nissan. Go get a Toyota, you idiot. You can't keep up with a Toyota. You asked for it. You got it. Toyota. You got a Toyota? All right. I'm having a good time in here, guys. I'm enjoying the heck out of myself. Thank you, Brother Ross, for coming in. God creates all things. So if you're mad, get mad at, or am I just doing self-will in here? Is this just the will of my own? Then you can be mad at God. Then why did you create that goat, vessel wrath fitted for destruction, to say these horrible things in my ears? I didn't want to hear them. I had to stay in here. I could have left, but I stayed in. You clicked on this. God made you do it. Thank God. Don't get mad at me. Don't shoot the messenger, the angel. Angelos. I'm an angel. You ever seen an angel? You're looking at one. Angel is a messenger, you idiot. You probably think angel is like wings, huh? Absolutely, Stoner. That's it. God creates all things. He said, I am the Alpha, the beginning. I am the Aleph. That is the A, sign for the A, which would be the leader or the ox. A and X, Alpha and Omega. Omega, O is the last letter added to the English alphabet. J. O is the last letter of the Greek alphabet. Greek. Oligos. That means a puny, tiny number even have this aletheia. He said, I am the aletheia, the truth. I am the hados. That means to be in the same narrow way as Christ. I am the orizo. I am the light. Remember, the light came up every morning from the horizon. It's all right. Stoner, put that to the side and please order this immediately. Immediately. Get this book, Interlinear Textus Receptus. It's a 4-volume set. 4-volume set. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the complete set. I do recommend that you get a lexicon. That's your dictionary. So you know what the busos, bathos, no busos, no bathos. That's a Greek word for hell. So you know what the hell you're talking about. Okay? He said, my people will perish for lack of busos. That's the word knowledge. I will throw them in the place of no busos. Hell. That is what hell is. Not anything else. Remember what Rocket Man said? In fact, it's cold as hell. You need a concordance. You need to have this concordance so you can word study. If you're going to open a church, I'll help you. We will help you. Stay in this chat. Brother Ross, Keep your eye on this man. Another man who is overcome by the gospel. You'll know him by his fruit. Don't judge him by his cover. I apologize. Appreciate you. You didn't have to take the 420 off there, man. I appreciate that. Maybe we can together help people understand who this seventh king is. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Brother Ross, for showing. Cool. All right. And I've seen you in here before, Stone and Connection. I seen your 420. I said something about it before. I just didn't make it a big deal. Remember? So you're fine then. You know what I'm talking about. So this is the Strong's Concordance. See, this is the Strong's Concordance. And if you look on the front of this, this is the Hendricks version, right? See this here right here? Oh, wow. Cool. Well, outstanding. I appreciate your continuing to support, and you can see me through all my cussing, because then you can testify that I stream for thousands of hours. I streamed a lot, hundreds and thousands of hours without ever cussing one single time. I'm sure you've seen me stream for hundreds of hours before that, and I didn't cuss. So I apologize if there's one thing about this ministry I wish I can change. I'm trying. I'm just filthy rags is my cursing. I have no other regrets. Other than that, it is what it is. I know Brother Jim wouldn't approve of it. I'm not here to appease Brother Jim, but I know Brother Jim tells me, because these are things that it's not what goes in a man that defiles us, it's what comes out of us. And why am I speaking God's words with cussing words? They don't need it. It does not need it. So I apologize for that. If you can sift through and chew up the meat and spit out the bones, I'd appreciate if you've been following me for a while. But I am trying to do the best I can. I'm on a lot of stress, man. Any moment they can come swap my house again. I miss my son so much, man. If you've been following me, you know how much I mean. Ewok was a moderator in here. Civic, he was a moderator. And if you read his chat, he has a lot of good contributions to the chat. And so I appreciate it. And if you've known me before, then you know that I'm hoping that I'm refining myself, but the only regrets I have is the cursing. I have no other regrets. So I do apologize that, other than that, I'm flawed still. I haven't got this. I'm still learning like Brother Jim. I want to sharpen iron with other iron. That's why I like where you're going with this, and I think you're just doing this to tickle my ear. If this is something you want to do, then the Father... This is all I'm doing. I'm making a mobile ministry. I think this is, maybe you should, if you have a hearing ear, listen. It'd be awesome for others like myself to go out into this houses made by hands and show them the gospel. Love your enemy like you love your neighbor, like you love yourself. So it'd be so beautiful to go out into these synagogues and show that not the people sitting down, Connection, but the man standing in the pulpit, you know what I'm saying, is teaching these people an incorrect gospel. And we can show them back to the narrow way. Give them some Jim Brown CDs. Not the people sitting down. Hey, if they want some on the way out, maybe they'll flock to the, right? Say, teacher, why are you telling these people that Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt? Why are you not teaching them daily cross? You're not teaching the true gospel. Remember, they threw Paul off a cliff backwards. Stoned him for teaching the same gospel that I teach here, that brother. That's obviously, if you see Brother Ross, it's in his heart. The words come out, scripture, not his own. Brother Ross gives his opinion one time, and 99% of it is scripture that he puts in here. He doesn't even put his words. Not he doesn't. Okay, maybe 98% of the time. 2% of the time puts these comments on something. Most of the time he's just referring to scripture, to something I said, or something else in the chat has said, referring to somewhere in scripture. So we can iron sharpens iron. So I appreciate what you do. Yeah, exactly. My opinion means nothing. No, I appreciate your opinion here, though. Sometimes, Ross, you don't give it very often. So when you do, I do appreciate it. But if you'll watch Brother Ross, he's not in here to make friends. Ross is in here to support the ministry. And I'm sure he has his issues with me. I called out Brother Ross the other day. You piece of knucklehead, you got a $50,000, $60 $1,000 truck and you don't even have a Toyota? But he's not soft skinned. He knew what I meant. I just don't want Brother Ross to have to fight with anybody. You know what I'm saying? I don't want Brother Ross to fight with anybody. I want him to have a little Toyota. My $3,500 Toyota will go where he said he was using it for work. He's not using it for personal use. It's a service vehicle. I think got farmers out here that got collections of $150,000 vehicles, and I can't, yeah, there we go. So that's all I was trying to do is I just want Brother Ross to have some kind of Toyota, you know, so that he can get out of town. I took that Toyota up in the hills the other day up Table Rock, guys. It did so good. I drove right up the side of that thing like this in two-wheel drive, man. All right. Hey, Adrian Lee. Heck yeah, man. All right. You're already questioning it. Lee, you're already questioning it, man. You're in the right boat already, so to speak. You know, you're being the vessel. You're questioning whether you're worthy or not. Now, this is not biblical. Hear me out, Lee. Hear me out. But I said, I asked this person, said, hey, look, can I use this, please? Somebody said to me, how do you know if you're the elect? And this isn't biblical, okay? Thank you, Brother Ross. Much agape, and truly understand. You know, we took that. You didn't take it the wrong way. Somebody said this. They said, how do you know if you're the elect? Could you question whether you're the elect or not? Guys, people who are vessels of wrath fitted for destruction don't test themselves with the word. They don't test themselves with other brothers and sisters in the narrow way. They don't sup with iron so they can sharpen the iron that is around them, refining each other, loving each other with the word of God, like Brother Ross does. So I thought that was a beautiful statement that wasn't biblical, but absolutely is right over the target. How do you know if you're the elect? You question if you are or not. Like, man, I don't like you're doing. So hopefully that'll edify you a little bit. And you can't change it if you are. Don't worry about it. There's nothing you can do about it. We're all eternal. We're all eternal. Okay, cool. Let's see. Could you expand on the ministry out into Canada? I'm just wondering. I'm still a part of my son, so I'm curious. And I'm working on studying. Cool. Hey, guess what? Connection. I was 29 years old. I was a single dad, single parent, starving for the word of God. I didn't live in an apartment, but I lived in, you know what I'm saying? And I was probably just as hungry as you in the 20s. You know, my son was just a few years old. I just, you know, so I understand. Don't stop what you're doing, you know. Yeah, thank you, Brother Ross. So, you know what I'm saying? I did the same thing. You have a similar, when God says, God says, if I didn't call out to their hearts. Now, please listen to me. All these Christians go out there and they say, well, God knows it's in my heart. Brothers and sisters, when you hear somebody tell you that, you know somebody's never taken the time to sit down and sup with the word of God. Because in his scripture, it says that our hearts are continuously filled with wickedness. That means it would never stop filling up and it would overflow. Are you hearing me? If I did not, I am. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Be comforted, I am. He said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, from the foundation of the world, brothers and sisters, all existence, everybody that's still laying in the dust until judgment, till the seventh trumpet, not one of us would. Not one of us would. God calls out to our hearts. Okay, that's for Adrian. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can't change vessel of wrath into a vessel of mercy. You cannot change a goat into a sheep. The only thing you truly have anything to do with is self-will. Self-will, meaning idolatry. You will either Shem, walk and follow in the commandments, Shem, authority of the Father, in his commandments, 2 John and 6, Agape, or you will phileo. And phileo is the things of this world. the laws that are unconstitutional and all the things that aren't of the Father. Phileo. The word phileo, it means to have an affection for something, have a fondness, or some people prefer, Honda, and some people want a Subaru. And some people want a Chevy, and some people want a Ford. I prefer Toyota. Some people prefer a Nissan. These are phileo. These are things of this world. And Father does not care anything about the things of this world, because that is self. Father's concern is, are you walking and following in my commandments? Do you love me? Do you agape me? That is what he said. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of us would. So that's right. Yeah. Yes, we do. That's right. What did Haystack say? He said, if I was to die, I'd be chasing this rent tonight, denied at the gates, casted into hell, somehow the secondary to cash and living well. I understand. That's Haystack. You know what I'm saying? Haystack, he's a lyricist. He talks about that. So that's what we do. We tend to put the phileo ahead of the agape, the worldly things in front of the things of spirit. And that's why he tells us to be in the world, but be not of it. Be in this world. Stay in the word, not of the world. Stay in the word. That's your only protection, brothers and sisters, from what is about to come as well, too. Everything, every problem that you've ever had in your life, I don't care who you are, could be answered with this book right here. You don't need a counselor. You don't need a best friend. You don't need a wife. You don't need a husband. You need to have a prayer. Pray. Face-to-face time with the Father. Face-to-face. That's what prayer is, to face with the Father. That's why he needs you to go to a dark, secret place and pray. That means talk to him. Have a relationship with the Father, not a religion. Have a working, continual, daily relationship, so that, oh my God, please bring her back. I love her. Maybe he was getting her out of your life. Maybe she was going to cheat on you, and you were going to go find that man who cheated and kill him. And God just saved you from getting thrown in the pit. Oh my God, I need that job back. Maybe he got you fired from that job for a reason. Why don't you let God fight? Oh my God. Yeah. Have a relate. If the only time God hears you is when you're down on your knees, how's he going to know you? When the only time he hears, ah! You need to have a relationship with him, brothers and sisters. You need to pray to the Father. I pray to him every day, all day, every day. Not continuously, because he doesn't like long or repetitive prayers. Do not pray like the heathen. Do not pray repetitive. Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest and do these gifts. Those are chants. Those are mantras. Or long prayers. You don't need to sit there and go on and on. God knows what you want already. He already knows what you're going to do. Him, her, I don't care who it is. So I'm not saying that asking him things or asking for guidance, but he already knows what you want. He already knows what you want. He already knows what you need. So just talk to him. Have a relationship with him. He's not somewhere in the sky. You don't have to look over your head. You don't have to go to some church to find God. He said he doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He said your body is a temple. Christ in you, brothers and sisters. God is not over your head. He's inside of you. Christ in you. God has never been over your head, ever. God is not in the sky. Dead people do not go to the sky. People think heaven is in the sky, and that's where they think dead people go. Well, the seventh trumpet has not sounded unless you are innocent as a child and you have never sinned in your life. You are not going to be with the Father. He who says he does not sin, the truth is not in him. It's not. The aletheia is not in him. So you are going to have to face that seventh seal, that seventh trump, that cosmo, orderly arrangements of seals, trumpets. And when that final trump sounds, then the dead arise from the ashes and the dust. Not out of the sky. That's the problem with most people, brothers, sisters. They think dead people are in the sky. They think God is in the sky. They think they have some kind of chance to make, change somebody. You're not changing anybody. You're not going to change a goat into a sheep or a sheep into vessels of wrath. God created vessels of wrath from the hashtag this foundation. What part of from the foundation of the world do you not understand? So, what do we got here? With the mean, that's in a Christian in the past, I've fallen in and out of. I try praying to keep open to hear his voice. Well, it's that voice don't work like that. Adrian, you should hear his voice in the word of God. Tracy, this is God. Don't work like that, okay? Christ in you. You'll be able to hear that voice. You just seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and I will come sup with you. This is how you hear God's word. You hear it through his word. You need to have a relationship with him and seek. It will be the aletheia. He said, I am the aletheia. I am the hados, the aletheia and the original, the way, the truth, and the light. Seek the knowledge that's in this book, and he will speak to you in volumes. Pretty awesome. This is the best thing I've ever had in my entire life. There's nothing better than this truth. Everything else is a lie, by definition. So, does that make sense? So, God is not in the sky. Heaven is not above your head. No, heaven is, when God created the heavens and the earth, he didn't create somewhere over your head and below when God said there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, it's not. Oh, you guys, I got to go switch my solar panels. I'll be back. How's our fire doing, kids? It's warmer in here. Let's get some more fire going. All right, I'm off the grid. So I had to turn off. I didn't switch my solar panels over here. We'll turn that back on. We'll get us some more power going there. Thank you, Father, for the sun, the S-U-N, and the S-O-N. We got a fire going. Oh, boy. We're going to take a shot of coffee. I got to get something to eat, too, bro, since I haven't eaten anything today. 5 hours and 24 minutes of streaming here. I made some turkey tetrazzini. You know what that is? Turkey tetrazzini. I made that the other day, so. Yeah, but remember, faith without works is dead. Maranatha, he said, have your loins girded in my service. Yep, lamps trimmed, burning bright. Maranatha, loins girded. Belief is an action word. You have to believe in Christ Jesus, that he died for your sins to cover you as the Shiloh mediator who will come back and say, no, Father, I already paid the price, remember? And I covered their sins. You got to let them go. They're coming with me. I'm taking them to the wedding. Boom! I love it. I love the word. Everything else is garbage. It's all rubbish. Everything in this world sucks. The nature's awesome. The people in the narrow way, they're pretty amazing. But everybody else is garbage, man. It's so freaking obvious right now what's going on right now. If you don't see it, you're just blind as a bat. You got the wool over your eyes. He has not removed the scales from your eyes. Did it, Candy? I apologize. Yeah, this channel has been shadow banned, just so you know. That just happens to a channel like this. When you teach the gospel, and you bring the gospel as hard as I bring this gospel on this channel, Father, thank you. I don't do it. His word does it. All glory to God. He's the one, words coming out of his mouth. You get shadow banned. So that's right. Nina, did you see the sunspots that are coming around the sun right now on the disk? They got a lot of magnetic mixing, and they're pretty large. So we'll see. The sun has been a little quiet, but we're supposed to be getting into another active phase, and right on time. Look at them big old sunspots coming right around on the incoming limb of the old SUN. Good to see you in here, Dodge. I'm going to take a break here and just heat up the last of this turkey tetrazzini that I made here the other day. The one that says God's self-cause could also be explained in nature. I have a telescope. You told me, look for it 5 months ago. Outstanding. Nice. Yeah, I'd be looking forward to do something with the connection. Like I said, we can come in. I don't know if they'll do it right now, but definitely we can set something up. I'll keep you in mind, because I've asked, a lot of people to come in here, and I've even challenged people to come in here. And, if you want to come against this gospel, bring it. Bring everything you got. You better have your notes. You better do a lot of studying if you want to come against this gospel. So I've never had anybody take me up on it, but other than that, I did ask people to come join me. So I don't know, something here in this last couple of weeks, I felt we had a little bit of a weather change. I didn't really get sick. I mean, I hear something in my nose, a little bit of a, I think it's just something, I don't know. It was real smoky here for months and months and months on end. Just so you know, we had fires all around this valley, everywhere around this valley. I braced my work outside every day in it almost. So I don't know, something in the last week or something. Just kind of, I don't know, Nothing bad though. I feel good. I feel so, I don't know. I'm clear. You know, there's a little something there, but it's not COVID, it's cannabis. No. So, yeah, I've got a beautiful ranch out here, guys. This is a beautiful spot. If you've ever seen the video out here, Father has blessed me with tons of property, more property than I ever could have imagined. And I ended up purchasing most of this property to try to build a community. So it wasn't for me. Actually, I had Kevin out here for a minute, and he witnessed when I was online that when I originally bought this property, the person that I knew from, you know, I've known for about 14 or 15 years, called, and I said, hey, I want somebody to know what I was doing out here. Can you tell somebody when I originally bought this property, what was it about? She said, well, you bought it to build a community. I said, so I never bought the property for me, right? She said, no, that wasn't the original. I know, I was there when you bought the property. You know, I know you bought it to build a community. You never bought the property for you. So I thank the Father for giving me this blessing to just have this 20 acres is far beyond anything I could have ever imagined. I've been able to stretch out so much on this property, and I was able to purchase the 20 acres next to me outright cash. It took a large payment to sell almost everything I own and take all the clearing that I had to buy this property. Was going to try to pay this property off and paid that one. So I still, I have the deed and I own the 20 acres next to me. And I've been paying on this one for about 10 years now, or so, probably about $35,000 on this one. I have a 5-acre parcel on the highway that's actually up for sale right now because I'm trying to sell it. I need to get some more funding coming in out here. I don't have any, even though I'm an honorably discharged veteran. I was a single parent with no child support. I ever got one single dime of child support. I don't get any veterans benefits. I've been honorably discharged from the military. I don't get veterans benefits. I make it by working on the sweat of my brow, by buying and selling and trading, and I'm way away from everybody. My job is extremely hard to do out here. I really stacked the odds against me. So I thank the Father that he's been able to allow me to make the payments, never missed one single payment out here. And I actually have another 20 acres about 3 miles up the road for me. So I have a total of 65 acres, and I've been paying on that one for about 5 years. I will be probably trying to sell that property. Possibly. I thought about putting some cabins on there and renting them out, but I'm starting to have second thoughts on that. I just don't want to look after it. So that was a property that my son was going to go to. So I really don't know if I should sell that property until I figure out what's going on with him, because that's the property he wanted, was the Bowens property. And it's a beautiful property. It's a very nice property. Really nice road all the way around it. 3 roads leading to, you know, all nice, super nice. One road even says on the paved. It's not paved, but it will be the next road out here. So fortunate, I've had just an abundance. The problem is that I've never had anybody to share it with. And the community that I tried to form never happened, but it's okay. God knows why I bought this property. I can tell you, but God knows it's in my heart. But it was nice to have somebody witness, because it's been a long time. I got a lot of effort in this property. You remember 5 years ago, my own family, blood, came and stole everything I'd ever worked for off this property. I made a list, $275,000, and I quit. I said, I can't do this anymore. This is driving me nuts. They just stole everything I owned. And they're millionaires, including my precious metals. Like I just recently had all my precious metals stolen from me. Again, same thing. And I asked that same person, hey, last time I had 25 pounds of silver stolen from me, from somebody I knew, my younger brother. Would you please go bail my son out of jail? Will you take the gold? I have gold in there, and I have silver. Will you please not touch my silver? It's all I have for retirement. It's me. Everything else I buy for everybody else. I got more things for everybody else in my life. The only thing I purchase for myself for my retirement is precious metals. And I said, hey, got in some trouble here. All right, if you guys aren't going to bail him out, I can't have him sitting here any longer. This is bullshit. I have all the proof to get him, clear of this crap. The state of Oregon swatted my house. I'm sure I can get this cleared up pretty quickly. I don't want to tell you where my precious metals is at, because the last time I did this, somebody took all my silver. But I need you to go get my son and bail him out of jail. Take the gold and go bail him out. I have about 35 plus pounds of silver. Please don't touch that. Please don't take my silver. This is all I have for me. Last time somebody took it and I knew who it was. So I'm asking you, please don't take my precious metals. It's the only thing I have. It's to pay off this land. If I need to leave and maybe I want to go to Mexico or something, I got nothing for me. I bought all this land and all these other things. I own things that aren't even for me. Why are you buying those boots, Tracy? That's not even your size. They're not for me. Why do you buy all these? Why everything you do is for other people, Tracy? Why don't you do more time for yourself? I purchased these precious metals so I would have something for me. And then when I asked my son to get my son bailed out, this is somebody I know again. I said, please don't touch my precious metals. The silver is mine, okay? Please don't take my metals. The last time it was taken, you can take anything else on the property, but please don't touch that. And they stole all of them. Again, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I started with nothing, guys. I came back here to everything I'd ever worked for 20 years, gone. Taken by my own family. Not blood. My younger brother, who's a millionaire. That dude's got more money than he knows. I can't even probably listen to $5 million home. He got more money than any self-made millionaire. He's always had that freaking money. He's even had the money from when my dad died. He still has that. He's such a freaking non. I went and bought a truck with mine and some stuff. Whatever. I didn't even get that much. Got robbed by my aunt. But anyways, all my precious metals, 35 plus pounds of precious metals gone. So I would have had this land paid off already, brothers and sisters, but somebody decided to help themselves. And I didn't buy those. I bought those years and years, 1 here, 2 there, 3 here, a piece there. I'm not rich. I don't hardly ever have any extra money. So kind of a bummer. Somebody I know again, it's either my son's wife took them or the supposed guy that, was going to go bail my son out, who's supposed to be my friend. Gee, I wonder who took him, because he ain't never called me back since. And he said, oh, well, I found your passport, which was with the precious metals, in the back of my car. Really? And then I said, hey, will you send me my passport? Guess what? It never showed up. Isn't that nice? So, yeah, whatever. I just wish I could have paid it off already, and I could be on the road right now. I really could, but that's not what God wants for me. And so it is what it is. It just sucks because, there isn't too many things that I truly do for myself very often, but trying to secure my future, to make sure I have something to pay taxes in the future if needed, land to pay. Instead, these people just lived up the life, the lap of the luxury on my back. Kind of like Donald Trump with his printing checks and all this for the futures. My future's gone. I have no more retirement. It's gone. So I could pay off that. I could get the things done that I need to take the mobile ministry on the road right now. I would have all the funds to do it. Gone. Seriously. Could probably change all that in and get about, do the math on it. And probably go pay for another attorney for my son. But somebody still decided to steal all my money. And guess what? Gone. So don't tell anybody where your precious metals is at, brothers and sisters. They'll steal it from you. I don't care if they're family or not. Doesn't that suck? 35 plus pounds of precious metals, 25 plus pounds last time, 5 of it. was my sons of his own last time that he earned for getting good grades, doing good things. That was his own younger Jeremy Werner, the criminal Jeremy Werner, my brother, who does not believe in Christ, who I have no ill will towards, is the one who stole my precious metals. Stole his own nephew's 5 pounds of silver that he had earned on his own. His own nephew he stole it from. It's pretty sad, you know. So anyways, 25 pounds, 30, that's like 60 pounds of silver, guys. 60 pounds of silver all stolen from me. I'll never get it back, man. And these people just get to live off. I'm a fucking single dad for 8 years. I get no child support. I don't even get Social Security. Disability? Nothing. I never got a penny of child support. I get one pencil during the school year, no play clothes. They don't care. I asked the dude when I said, please don't take this, please. I got taken last time. Okay. You just still did it anyways. What a loser that guy is. Or my son's wife is not being honest. Well, I don't know. I can't talk to her. Did she take it? Why would she take it? Elijah has precious metals of his own. I just showed up and drove all the way over to Bend, Oregon to trade one of his vehicles out here. You guys witnessed it for 2 boxes of silver. 2 boxes of silver he had on his own. He had just sold a car. His little beautiful car that he's been collecting forever, his little aqua car, whatever, he sold that for cash. And he had precious metals. And he'd been collecting them on his own. He didn't need my precious metals. Why would Adriana take my precious metals? If she did, oh well. Oh well. I don't care what she did with it. I have no ill will. God didn't want it taken from me, he wouldn't. But it's just kind of unfortunate. People would just come take from me in my retirement. The only thing I do, 10 years ago, I bought this property. I bought 65 acres out here to try to build a community. Not one person's ever come and built this community with me. Oh well, God's will be done. But you'd think I wouldn't have to get, have all my hard work and my labor. You know how hard it is for me to earn one piece of silver? One single piece of silver is not easy for me to learn. Hard earn. Learn or earn. So it's okay. God knows who took my silver. And I'm selling the 20 acres next door, guys. I'm selling it probably about $15,000 less than I should. I don't care about money anymore. I don't care about anything. Money is stupid to me. I hate money. I don't need money. I need a wife. I need a friend. I need somebody to be in my life. Something, and it's not so much physical. I have you guys, but that's why I'm trying to take this ministry on the road, because I can't just sit here anymore. I can't. I'll go crazy. I get robbed. The cops come swap my house. I can't even leave the state of Oregon right now, so I can't leave Oregon, so I'm not going out of Oregon, just so you know. I called that lady the other day, and I said, I haven't left anywhere, but I found a bumper for my truck, and I really like to have it so I can get out of town, and it's right on the border of Portland, and I don't know if I can go. I don't think I can leave the state. She said, no, you have to petition the courts. So I can't even leave the state right now. This is crazy. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's okay. I don't care about precious metals. It's dumb, I just know that I could have all the things that I need right now. This land would be paid off, and I could fix that vehicle up right now. Not even with the old precious metals that were taken, just with the ones that were recently taken from me. So kind of a bummer. I know God's will is being done here, right? So God will pour out a just measure on whoever took the metals from me. It's just money. It's not the end of the world, but it makes my life extremely difficult, because I've not even had one single dime, not one penny donated to my legal fund. And I'm a veteran that's standing up for your rights. Without a judge telling me to shut up last time, I was going to get thrown in contempt of court, standing up for your rights as an American citizen. I'm standing up for your rights, whether you understand what I'm doing. I'm standing up for the rights that's in this book, like he said to do. So being persecuted doesn't seem like it's, if I wasn't being persecuted, I probably wouldn't be doing it correctly, right? So I'm not, you know, I know that there's a good chance, and I'm not condemning my brothers, but both of my older and my younger blood related, I don't think they'll ever see the gates of heaven. I don't think so. It's not in them. I'm not condemning them, but they don't love this truth. They don't seek any of this. They're millionaires. They want money. Why would you take a single dad's money? They know damn good and well I fought for 8 years, spent every hundreds of thousands of dollars on attorneys. Do you know how many attorneys I went through? I had 2 attorneys disbarred. They're not practicing anymore. When I was going through custody for my son because he was being sexually molested by his mom and physically abused by his mom. And then come to find out later, the man that was supposed to be protecting him, his stepdad that said he was going to protect him, was sexually molesting him the whole fucking time. So my supposed family, well, we'll help you out. Just go file for. No, I got to make sure I do this right. I'm not trying to seek vengeance against his mom. I got to make sure we do this. Wait a minute here. Oh, we'll help you out. Well, no, I don't want your help. Oh, we'll give this to you. And then they give it to me. Oh, well, I go get an attorney to try to fight. Oh, you owe us that plus interest. Wait a minute here. Okay, I'll get that paid off. I get it paid off and they still owe money. It don't even matter if I pay them off. I'm never out of debt with them. That's why I won't deal with my millionaire rich family. They're idiots. Set me up for failure every stinking time. Maybe get involved in this legal stuff when I'm trying to be a father, co-parent, and even though I don't like the things that are happening, you know, I ended up getting my son abused 2 times by forcing him to have a relationship with his mom. Forcing him to have a relationship. No, son, you don't do your mom. You know, I'm not going to badmouth his mom. I want him to learn who his mom is on his own. I can't stand when parents sit there and badmouth. My mom sat there and talked so much shit about my dad. I loved my dad. I didn't care what my mom said. She's stupid. I loved her too, but I didn't like that my mom didn't talk shit about my dad. I love my dad. I didn't even see him. I don't even hardly remember my dad back then. All I remember is death and blood and violence and more death. So being a dad to me was very important. I had a good dad. He wasn't perfect, neither was I. I didn't make all the right decisions with my son, but I never got any help. Like I said, my family, they tried to help me a couple times and they set me up for failure, is what they did. And then they came and robbed me blind. A single dad taking care of his son for 8 years, no Social Security, no disability, no veterans benefits. I self-made. Off the internet. I've had jobs on paper. I've had a CDL for 30 years, not anymore. I just let it go. No help. Why in the hell would they come rob me? You know, I remember selling a lot of my son's toys. Coming, hey, we got this pretty big collection of toys that you really used to like, these monster trucks. Son, what do you want me to do with them? Dad, I enjoyed them. I liked them, but I'm not. Let somebody else have them, Dad. Son, this is a pretty hefty collection. You might be able to hold on to this later. And, you know, you want me to keep this in box? No, just get rid of it, Dad. I appreciate it. I loved it. But Dad, I know. No, just get rid of them, Dad. You know, I think I made like $50,000 or something on it, $25,000 the first rung or whatever. And then I ran through the rest of that all on paper. I have record of everything I bought. That's where I bought a lot of precious metals, in that swath of selling all my son's toys. They were just little monster trucks, although some were very valuable. So I invest in things sometimes that I know I can get turn out, you know, and like little toys. I know which ones are desirable. And I didn't get it wrong. They were, you're crazy. Why would you buy those trucks? You're always going over to the Walmart or Target, getting there early. And because I know collectibles. My younger brother owns 2 collectible stores, one in the Valley River Mall, one in the Gateway Mall. I can get access to collectibles that my brothers work for NASCAR. Swag, you know what any of that is? Die cast. It's just part of what I already know the business. And my son gets I used to love doing this, guys. I used to go collect these really desirable trucks or whatever, or cars or whatever, and buy 2 of them. And then let my son take them out of the package in front of these collectors. Oh my God, you just let him take that car out of the package. Ah! I'm like, yeah, he's going to play with it. Watch. Ah! It's a freaking toy. You guys are in here collecting, trying to make money. I understand. I'm going to try to turn buck too, but I'll make sure my son gets to play with one first. He gets to play with one. I put one away. Oh my God, you just let him open. Did you realize what yeah, I know. He's playing with a $100 car, huh? $200 car. It's driving you mad, isn't it? Look at him. Yeah, I loved it. So I tried to be a good parent, and I did, and like I said, I was able to provide, brothers and sisters. I was a single dad. I worked hard, but I never would have imagined in my life that my own brother would come steal all my son's precious metals, mine, and then I made a list. $275,000 stuff that I could track from the internet. Many of these things purchased off eBay and abs, all record of. I got a list for 275. I said, that's it. I'm going to sue the hell out of my brother. I can't believe that he just would take my things. He's got millions of dollars. I have a civil lawsuit. I contacted, and I just dropped it. I said, this is stupid. I just let it go. I said, you know what? He's just going to have to deal with it come judgment time. He didn't need to take any of my stuff. He didn't need any of it. So people constantly take from me, and that's okay. So I've learned from my mistakes. I will never tell anybody where my precious metals are at ever again. They'll just, whoever finds it, I'm not going to tell anybody, because last time I told, the person to go bail my son out of jail, take the gold. I remember when I showed my son the precious metal collection this time when he came out here, I said, I think we're going to be okay, because I think I can get a lot of material to get this land paid off. And Dad's been working hard, He's like, Dad, I thought you only had $200 worth of payments out here. Yeah, son, I bought another 45 acres of land. I have car insurance, gas, all these other things. My payments are at least $1,500 a month out here, minimum. Are you serious, Dad? You've been out here for how long now? You're telling me your bills are almost $1,500 a month, and you don't have, how are you going to make it next month, Dad? Son, I always do. I work a lot. You know that. Not like that. I'm future work a lot like that. I have to admit. You remember any times you came to me, Dad, you got all that money in your pocket? No, I don't have any money, son. But what's all that money in your pocket, Dad? That's for the bills, and I need a little bank so that I can work off of. What? Yeah, I need this money to operate, son. I have to have kind of a bank. Dad's self-employed. So if you like me going to your football practices and your parent-teacher conferences and being at all your, being able to homeschool you, then Dad has to have a job where I can be self-employed. And so it's been beneficial, and I've been able to have good results, but never in my life would I have thought would it have turned into what I'm in now, because I don't ever want to sell a single thing ever again. People are either rob me blind. Even if I sell them things, I end up having problems. Sometimes it happens. So I'm all done with it. So, I'm taking everything I own and I'm giving it to the ministry, and I don't want anything anymore. I don't want to own anything but a truck. Land is nice, but I don't need to own land anymore. I'm over it. It was fun for 10 years. It was great. I wish somebody would have came and wish I had a wife right now that wanted to be a team member with me, and somebody to wake up and say, hey, man, you're crazy, but I think you're the craziest. I love you more than anybody in this world. A partner. It's okay. Maybe I'll meet her on the road. Maybe I won't. I don't care. I'm prepared to die without ever being with anybody ever again. I'm prepared to die right now. I don't even want to be here this second. I really don't. Thank God I'm here as your teacher and your pastor. Don't thank me. I don't want to be here. I'm trying, and I'm okay. I'm not going anywhere. Nothing's changed. That's been the last way for 10, 20. I told you when I was young, I didn't even want to be here. Remember, did you earlier? I didn't even want to be here when I was a little kid. I just don't match with anybody in this world. I don't, not in the Hados, so it's okay. Maybe it'll go by the number. My dad died at 52 years old. He died in a house fire. Celebrating Christmas killed him. And ever since then, I just can't seem to connect with anybody. I don't like Christmas. I never really did. Although I went along with it, I just felt it is what it is. But, my dad died celebrating this tradition of men, this vanity holiday. And people kind of wonder, like, what's wrong with you? Every this time of year, I get just different. I separate myself from people. I don't want to be around it. I hate the holidays. I can't stand when that Christmas music comes on. It tears at my heart. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. God's will be done. I know my dad died when I was 16 years old. He was born in 1952. And he died at the age of 37. So if God does it by the number, I was born in 1973, and I am now 51 years old, and hopefully I'll die at 52. I won't have to be here that much longer. And I'll live for another 50 or 100 or however many years God keeps me here, I will endure to the end. But maybe if God's doing it by the number, I won't have to be here very much longer. And I'm okay with that. I'm ready to die. I'm not wishing death upon anybody. I'm not wishing death upon myself. I have to endure every single day, no matter how hard he makes it, until he takes the last breath. I fight to stay alive, not for my life. Oh, you want to die? Why are you building all these precautions to try to stay in the war? Because he said I have to. I have to. I can't check out early, brothers and sisters. I can't. I got to keep going. So 1973, 1952, he died at 37. Maybe I'll die at 52. Ooh, won't that be exciting? I know, I can't wait for death. I still look forward to it. It's going to be so awesome. I can go back to who I was. I'm not this meat suit. I'm not. I am an eternal being having a temporary meat suit experience. I know who I am. So anyways, I don't mean to be so down, but that's okay. Which, I'm okay. I fight this every day. And this is something me and God would battle with often. So I do appreciate everybody who helps me to provide substance to, because it gets very cumbersome at times, and this ministry has kept my spirits high and have made it seem like every day is not vanity. Even though I don't agree with the world, I don't really truly agree with how way 98% of the world thinks. If everybody's running towards a cliff, going off the cliff, and you're the only one going in the other direction, they're going to call you crazy. That's me. It's always been. I don't go with the flow. I never considered myself a sheep. I felt very confused most of my life. I felt like I didn't even belong here. I remember my dad told me, "You're not like your brothers at all. As a matter of fact, I don't even think you were born here, Tracy. Your brothers, I have a hard time, like their heads sometimes, because they're young, and you guys are young, getting their heads, focused on here on earth, and their heads are in the clouds. You're in some other world, Tracy." Hello, Tracy. That's what we always used to say. Crazy. Nanu. You know what I'm saying? Shazbot. You know? Oh, shit. Damn it. All right, I apologize. This dog, he does the same thing every stinking time. My apologies. Tango, you have a big old tail. He just ripped this whole live stream. Sorry, he's ripped it all apart. Whoa! Stop darting towards that door. I don't know what happened to my dog. All of a sudden, I don't. This is actually since he came back. This is some of the probably the bad habits that he picked up while he was gone. Every time somebody goes towards the door, he goes. I think because he doesn't want his dad to leave. Because last time he left when I shut the door, I was gone for weeks on end. You think that has anything to do with it? So I apologize. I just had this whole stream ripped apart. So, anyways, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm going to get up here and get this food warmed up so I can get something to eat. I'll continue this live stream. Like I said, maybe Lou will call the cops on me, that cop-sucking, pig-licking Lou from Lake County, Lucifer, Luis, and we'll see, I'll film when the cops come here. You want me to see me rip some asses of some cop-sucking police? Go ahead and let them Lake County sheriffs. If you guys are watching this stream, Lake County or Fed, go ahead. Now's the time. Come on down, like Bob Barker. Come here now. Let me get you on video. Let me show this show these people that are in here on the live stream that you don't have any authority over me. And you better not come on my property without a warrant. They won't be showing up today, brothers and sisters. Lou's an idiot sitting there telling he's going to call the cops on me. They're going to do a welfare check. I've already called the sheriffs. The sheriffs have a weak, spineless, all of them out here. All of them are spineless. So nobody's going to, I'm going to get you in trouble. Nobody's going to get me in trouble. God has the authority over this house. Isn't that beautiful? So, but anyways, Lou is probably just a troll, by the way. How much you want to bet Lou's probably the sheriff's office masking as they said they were in here during the live stream, remember? During the SWAT raids and all that. YouTube evidence, YouTube, anonymous caller from YouTube. So you're evidence right now. So what a silly guy. Like I said, I feel bad for somebody like Lou because this town is so full of extortionists from the cops that there's not even enough. I don't have to hide the cannabis. It's not illegal. Oh, my battery's dead. Hold on, let me plug this in. What a bummer. Oh, wow. Yeah, something in these last couple weeks. I don't know what it is. I think this, like I said, we had fires out here, man, for weeks on end. Months. Actually, this whole place was, you guys seen some of the fires out here when I was, I live streamed those fires. Some of those flames were dancing 200-300 feet in the air on that live stream. You're like, dude, that's not natural. You dang conspiracy theorist. Uh-oh. That's the right charger. Big boss for the cause here because I don't know this other charger went. Does that fit in there? I don't use this one too often. Oh, well. Let's see if these phones are going. Yeah, maybe we can. I'm trying, Randy. I know that some hard to watch times. Like, God, this dude is freaking never stops, man. Every time I come in here, he's griping about something. All right, let's plug this one in. Get this one plugged in. Let's get this one plugged in. We're going to start producing more evidence against the criminal sheriff's office. Yoda. Nice. That's my strain. It's my strain. Yoda Skywalker, which you've never had individual Skywalker. When I leased it from my medical grow, they crossed it with OG Kush. You know what is OG Skywalker? My son Elijah is the one who named those strains. Skywalker, Yoda, Slayer, Maul, and Ewok. Those are Williams Wonder cross strains, just so you know. Williams Wonder crossed one single female crossed with 5 male was how Skywalker was created. It's a Williams Wonder Cross. I know my son came to me. He's like, Dad, I just heard your medicine on a rap album. Really? Yeah, he's like, Dad, they just talked about Skywalker. Listen, OG Skywalker was crossed with OG Kush. You know it is OG Skywalker. That's how it originally hit. It shouldn't be Skywalker. If you have Skywalker, you don't have the original strain because it's a cross anyways. Yes, it is. It's not straight up Skywalker. So anyways, God is my witness. Elijah will come back in here one day, hopefully as Ewok. Dad, that smells like banana runts. That's what he said. That's what the medicine smelled like, banana runts. So where is that? Let's see what we got here. Banana runts. What's that one on? All right, let's see if we can find some criminal activity against the sheriff's office in this phone. Yeah, I think we can find some criminal activity on the sheriff's office. And I'll play this thing while you guys listen to evidence against Sheriff Michael Taylor, the chicken shit sheriff of Lake County, Oregon, who's never once by a cellular data has ever called my phone. You're a chicken shit, Michael Taylor. You got to be one of the biggest chicken shits in this town. You're supposed to be elected sheriff. You got more authority than anybody in this town, and you don't even know the authority that you have. What a loser Michael Taylor is. He truly is. He could do. Why didn't he do anything about the rapist Tony Carson that ran around his town? Why has he never even one single time ever called me? Ever one single time has he ever called me about the criminal goings on? Let's see what this is.
My name is Tracy, and I called in yesterday and reported a crime that had happened to me.
Okay, here we go. We're going to port to Elmer. Me calling 911 dispatch. Let me see if I can get... Uh-oh. We're going to lose our battery again, guys. It's all right. It is what it is. I'm going to keep producing evidence. And you're just going to have to see her and be a part of it, whether you like it or not. If you don't like it, leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Uh-oh, there goes my battery. There goes my battery. All right, guys. I'm going to take a pause for the cause. My battery just went down. I can't see. Why is that not working? My phone went off. I don't have any lights. Oh, there we go. We got lights. 5%. Let's see if it'll hold. All right, we're going to go until we can't here. Do we have this one plugged in? Let's plug this one in. We'll see if I can't go do this in a minute. It's a little cloudy out here today, so that's why we're not having the best solar day, obviously. Really hope to get better, though, and wish I gets better also from all the drama he's experienced. Yeah, I feel so bad for my son. He has taken the blunt end of the stick, guys. He truly has paid a lot. My son has had to pay, although he made a mistake and he's not a perfect person. He's a good young man, and he's a man of God, and he's had, you know, I've never been raped, physically molested. I've had physical abuse to me. I can't even stand how he gets up every day and doesn't kill himself. Can't imagine the shit he goes through. Fucking stepdad's supposed to be the one watching him from his physically and sexually abusive mom, and the whole time he's sexually molesting my son. I didn't find this out till he's an adult because he thought I would go kill the dude. I never threatened to kill anybody. But if you found out that your son was being sexually molested by somebody who was supposed to be taking care of him and keeping him safe from being sexually molested by his mom, that would kind of fry your balls after all those years, huh? Yeah, I have reservation, obviously. Imagine that. After all those years the guy that's, I'll protect him, is why I won't let his mom do anything. And he turns up doing the same thing to him. Sick. What has happened to my son? Unbelievable, man. I cannot believe the shit that young man's gone through, and he still can get up every day and face this world. And he's being threatened to throw in a cage and be raped. Fuck this state. Fuck this sheriff, and fuck all these people who think they're going to get my son's ass violently. You're going to put my ass on the line. I'll have my ass raped before I ever let his get raped. Yep. Not going to allow it to happen. Not under my watch. Ain't happening. I've had to step in front of the evidence and make myself the evidence, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
Bluetooth is connected.
Oh, you want? Well, Tracy, you can go. Yeah, I apologize again for my cursing. It is what it is.
Police and fire, this is Elmer.
So that's Elmer?
Yep.
Elmer, my name is Tracy Werner. I called in yesterday and reported a crime that had happened to me, and reported the same thing. It's happened back in September. I've reported it again multiple times in the past now. The same criminal activity has been reported to your department. So I'd like to know a status of the report now. What's going on with this? I got no call yesterday. It's nearly 24 hours since I reported the crime, and then reported the same exact crime back in September.
Trying to get Michael Taylor.
Have your officers here on an actual live stream. So got a lot of evidence to show that the crime has been committed, but no response, zero response on your police department. So now I'm trying to get the status. If not, I'm just going to go to the state at this point. You guys have been given multiple opportunities to take care of this. I believe it's
I'll go to the state if I have to. I'm trying to deal with this
some criminal activity going on in the police department.
Calling 911, not emergency light, reporting crimes in this town.
If you report a crime multiple times, you send officers to but you don't do anything about, the criminal activity. That's dereliction on your not your department or you, sir, but on your department. So I've tried, and I'm not trying to do this. I've tried to get you guys to do something, but my hands forced. So yesterday I reported that Cole Bergman has threatened my life, my property, to cause me harm, defamation of character. He's gone online. I've reported this. I want to know if he's been arrested. If not, then I'm going to go ahead and go over your guys' head.
Serial numbers, boxes,
I'm going to have to file a lawsuit at this point in time, because I can't get this department here in Lake County to respond to criminal activity. They'll do a bunch of other things that I have, like right now, I need to go pick up my property that was stolen, and I need cooperation from your guys' department. But I can't even get Sheriff Taylor to call me.
I'm calling the sheriff. The sheriff's very fucking aware of this stuff that's been going on.
I called Sheriff. I tried to get a call with Sheriff Taylor. I spoke with the sheriff's assistant yesterday, Elmer, and I placed calls to the sheriff's assistant and called her right to her face, Elmer, and said, "Listen, lady, I'm not trying to be mean, but I've called you before, and you've never returned my calls." But she passed the buck or whatever. So look, I reported a murder in this town now multiple times. An estate that was missing out here in this county, Elmer, and it was stolen from.
You think the word murder?
And so I need this lady criminally prosecuted. I have all the evidence to boot, and reported it to your county probably 5 to 15 times. So you guys have been reported this. Police reports, calls, evidence, or I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I'm not a document evidence, and I'm trying to use the law here. Go within the Cole Bergman, who's already been reported, going and told not to contact. I was told that a stalking order would be put in place. A warrant was going to be issued for his arrest.
Warrant was getting
and all the information of them making threats to come to my property, cause me harm.
I have emails saying he's going to come to my property
animals. My animals been barking. I don't know if this guy's
emails
hanging around and he's mocking your department online because you guys won't do anything.
Literally causing
he's committing hate crimes, calling me a transgender, faggot, bull. I don't want to be gendered, sir. That is a hate crime, and I've called and reported that. Not only the threats to my property and life. So I just want to know the status of the report. If you guys aren't doing anything, which you haven't done anything, that's fine. That's not on you, Elmer. It's just not. You're a dispatcher. You take calls. you work for that department. That's not your doing. But I want to know the status. I got no call, and I'm
calling to see what they're
concerned for my safety, my property, and my safety. Apparently, the county is not taking it seriously, and this guy has done this so many times.
Is in jeopardy by somebody threatening me, and the police
he's committed so many crimes. It would be so easy to go
multiple times,
put the guy in jail, and this all been solved, and then let's get back to this other thing about this possible murder and this missing lady that I've actually been able to locate and then relocated my property. I'd like to get some cooperation.
Pieces of shit.
Once again, I'm going to make a request. Probably my last time that Sheriff Taylor calls me immediately. Michael Taylor.
Michael Taylor, you hear me asking to speak with Michael Taylor?
I don't want excuses. I already called him months ago.
There we go.
So that's Elmer.
So now you have proof. Fucking Lake County Sheriff, if Lou's in here making complaints about me causing that, I already called your piece of shit, Michael Taylor. Let's go ahead and date stamp this so we can see how much of a criminal Michael Taylor is, and that you guys better start calling this county. If you care about your a citizen in this country's safety, they already shot me and my son and kidnapped my daughter, and you're just in here jerking your off. What are you doing in here? This ain't, oh my God, he's at it again. Yeah, I'm still protecting your constitutional rights as you sit there and go back to your other site. I think it's called the Hub or something. Go pull your chain or stick your fingers down, whatever. Don't come in here again unless you're willing to do something. It only takes for evil to flourish just like this for you to just sit in here and do nothing about it. So let's date stamp this. Let's find out when this was at. This is on December 27th of 2023. Me calling to report a murder, theft, harassment. And I've told you on this thing, how many times have I already called Michael Taylor? 15 times to let him know. I said, I'm trying to deal with this in-house before I call the state. That's professional courtesy, guys. I'm trying that I can do everything I can to get this county to cooperate with me. What do we got here?
Yes, sir. This is the non-emergency line.
This is a 20-minute phone call.
I've been trying to get a hold of the elected sheriff because I know what the goings on here are a lot bigger than just these deputies. And I've called before, probably 5 times about the incident that I'm calling for today. And then this gets a lot deeper. And now I actually have multiple people involved. And your department up here in the North Lake portion of the county is highly aware. And so is obviously the Southern, because I've called so many times. So I'm unsure why nothing has been done about.
What type of thing do you have going on?
Well, I have criminal activity. For one, hate crime. I've had a gentleman who keeps going on and going on social media, having other people. I've been gang stalked by this guy. He's called me out as a transgender faggot. He said that he's going to come to my property and cause damage to myself and my property. I've told people I've done this, ma'am, I had a live stream going. I have a social media following, and I had 1,200 people in the live stream witnessing when you guys sent your deputies out last time. And I asked,
so
don't
deputies responded?
Yeah, and I insisted on don't send any deputies to my house. I want to speak with Sheriff Taylor. This is not. I said, please don't waste my time, their time, whatever. And so, but they still did it. So in defiance, your department has been defiant of my things. And now this is getting years involved, man. This isn't just this one here. This goes deeper with the original crime that was committed by criminal, ma'am, grand larceny and things that your department is 100% aware of. See, I'm reporting this lady is murdered. Even on my live stream, Tom Rorick is 100% aware of this. I come to find out that this lady that I thought was murdered and buried here in this valley, which I wasn't right about that, but there's a lot of other funky goings on here, ma'am, and criminal activity that's been done to me and this other lady. None of it makes any sense. My next step is an attorney. If I can't get Sheriff Taylor to call me, then I'm going to have to go ahead and seek legal counsel, and I'm going to just take it out of the county. And I've tried everything I can to avoid it. I mean, I've done everything legal.
Well, you are not going to like the answer that you get today, but it is a temporary answer.
Or if you're talking about Tara Shaler already being on vacation, Go ahead.
Not that he's on vacation. He has had some health stuff going on, and he will be back after the first of the year.
Okay.
But he is not in office now.
Yeah, I need a phone call. A phone call. So
he's very big on the not going straight to the top to begin with, and so I don't think that you were that it was to antagonize you in any way to have it go to his sergeant.
Ma'am, I'm a military veteran, so I totally understand chain of command, okay?
Right.
And I'm a prior law enforcement officer too, so
happened,
go ahead, ma'am.
okay. So knowing that has happened and has already gone to your sergeants, his sergeants will carry weight with him when he will probably return your call, be the one to return your call and not put it back to the sergeants. I can do one of two things. I can take a message, but he is not in the office. I'm not going to see it and be around until after the first of the year. Or I can transfer you to his voicemail, and you can leave a message for him that only he hears, that, once again, will not be answered till after the first of the year, but you can...
again, this isn't... Okay, well, that's fine for Sheriff Taylor. Now I'd like to go ahead and separately report, because it's the same case, ma'am. I need something done. I'm going to go ahead and insist on this, because otherwise I think, I'd like to report criminal activity again to your department. And Cole Bergman is the gentleman who's been harassing me for some time. And I have sent your sheriff's department multiple emails, and I've reported this now 5 to 6, probably 7 times. So it's well beyond.
What email are you using? Because I have not received any.
What's that, ma'am?
What email are you using? Because I have not received.
All right, this wasn't sent to you, ma'am. This was sent to Tom Rourke, who I have now, I believe, is honestly, ma'am, and I need you to listen to this and write this down. I believe I have Tom Rourke 100% involved in criminal activity as well. So I'm going to actually, and I brought this up before because.
Hey, what's up, Logos?
On this real quick. If I'm
what's up, Logos?
Murdered, and then I find that this person
what's up, Logos?
Was missing. That's originally how I came into this person. The whole thing was a missing person. And I thought, but Tom is alive the whole time, and he's been in contact with her. So something's going on the tip of the iceberg in this.
I don't have a criminal record. You can look at my criminal record. None.
Wow.
No charges right now.
Wait until you
no record. Interesting.
Ma'am, honestly. I mean, I love the possibility.
You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground there, Logos.
I'm an investigator and certified at the age of 19 as an investigator. Okay, I'm reporting a criminal activity that I'd like to get this taken care of today. So this is criminal, ma'am. Somebody, again, go ahead.
There's no thievery here, you stupid fucking idiot.
Okay,
Shut the fuck up, okay? There's no it's charges of hindering prosecution.
Yes, ma'am.
Interfering with a peace officer, you idiot. Not theft, you moron. Get out of here. You're a blasphemous.
Ma'am, do you hear what I'm saying about? I've said the word murder to you now. How come somebody hasn't?
Murder? Yeah, how about that? You involved in any murder there, Logos?
And your office, and then even
murder
as well. When I tried to get a hold of you, somebody on this case.
Oh, now he's going to say I stole from him.
And you'll find you can't see. We live in the information age. That's what's so.
Right. So I hear that word multiple times a year.
I hear that word a couple times a year. She says, "Oh, I hear murder a couple times a year."
That's what took place, and I don't do the investigative part myself, so I have no information.
And that's
but zero's been done, ma'am.
Murder, huh?
But zero's
I hear that
done.
tribe a couple times a year.
Nothing, zero.
She just said she wasn't murdered; she's alive.
Okay, so you can put the dots together, but that doesn't mean that there still hasn't been massive criminal documented activity going on.
Hey,
your lady department that you work under, people within your department. I now I can prove criminal activity for what Mr. Rourke has done, and I've been having other issues with him.
I don't have a phone number. I'm going to give you one other thing to do, and that is if you believe that somebody in our office has been doing criminal activity, we don't investigate ourselves, and you would report that to Oregon State Police, and they would do an investigation.
What's going on?
Okay, well, I was trying to, ma'am, see, that's what I was trying to do before this went to that far, man. Because you've only just heard
we're going to form
the
a
tip of
criminal
this. If you heard the whole
case
case, You'd be like, this
Where's
is
your van,
incredible.
Logos?
This
Where's
makes
your
no
van?
sense, Tracy. It makes no sense. None of it makes any sense.
Where's
man.
your van at?
I appreciate your diligence on talking, and playing the other side and whatever you said. I have no issues. But again, the issues that I have is I've called your office before. I've spoken and left you personally voicemails on your voicemail about this same matter.
Personally,
so it's not something
All
that
that I do with them, because I'm not an investigator, is I do.
Not the first time I spoke with this lady.
If Under Sheriff B handed in, it goes to him. If it's the sergeant that's involved, then I can't forward one to Tom. I can only call over to dispatch.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to Tom anymore. He's a criminal, and I can prove it now.
Okay.
So
what I try to do is make sure
people
know that when they call dispatch, you can request anonymity. You can request
anonymity. I don't want anonymity.
Okay, I appreciate your time, ma'am. You said you had somebody at the desk, so I want to let you go. I appreciate your help, ma'am. You said that other number is the non-emergency line because I want to report this other thing that's going on, and you've done your job. I appreciate your diligence on this again, and if I can just again, if you'll leave Mr. Taylor a message to his voicemail. I don't want to. Well, you would have more pull than just me calling. This is very important, ma'am. Again, this is.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Tracy Werner, Tracy Werner.
Not
and I'm up in the North Lake portion of the county. It's 541-214-9232.
Oh, there's
and
my number.
I
Would you like
understand
to
there's
call me,
goings on.
Logos?
And I actually spoke with some other people that said if he'll find out about this, he's probably going to do something about it.
Get the number and
Sometimes
call.
he just doesn't get to him. And so I understand chain of command because I'm a veteran. I have prior law enforcement, ma'am, so I understand that.
I'm going to keep his eye my First Amendment right.
He's not elected, so he has no authority here. I need to speak with Sheriff Taylor. You know what I'm saying? I have to on this. This is big, man. This is a big thing. I don't want to get. There's a lot of criminal activity involved in it, and not
reporting criminal activity in not just the sheriff's office.
There's multiple people that have committed, crimes here, and the department is aware of it, and they're not doing anything. So it's not just it's dereliction of duty as well, man. Things should have been done here, and the way some of the things are done don't make any sense.
The sheriff is in charge, and for all purposes serves the same role.
But they're not elected, and they have no authority. And that's why I was pretty upset last time when I asked you guys, do not send anybody out here that is not an elected official. They don't have any authority. You're wasting my time. And the last two that came out here made themselves look like absolute fools online. The whole world saw.
Did you see it there, Logos?
It was all live streamed.
Live streamed. TikTok. Go watch it.
So,
go check it out. Go check it out.
Thank you for your time. You have a good day. Bye.
Boom.
I've been trying to get a hold of the elected sheriff because I know what the goings on here are a lot bigger than just these deputies.
So there you go, guys. Another call to the sheriff's office, huh? How many calls do I have to make to the sheriff's office for this county to do something about it? So we're going to keep documenting evidence.
Yes, sir. This is a non-emergency line?
Yeah,
Okay, sir, I've reported something to your
there we go. More reporting. I keep telling you, I'm documenting these criminals. Ted Martin,
criminal activity that's going
Sheriff
on.
Tom Rourke, Sheriff
and nothing's
Deputy,
being done. So
Sheriff,
I need to report
Sergeant
it again,
Deputy,
and I'm gonna
Sergeant Rourke.
I don't want to go outside this county. I want to try to get the
Sam Birch, criminal. Lance Brown, criminal.
Has been committed in this county in multiple.
Yeah, Josh Bezel.
At times.
Definite
so
criminal.
Again, I've already had the sheriff's department saying they were going to do something about it, and then nothing was ever done.
Sell your data. He's
and so it just keeps happening, and I've tried to avoid this. Do you understand? I mean, I don't want to do this. But when somebody keeps
on this
harassing me,
you can go see the TikTok
and actually
channel.
Criminal activity and keeps committing crimes, and there were supposed to.
I reported and said murder to him, and he didn't do anything about it. Murder? You think the term murder might be offense out here, huh?
Northern portion.
Murder!
I don't know
That's
what
I said. You heard me say it on the last thing. Murder. You think I heard murder a couple times a year?
It's getting to the point
just play down the term murder.
It's criminal what you guys have done now as far as the department.
What's going on, Big
This
B?
is criminal activity that's been
I don't
reported
spell my name with it,
multiple
with
times, and they're not doing it. I even put it on. I just spoke with the under sheriff, that was the sheriff's assistant about.
We lost
I have a
Logos
large live stream following on the internet, and I live streamed the last time you guys sent
for their van
2 deputies out. But I insisted, don't send the deputies out
couldn't
here.
Say any van, couldn't name any location, huh?
I want the elected sheriff. This is way bigger than just this guy harassing me. it goes
Fucking
along
county
with that
extorts people's
the
money.
sheriff is
This government
not only
extorts
not
people's
done
money
anything
through
about
taxes
this.
and
There's
fees
another
and
crime
fines.
that
You don't want to speak
reported
about
now
that,
for
huh?
years in
You're
this
gonna make
county
up some shit
that
about
is
me.
not being taken care of as well, and it's getting large.
Yes, one of the
It's
devils and
it's
accuser.
getting, and it involves multiple people. It's not just myself here. So I need to first.
Look how
Cole
patient
Bergman
I
is the
am. Am I
gentleman
being
who is
rude?
now
Am I being an asshole to these people?
committing crimes against me again that
I'm
has
being
been
patient.
reported, which is going
I'm
online.
trying to use the
which he was
fucking
told to
system,
stay off
guys.
of my platform.
Instead,
don't
they
harass
swatted
me.
my
He
house.
said I've stolen things, committed me of thievery. I've already had your
This guy's
department come
committed,
out
and guess
to
what?
my
I had
house
Tom
to
Rohr
show
come out
you
and
the
check
items
everything, and guess
that
what?
he's accusing
Nothing
of
was stolen, huh?
are not stolen. They've already had this dealings multiple. The problem is
Sergeant
nobody's
Rohr
doing
came to
anything
my
about the
house
crimes
and checked the
that
things
he's
that
actually
he said were
committing.
stolen.
And the guy
It was,
I want
even
him
showed him
put
the
in
original
jail.
box.
He's a criminal. He keeps threatening. He calls me a transgender faggot. He goes online and does this on my phone. And he's started now he's stroking this and laughing. It's like, haha, that's a hate crime. Because he knows your department's not doing anything. You will see it in his responses, sir. His name is Cole Bergman. And you guys are very aware that this guy keeps coming. I've sent your department email showing. Go ahead, sir.
What's your name?
My name is Tracy, Werner. And you guys have already been out here, so don't send any deputies out here to my house. You already did that. I've already reported this, and he's doing it again. So don't send them out here. They're wasting their time. You guys need to go put this guy in jail, okay? He's a criminal, and I've already sent your department now multiple times, emails. He's threatened to come to my house, cause me, my property, and me bodily harm. That's a criminal. You can't do that. That's a crime. And he keeps going on. I don't gender. Do you understand? I don't care what my gender is. I want to be gendered. And he's called me a transgender faggot and a Peter puppet. It's criminal what he's doing.
Get the fuck out of here. Come
And
over
I
here
was
right now,
already
you little
reassured that
chicken
this guy
shit,
would be
little
locked
bitch.
up months
I know
ago.
who you are, you
And I've
fucking thief.
reported
You better
again.
bring
The
my
last time you guys
Leatherman
sent out
back.
here and nobody did
And my
anything.
silver you
It's
stole from my
happening
house.
And
I hope this puke
I
out right
he
here,
did this on
guys.
Christmas. I don't
This
even
fucker
celebrate
had
that
the
stuff,
balls
sir.
to
You
steal
understand?
from
I let
me,
it go
and
yesterday.
he beat his sister.
And yeah,
So I kicked him out of my house because he beat his sister. I know who this puke is right
he has
here.
gone and contacted my email. He has
Yeah, man, a
contacted
woman
Facebook
beater.
Marketplace.
He lives in this town.
And gone on the marketplace and
So I
got
know who
other
he is.
people involved, making accusations that I'm a thief. Sir, he said that I stole the UFO
You better
that
bring
was
my
up on
fucking
the North
Leatherman
Lake
back.
portion of the county that I
And you better
built
bring
just
that
for the
Noah
entertainment of
coin
the,
back, because remember I had
the
documentation.
county, just for looks. You know, it's just a piece of
And it
art.
was sitting right
He's
there.
accusing me of stealing it. The guy accused whatever he goes in social
Right there,
media
you better
and he
bring
sees
my
in the
shit
background,
back.
he accuses me of stealing.
Better not come on this
He's
property.
gone
Live
around
right on
and
the edge
round
of
and
the
round.
property.
You
We can
guys
squash
have
this
been
because you know I
well
helped your ass for a
notified. The
long
problem that I
time. You
have is
fucking
that
criminal.
Sheriff Rourke up here,
Think about all the help I
obviously
helped
is
you
in
with.
cahoots with this guy.
Everybody
Because
knows.
I've had Sheriff Rourke come out and see that he knows that none of
You're
this
a
stuff
piece
was
of shit.
stolen.
You know
And
that?
again, looked at all
Stealing
this,
from me
showed
after I
him
helped you. I
boxes,
let you
original stuff, and
come
he's
in
like,
my
all right,
house,
I'll take care of this. Tracy.
fed you and
You know what I'm
clothed
saying?
you.
But he didn't. He don't
Because
do
you
anything.
got issues,
That's
don't
his
you? And I
problem. He
tried
didn't
to
do
help
anything
you
about
for
the
how
other
long?
portion.
How did I
that
know? How
reported,
long have I
sir,
known you? And
I
I've never
have
treated or stolen
possessions
anything from
that
you.
were stolen
You
from
fucking
me.
accuse me of stealing
Too, on a
from
whole
you, and you
separate
stole
case that
from
I
me. You
called
stole my
your
Noah coin.
department and made him aware of that Tom will not get involved in. Because obviously he's involved in that too. And so he's not doing anything about that. Maybe that's why he's not doing
So bring
anything
it back
about
and
I don't know
we'll
why
squash it.
nothing's being done. So
Remember, I didn't
have a call in.
The problem
to
that I'm
speak to
having
Sheriff
with you is
Taylor.
you're a woman
You like
beater.
the
You
sheriff.
beat your own
And I already
sister.
asked you guys the last
Yeah, you
time.
did.
The last time. See, there's really no excuse for this now.
I cannot
Because
believe
when I
how sick
reported
you
this
are.
same criminal activity last time, nothing was done. And now the guy's on
All right, whatever. Get off my
leave.
chat. You
I
can
don't
bring
want
my
to
shit
hear
over
that.
here. Don't
There
you
is
ever
a
contact
crimes
me
that are
again.
being committed.
I will pursue
And I
charges
asked
against
the
you.
elected sheriff that would
I have
actually
proof.
do something because it
I have
involves
my live
think,
streams
Tom
now.
and this
Your
guy
phone was in this
somehow,
house.
some kind of
So
have
it was
some.
either you or your
I'm not
sister,
the
and
only
you were
knows
beating the
what's
fuck out
going
of your
on and
sister,
what
huh?
Tom
That's
does
why
in
you
this
don't like it,
county,
because
sir.
I called you on it.
You know, I brought
Then
it
you
up
came
in my
back up,
live stream.
and then you
stuff,
beat your sister
you-
again. You
you
piece
do
of
things
shit.
in the
You
open
sat on her,
public.
and
You're a
she
public
fucking ran
servant.
away
You should probably be a
'cause you
little
kidnapped
smarter
her.
and cover your tracks. Tom's
Yeah,
not very smart
remember?
about covering
Guys,
his tracks.
this is a guy I tried
And
to
what
help in
he's
this
stepped
town.
in and done
I
and
help
what he
people.
hasn't done.
I helped this gentleman out, and he stole
like I said, I'll be able
that
to
Noah
prove
coin that was sitting
what
right
Tom
there.
has done in this
It was
case
him and his
is
sister that was in this house, and I asked his sister
it's
too.
criminal. He's
I
very
kicked him
aware
out of this house because he
doings and
beat his
goings on,
sister
but
up.
he's not doing anything.
Many
about
times,
it.
this
And then
man
it
has
involves
physically
other
caused
things. And again, I
physical
told
harm
you,
to his sister.
that's
He
what I
even
just
sat
reported
on
to the
her
undersheriff.
and would not have
A
her leave, and she
possible
ran away
murder that I
from
reported
him.
to you guys.
So don't make any more don't make any more comments.
Said that word probably you guys 50 times. Murder doesn't get no actions, nobody coming out, no investigator done. I'm going over you guys' head.
Okay, hey, look.
Now,
Michael,
case because I can't get the sheriff to call me when I
let me
already
say your
asked
last
him
name.
to
You
call
better
me
leave.
on this case.
And you better bring my shit
and
back.
now I'm forced to, but on this
just
case,
possessions, but you better save face because you stole from a man of God. I didn't take anything from you. I've never even been on your property. Cellular data will show it.
TikTok
not since the last time I was over there, and I think that was like 5 or 6 months ago.
Sir, he's already been banned multiple times off
so
of TikTok for hate crimes.
Go ahead and bring the stuff back because I know you have my leather.
But your partner won't do nothing about it. Not you, sir.
What about that shovel?
But it's
we had a
obvious
discussion
that
about that shovel, didn't we?
If he can't say because that is a hate crime.
So if you wouldn't want me to say your name and put you in public because I have public records now, I have witnessed you in it.
My property and my person. Is that not a criminal activity?
I've never taken a single thing from you. And how many times?
Yes, it is. I know I'm a prior law enforcement officer. You should answer that.
Remember your sister? I asked your sister. You know, your sister dimed you out. Your sister said that you did. You were taking things from my property. You were taking things from my property. You were taking things from my property. Oh, so you want to sit there and think that but you won't talk about this fucking Noah coin. That came from me, Michael Belkonen. Michael Belkonen. That came from my viewer. And you took it because you were here that day. And she said she didn't take it. And she said you were taking things from my property outside of my property too. So if you'd like to bring all those things back to my property, right? We might be able to resolve this. I don't have anything of yours. Why in the fuck do I need your shit? What would you even think I would take of yours? There's going to be no evidence. Even cellular data will show that I've even been your property since, 5 or 6 months ago? Shut up, Michael Belkonen. You fucking womanizer. You fucking beat the fuck out of your sister. You're a piece of shit, dude. You just never even met her. You finally meet her. You pick her up from some hospital or something. She gets out, and then you extort her for all her money. And you physically abuse a woman that you've never even met in your life. You're sick, fucking twisted individual. You know that, Michael Belkonen? You womanizer, you woman. I'm gonna put a post about you in the local page here. You're a threat to this community. You know that? You're a threat to the community. Just like the rapist Tony Karsten. I'll give you background on this, guys. Michael Belkonen is somebody I met. His name was Jim Beam. Online, he has a social media platform. He's such a chicken shit that he uses his sister's Facebook account to sell stuff now because his Jim Beam line. I've known this guy. I met him during the COVID. I really tried to help him. Nobody would talk to him. He's spent a lot of time being medicated, locked up. I'll give him that. You know, he has some mental issues, but I just tried to help the guy out. I used to help him out all the time. Anybody in this town will know that. I was helping him out. I helped him out for 4 years or something. I let him stay in my house. I let him have access. I cooked him food. I didn't ever hold anything against him. And this man has the balls to come steal from me after I call him out for beating his fucking sister. You're a piece of shit, dude. You're a piece of shit. That day, you should have just left her here. I said, either you take her and never come back, or you fucking leave her here, because I knew you were beating her and extorting her for all her money. Her Cash App, remember we went to town, you wanted her Cash App. Oh, yeah, see, you're not going to run away from this, Michael Belkonen. You're not. You either bring my stuff back, because your sister dimed you out. She said you were the one who was taking it. Remember, I called you out the last time I saw you, right to your fucking face, didn't I? Didn't I, Michael Belkonen? Didn't I call you out to your face and said you're a thief and you stole my shit right in front of your sister, didn't I? Your sister told me you were taking things from this property. So you should return them because God is watching you. If I stole anything from you, well, God strike me dead right now. I never touched your stuff. What do I need anything of yours for? You're a fucking womanizer, dude. You beat the fuck out of your sister, and then I said, do not come back. You're not fucking touching her ever again. You're not going to sit here and beat this fucking woman in front of my eyes knowing that you're doing this, Michael Belconin. You just met her. That's your blood, and you just recently meet her, and you extort her for all her money, and you fucking put hands on her? I had to step in front of you. You didn't like that I told you that, huh? No, you're not going to make any more decisions for her, jackass. You're going to fucking leave her here, or you're going to take her and never come back to this fucking property ever again. Isn't that what I told you? Because I knew you were beating the fuck out of her. And I made you leave her here, huh? And then you pulled your little story about how you ran over that fucker's shit in Ben and stole his shotgun. Stole his shotgun and his ammunition that's sitting on your property. You better go get it. Better go get it. Yeah, she told me. You stole that shotgun and all that ammunition from that guy's property you ran over, and you told me that day, right? Like, what the hell are you doing? No way. Yeah, and then you said you reported it. I was like, oh, okay, this is not going unreported, that the sheriffs were involved. I'm like, okay, well, so the sheriffs are involved, and you know, and you ran over his fucking house, huh? See, I know everything about what you're trying to hide. Yeah, you fucking stole his shotgun, you fucking thief. You stole that man's shotgun, the guy that came and fucking beat you up with a hammer? You better stop lying in here, because I have all the proof against you. You're a fucking woman beater. You're a sick, twisted fucking individual, man. You never even met your sister, ever? And you put hands on her? And then I call you out to leave her here, and then you come back and go, oh, well, then an investigator wants to talk to her, and you take her and you never come back. And then you take her to your fucking property, and you beat the fuck out of her for 3 fucking days. You sit on her, and she finally fucking runs away from you and runs over to Jean's house. That's the truth, Michael Belconin. Now bring back my coin. I don't care about the Leatherman. That was from a viewer. It doesn't have any, it's not the monetary. It's the fact that that was from a viewer. I've had that coin for quite some time, and it wasn't what it was worth. It was the fact that it had sentimental value. You stole something from one of my viewers, and you're a fucking womanizer and an abuser. And you beat almost every woman. I can have witnesses to all the women you've had a relationship with that you beat the fuck out of them. I've been trying to work with you with this. Remember, you're a bully. You got to stop doing this, man. This isn't improving. I'll continue to, but you can't. And then you turn around and do it to your sister, somebody you've never even met in your life. And then you come and take her back from here after I told you you're not going to make her decisions for her because you're trying to get her money. What about the 2 batteries? You took her money and you bought 2 fucking trailers. 2 trailers with her money. One of them was yours? You're buying fucking trailers with her money? Remember the pop-up? So, Michael, you're a fucking thief, dude. You better stop. You're digging yourself a fucking hole. You're an abuser, and I can't wait. I'm going to call you out in public when I see you. You better get out of this town, because I will call you out every time I see you in public. I called you to your face last time, didn't I? I stood right in front of your eyes and said, you're a piece of shit, womanizing abuser, and you stole my shit. Right to your face. I didn't skip a beat, did I? No, I didn't. Why the fuck would you think that you can abuse her after I told you don't fucking touch her again? You see, it was one thing when you were doing it to women you were dating. I didn't like that. I talked to you about that. Remember, I was in a fucking car where you were fucking beating on a woman and she fucking hit you back, huh? And I told both of you, you better stop this shit. Yeah, remember that? You're a fucking womanizer. You're a physically abusive man. You need help. You are a menace to society. Yeah. So you take your sister that you've never met, you've been beating the fuck out of her, you stored her for all her money, you buy fucking trailers and you say one of them is yours, and then you buy batteries and say because the batteries are left in it, they're ruined and she owes you fucking money, and you try to extort her for more money. You're an optimist. You're a thief and a criminal. Yes, you are, Michael, and you're a beater. You're a womanizer and a beater. And I guarantee every woman you've ever been with, you beat the fuck out of. And I've been trying to help you with that. Remember, you can't keep doing this, man. I called you a bully. Remember, we went over the scripture, Nephilim. You're using your status to terrify women into giving you what you want. Remember that big gun collection that you had extorted from all those people? Women, you were having them buy you all these guns and you didn't. Stop it. Michael Belconin, you're a thief. You better leave Lane County because you are a menace to the society. If I can call out a rapist like Tony Carson, I'll call your sick, twisted ass out too. That's why I called you in my house and told you, don't you ever come back here again. When I found out you were extorting your sister, who you had never met in your life, and started taking advantage of her and extorting her money, yeah, I was done with that, huh? Remember I said you're not going to make any more decisions. You're going to let her make her own fucking decisions now, huh? You didn't like that, did you? You didn't like that, did you? Shut up, Mohammed. Get out of here. Your name is a pedophile name. You got the name of a pedophile. Mohammed, leave. I'm talking with a fucking womanizer. This man is known for beating almost every woman. Witness will show. Go say eyewitness. This man has beat almost every woman. I try to work with him. He was trying, guys. But he keeps falling back to his old ways. Well, when I kicked him out of here, when I found out that he was beating the fuck out of his wife or his sister, blood related, he never even met her. He goes and picks her up from she got out of some hospital she'd been in for a while. He goes and picks her up and then just starts extorting her for all her money. All her money. Seems angry today. Get the fuck out of here, Jack. Jack off. This man stole from my fucking house. Then he has the balls to come on my fucking live stream. After I told him, don't you fucking ever touch that woman again, you fucking abuser. You leave her fucking ass here and leave. I gave him two options. You either take her and go because I know you're beating the fuck out of her. And I can't stand. I just have to sit by and watch this shit. I'm not going to allow this. Leave her ass here and fucking leave. Remember what we said, Mr. Michael Belconin? You fucking thief and abuser. I said you're going to leave her here. You're going to start letting her make her own decisions. What you're doing is criminal. And you left. But then you called and said you had to pick her up because that investigator where you stole that shotgun from the dude who hit you in the head and beat you up with a hammer out here, that there's police record of. Remember? That shotgun that you stole and the ammunition that you stole that's over on your property over off of Bowen's. I think Michael hit the road because he just sunk his own ship. The man is an absolute thief. And a womanizer, guys, and an abuser, and I tried to help him out. I've tried for years. It's so crazy that he'd come on there. He don't have balls to, well, I guess he did call. I didn't think, I was like, why would I answer this piece of shit's call? This guy's beat the fuck out of his, he never even met his sister. They knew each other because they're half. They got different, she's like 20 some years old. She's 25, about half my age. So I said, hey, I know you're beating the fuck out of her, dude. I mean, something's wrong with her. Yeah, she won't answer because there's no right, yes, no, that's a wrong answer. You'll beat the fuck out of her. And I found this out, guys. I didn't, unbeknown, he just met her. Like, I knew he'd done it to some women in the past, but he was trying to get over it. I called him, you're a Nephilim. You're using he admitted it. Oh yeah, man, I'm using all these women and I got them buying all these guns for me and they're so fucking scared of me. They'll do whatever I want. The word Nephilim, he's a bully. I've called, told him this. I'm trying, brothers and sisters. I'm trying. So this piece of shit, Michael fucking Belconin, who's a thief who stole a fucking shotgun, the guy come back and beat him in the head with a hammer. He did. That's what happened to him. He didn't even learn. He still stole my shit. He still stole my shit. It doesn't matter. I don't care what he stole. Fuck you, you piece of shit thief. You're a fucking womanizer. You beat the fuck. At least admit you beat your sister. Hey, okay, whatever. You didn't steal. Yes, you did. You're a fucking thief. She admitted you've been stealing shit off my property, and you know goddamn well you stole that shotgun from that dude who beat you in the head with a... At least admit it, because God's watching, Michael Belconin. At least admit it. You did steal the shotgun from that guy, correct? And that's why he beat you in the fucking head with a hammer, huh? He met you over at came all the way from... Is that shotgun still sitting over there off of Bowen's Road right now? That's what your sister said. And I think your sister knows because she was with you. So you're beating the fuck out of your sister that you never admitted. At least admit it, I will void you from the chat. I will. Admit, you beat the fuck out of your sister, correct? You sat her on her that day after I told you don't touch her ever again. And you still beat her. You came and picked her up, never brought her back. And then you beat the fuck out of her again for 3 days before you sat on her trying to force her to stay at your property here in Christmas Valley. And then she ran away to Jean's house, correct? Hey, at least admit, hey, you want to make face with me, Michael Belconin, you're a threat to this fucking community. And I told everybody when I see you in public, I'm going to call you out in front of you. You put your ass in here. Now the whole world knows you're a thief. At least admit it, because God's watching. You beat the fuck out of your sister, didn't you? Beat the fuck out of her, didn't you? Just like you beat the fuck out of almost every woman. And I stood in front of you and said, you're not going to fucking touch her again, are you, asshole? Called you to your face, told you to get the fuck out of my house. Don't you ever fucking come back. I do not do abuse. No physical abuse, none. And I figured out what you were doing. Not only you extorting her for her fucking money. Oh, the batteries died, so you owe me money for batteries. Fuck you, Michael Belconin, you're a thief. At least admit that you're an abuser and that you sat on your sister. You sat on your sister and did not let her leave. She ran away that day. At least admit it. At least admit that you beat the fuck out of every woman you've ever been with, like you've already did to me. And I was trying to work with you. Saying, all right, man, I understand. I appreciate your honesty. At least you're coming forward. You don't remember all the times we worked together, dude. You're a chicken shit to even touch my stuff out here because he knows what you took or didn't take. So I don't care about any possessions. I'm over that. You got to live with what you took from me or you didn't. But at least admit to the world that you're a woman abuser. You physically fucking punch women. You fucking fuck them up and you get your fucking rocks off or something. I can't stand it. It was one thing to think that you'd done it in the women in the past. But when I found out that was your sister and she never met you and you started fucking getting physical with her, that couldn't take it anymore. Remember, that's when me and you, we had a problem, huh? I sat there to your face and told you you're not going to fucking make any more decisions for her. She's a grown-ass fucking woman. There's nothing wrong with her, Michael Belconin. She's just afraid to answer you. Well, something's wrong with her, man. She's pretty locked up. She won't even talk. Yeah, because no answer is the right answer or you'll beat the fuck out of her. So admit your wrongs. Admit to the world. That's a bit. You've done it before. It's not like you haven't done it multiple times. Admit you're wrong. Nobody's threatening you, piece of shit. Fuck you. I never threatened you, you fucking abuser. Admit that you beat the fuck out of your sister, Avery, or leave my chat. And don't you ever, I'm going to fucking rip your ass when I see you next, verbally, just like I did last time. Did I raise a fucking hand to you? Did I fucking even threaten you ever? No. I said, you better fucking leave her alone. Don't you ever talk to her ever again, you fucking piece of shit abuser. You stole my fucking shit from my house. Your sister told me you were taking things outside of my fucking property. So admit that you're an abuser because I don't care about the theft. God watches and knows all things that you took. So this is your last chance because you're a threat to this community. And you're a menace to society, just so you know. I don't see how you can. This man will take a car and run you the fuck over, guys. He should never have a license. He should never be behind the automobile. He has wrecked so many cars. In rage, he has wrecked a car, sat there for 2 or 3 hours for the cops to go by before he'll run away. Seriously. Seriously, look at how many cars Michael Belconin has wrecked. He should never operate a motor vehicle. He is a menace to society with a motor vehicle. He will use physical. He'll pick up anything he can because he's a pussy. He can't use these 2 hands. I could have beat the fuck out of him, and I didn't ever do anything but use my mouth. I never once threatened him with violence. I didn't threaten him in here. What an idiot. Never said I was going to do anything physical. I said, get the fuck out of here unless you can admit that you're a woman abuser. You beat the fuck out of women. How many women have you been with that you haven't? Okay, I don't even care about your past with your relationship. Remember, I had issues with that. And we talked. How many times have we talked about that? Okay, Tracy, I'm not doing that anymore. But once you started beating somebody that you've never even fucking met, that's your blood, that's where I drew the line. So either admit that you beat the fuck out of your sister after I told you don't touch her ever again, and took her over to your house for 3 days until she finally ran away from you because you fucking sat on her and you wouldn't let her up. So admit it, Michael Belconen, criminal, menace to society, thief. Most importantly, you beat the fuck out of women. You don't mind punching, using. Think about how many horrible things you've ever done to a female. Okay, let's forget about those. Let's just talk about your sister. Remember, I said, don't you fucking ever take her and don't you ever come back here again. If you ever fucking touch her again and I find out, you're going to have a problem. Not physical violence. I said, I'm not going to stand for it. So you know that. You're just mad that I said you're not going to make any decisions anymore, huh? Because you're a narcissist and a psychopath. You are, and a menace to society. How many? I want to pull up the cop report. Did you run over that guy's fence? Isn't that why he beat you with a hammer? Because you stole a shotgun, huh? Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Michael Belconen. Maybe he wouldn't have come back after you with a hammer and beat you with a hammer in the middle of the night, huh? You got woke up to a hammer beating, didn't you? Well, I don't believe in karma, but that's what happened to you, huh? Oh, that was the phone call that I got that day. Oh, the investigator wants to talk to her because we were out there playing. I got the whole story, man. Cellular data will show. Anyways, don't matter. Did you take that shotgun to your property over off Bowens? Is that even your property or is that Jennifer's property? I seen you beat the fuck out, smack her, and she smacked you back, huh? Not the first time I've seen you put your hands on a woman. You're pissed because I stood up against you, huh? And told you you're a piece of shit to your face and that you're beating the fuck out of somebody that's your blood and you don't have any right to do that. You're just $sign. How are you going to pay for it? How do you got a fucking Social Security check, you piece of shit? You get Social Security every fucking month. I don't get a single dime. Remember that? And you have the balls to steal from my property? Fuck all the theft. Admit one last time, because now I can't wait. I mean, I'm so glad this came out. You're showing yourself in public. God is watching and God knows all things. If I'm incorrect, that's fine. But I guarantee you cannot say that you're not a woman abuser. You beat the fuck out of almost everyone you've ever been with. You told me about how you would extort them for that whole racket of guns, remember? So just admit, I don't care if I ever get my shit back now. I don't care. Somebody stole fucking 35 pounds of silver in my gold. You think 1 ounce? It was a sentimental thing. You took something one of my subscribers sent to me. It was my Noah coin. It wasn't about the value. It was the sentimental portion. You just took without thought because you were mad that somebody called you out that you couldn't continue to racket your sister. You couldn't racket your sister. Beat the fuck out of her anymore for her money and scare her to give you her money because that's what you do to everybody you meet that you can gain dominion over. So last time I'm going to ask you, Michael, the abusive woman abuser, physically assaulted his sister multiple times. I'm asking you based on the suspicion that been raised some of you and I did not take your stuff or not insulting and have proof that you took mine. Okay. Well, I didn't take any of your stuff. You're a fucking idiot. You're still not addressing the fact that you're a woman abuser. And what the fuck do I have of yours, Michael Belconen? You name it right now. What do I have of yours? Is there going to be any cellular data showing my phone leaving this fucking property, going to your property? No, there's not. Tell me what I took. He won't even admit that he's beating the fuck out. He won't admit the coin. He won't admit, but he's saying I took some of his stuff, but there's no cellular data will show that my phone, I haven't been to his property in like 5 or 6 months. I don't know when he's thinking I took something from him, but that's pretty funny. You steal from my fucking property. Your sister admits that you're stealing. You turn around and say, I took something from you. So you want to say what was taken? Name some exact specifics on what was taken? Hello? What was taken, Michael Belconen? Where's my Noah coin? What is the stuff that your sister said that you took from outside this property? Remember when you were grabbing your stuff from the back of the property? Did you take something back there too? You're a fucking thief, dude. You stole that dude's shotgun. Where's that at? Aren't you a felon, Michael Belconen? Are you supposed to be owning a weapon, Michael Belconen? Aren't you a felon? Are you allowed to own a firearm? What are you doing in possession of a firearm, Michael Belconen? Aren't you a felon? So name what I took from you. If so, call the fucking police right now and have them come do a whole fucking search through my house. Just like Cole Bergman, who accused me of stealing the UFO and the generator that ended up showing a box that I purchased for, and so all matching everything, huh? Last person accused me of stealing. They sent the sheriff out here and nothing was stolen, huh? I even showed him fucking receipts, you idiot. This is crazy, guys. I helped this guy out for fucking years, and he has the balls after beating his fucking sister and taking her when I said leave her here to kidnap her, take her over back to his property where he said I stole something, and then fucking beat her for 3 days until she finally runs away from him. He sat on her. She couldn't leave. At least admit you did that. Jim Bean, Facebook, now he's under his sister, selling things under his sister's name. He's such a piece of shit that he has made another Facebook name with his sister's name, selling shit under his sister's name because his account's bad or something. I don't know what he did with his. Why are you using your sister's name to sell your shit? Why don't you use your old Jim Bean account? Why don't you just use your name, Michael Belconen? Or is that your name? Wait a minute. You got a couple different names, don't you? Why don't you just tell everybody your names? Give all your aliases right now so they can see if they've ever dealt with you in the past. Yeah. So you want to name what was taken from your property, and I'll go ahead and I'll have the sheriffs come out here and I'll let them do a full search of this property. You're going to find out that you're a lying piece of shit and you're an abuser. And you still haven't admitted the fact that you fucking sat on your sister and you beat the fuck out of her. You're a sick, twisted individual, man. And I gave you several chances to try to help you. I tried to help you, Michael Belconen. I tried. For years, I tried to help you. I've known you for years, haven't I? How many times have you told me you beat a woman and that you're trying to stop doing that? And we said, well, you know, whatever. I understand. And you're trying, at least you admit. The problem is most people won't even admit that they have a problem. And yeah, all these talks, starting to feel a little bit like, oh man, Remember all the help I tried to help you? How many? I let you fucking stay in my house and sleep here. How many nights? Never once did I ever. Are you taking my? I treated you like you were my brother or something. And you had the balls to steal. Your sister said you've been stealing from my house. Your sister said that. The one you sat on, beat the fuck out of, and stole all her money. Imagine how much money Avery has when she got here, and imagine how much has gone into your fucking pocket. You're sick, Michael Belconen. You're a sick fuck. You know that? How much of her money has been put into your hand? You get fucking Social Security, asshole. I said, remember, I don't get any fucking Social Security. Remember me talking about how you get Social Security and I don't get it, and then you had the balls to steal from me? So your last chance, Michael Belconen, because when I see you again, I'm going to rip your fucking ass. You know that? You think I ripped your ass last time, buddy? You ain't even seen shit. I'm going to fucking tear you a new asshole with this mouth. No violence, but you better shut the fuck up when I'm talking to you like I told you last time too. You either admit right now, because I'm done with you, Michael Belconen. I helped your fucking sorry ass for 4 years, and you had the balls to turn around. You should have just left your sister here. You should have just fucking left your sister here. There we go. Thank you. Stoner Connection puts together that I was talking about this so they know about you, Michael Belconen. Michael James Belconen. Michael James Belconen is a criminal and a thief and an abuser. He is a felon and he owns firearms. He stole firearms. So I have 100% proof that you're an abuser. Your sister said you stole my stuff. Your sister did. She's half blood. So, last chance. Michael James Belconnen. I don't give a fuck about the possessions. You either admit what I took, because you couldn't even say anything. That's how much of a loser you are, man. You had your fucking chance to speak up. You're going to steal my shit. Your sister admits stealing shit outside my house. This the same day that this coin and my Leatherman, my Gerber goes missing, which was sitting right here. Right the fuck here where I could see it. Right here. And it just goes missing the day that I call you out and tell you don't get your fucking sister and don't come back. If you're going to beat her the fuck again. Remember, I sat there and said, look, Michael, you're going to let her make her own fucking decisions. You're not making any more decisions for her. Do you understand? She's a grown-ass fucking woman. So you either admit that you beat the fuck out of her. Okay, listen. I'm going to ask you one last time, asshole. You're not my fucking brother, you piece of shit. I treated you like my fucking brother. I let you come in my house. I fed you meal after meal, day after day, week. Years before I knew you. And you had the balls to turn around and steal from me. So that's it. We're leaving that alone. I don't care. God's got you there. He knows what you took. If you didn't, don't worry about it. But did your sister take it? Or are you going to blame this on your sister now? Did your sister take the Noah coin? Did your sister take my Leatherman? What about the other items that I had mentioned that were gone from here? What about the items that she said that you took? What were those? What were those? What were those? What were those items that your sister said? Did Avery take the coin? Did Avery take the coin? Did Avery take the coin? Michael James Belconnen, did Avery take that Noah coin or did you take it? Because Avery said you took it. Avery said you took the stuff outside of my property. What about the Gerber? You still didn't say anything that I took from you. So let's squash the possession since you said you couldn't fucking come up with shit that I took from you because there was not going to be any proof. Your sister says that you took it. No, what I want you to do is admit to the world, at least like you've done this before. That's why I ever gave you a chance, Michael James Belconnen, is because you admitted that you were wrong. And people make mistakes, man. But you can't keep making the same fucking mistakes. And that's why I had enough after you admitted to me over and over and over. You beat the fuck out of almost every woman you've ever been with. And I've seen it with my own personal fucking eyes. And then you start beating the fuck out of your sister that you've never even met in your life. You're extorting her for all her fucking money. At least admit that you beat the fuck out of your sister. And you can leave. Man, I won't even say anything to you next time. And I don't even give a fuck. If you ever return my shit, but I guarantee you're a menace to society. And I'm going to try to have your... you are a menace to this. Just like Tony Karsten ran around for a whole fucking year as a rapist who didn't admit, who was lying about his charges. Don't lie anymore, Michael James Belconnen. You have a chance now to come clean. Did you beat the fuck out of your sister? Because I'm not the only one to witness it, remember? Other people were watching what you were doing. Remember? So admit you beat the fuck out of your sister. Admit you beat her. Remember, I said don't touch her ever again. If you do, just fucking take her and leave and don't ever come back here again, ever. I'm not going to have this. Fuck you, Michael James Belconnen. You're not going to beat. You admitted to beating women, but this is your blood. Remember, I called you on that. What the fuck is your problem, dude? That's your blood, dude. I called you to your face. So don't act like you didn't do it. I called you to your face like I did last time. They say, hey, you stole my shit, asshole. So if you'd like to admit what you took and return it, that's fine. I have a driveway. Don't enter my property. Leave it in a safe spot. And we'll squash that. That's between you and God, not me. That's between you and God. But you better admit to the world that you're a fucking an abuser. You'll beat the fuck out of anybody you choose for money. You extorted your sister for her money. What about those fucking batteries? You owe me 2 batteries because you went and bought a fucking trailer for yourself with her money. Yourself. Your own fucking trailer with her money? You bought 2. Did she need 2? No, you spent her money and did whatever you fucking want with it. She wouldn't even talk. All I had to do, though, was get her away from you.
I'm getting picked up.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Are we at 340 now?
Yeah. For those other 2 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, you got those 2 from yesterday?
Yeah, that's what I was counting.
Cool. What did you get? Did you get more done on that back there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you get the motor in?
No.
Okay.
It's still
Cool.
sitting in front of it.
All right, you're welcome to come back again. We need to just let me know you're coming out.
Alrighty.
Cool. I'm helping out another gentleman out here. He needs some wheels. He doesn't have a vehicle, and I traded for some services, and I have a van out here, so I'm giving this young man the opportunity to work on this van. Okay, I don't care about any more Michael James Belconin. You either admit that you're an abuser and you took your sister that day and you beat the fuck out of her again, and you sat on her until she fucking left, or don't come back in here. And when I see you, you know I'm going to rip your ass. I won't touch you. You're not worth my fucking time. It's against this covenant anyways, and I already taught you that. James, Michael, his name is James. He don't even keep the same name. He goes by multiple names. He has aliases too. So he can't keep his name straight. One minute he's James, the next minute he's Michael, the next minute he's... So I'm going to ask you, the whole world's watching you, man. You can come clean with God. I didn't take any of your fucking things, not even one single thing. As God is my witness, I've never touched anything of yours. Mr. Shit in the fucking cup. You're a sick fuck. You know that? You're a sick fuck. You really are. Shit in a fucking cup and leave them all. Do you even wipe your ass, James? Your sister thought that was fucking disgusting, too. Shit in a little fucking cup and leave them all over your fucking property? You are a sick, twisted kind of fuck. You know that? So I'm going to ask you one last time to admit the fact that you beat the shit out of your sister. You're the one who came on this platform. You didn't have to come on here. You knew the last time I talked to you, I ripped your ass right in person. What would make you think you would come in here and it would be any different? It's not. And I would say the same shit right to your face.